I'm trying to play a game of hide and seek with Rico before we start the day's play here. They've got the blue pitch. I've got the blue jacket. I'm fully camouflaged, so don't tell him where I am. It's time for day 5 of ECS Landskrona on the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right here, right now. Welcome European cricket fans, we're at day 5 at the Landskrona Cricket Club for ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. It is the final day here for Group A, qualification spots for the final series on the line. Big game coming up between Evergreen Cricket Club and Helsingborg Stars. We will hand over to the man with the best toss in the business. It is Sir Rob Kemming with the captains.
Ready? Heads is called. Tails.
Oh, the toss won by the skipper of the Helsingborg Stars, Madame Prabhu, and he has chosen to bat. I think that's a good decision, letting the Helsingborg Stars batting lineup get into their work early and set a strong target that they will hopefully be able to defend against this Evergreen Cricket Club. It's a much bigger day for the Stars than it is for Evergreen. The Helsingborg Stars are literally fighting for their ECS lives. They probably need at least one win from these 2 games to secure a place in the quarterfinals, but they were buoyed by a pair of victories in their last 2 starts against Seaside Cricket Club. One of them was a miraculous come-from-behind win, which was triggered by the Shetty that we've normally come to know as the opening bowler, but Sachin stepped up and bludgeoned 2 straight sixes in the final over to take them within reach before they squeezed a single off the final ball to take a much-needed victory. They have to take that momentum forward with them today, and I think they can do it. I think the absolute desire to qualify for the quarterfinals will mean that they will shed any inhibitions against this Evergreen side, and they will put up a really, really strong performance. However, Evergreen won't make it easy for them. They have absolute class at the top of the order. Ali has been very good for them, but it was Umar Nawaz who scored a phenomenal century. Barely no shot didn't come off the middle of his bat. He played to all sections of the ground. It was a masterful display of batting, and the poor Seaside team had absolutely no answers for him. Another guy in their team that I really want to focus on is Sawais Naseem. He's a terrific young pace bowler. He's part of the Skåne junior setup here. He's been tutored well over the last couple of years. He's got a very good looking, very strong action. He can get some genuine pace and bounce off this Landskrona pitch, and I'd love to see him feature more as they go along in the tournament. This is going to be a cracking contest today. 2 games between the Helsingborg Stars and Evergreen to get us kicked off here on day 5. And the man to take you all through it to begin with, I'll hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Good morning, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, eyeball 1, as we have a look at these magnificent views of this area that we're in. Landskrona, a city close to Helsingborg, which is close to the southern tip of Sweden. Speaking of Helsingborg, well, it's the Stars from Helsingborg that are here, and they're up against Evergreen. This is going to be a very interesting match. Look, both these teams did have fun at the Seaside, didn't they? They both had wins against the Seaside 11 in the last 2 games. Evergreen, that was yesterday, and it was 148 to 24 and 99 to 83. They batted really well. You heard there from my friend and colleague Andrew just telling us about the batting ability of Evergreen, and certainly the likes of Nawaz, Latif, and also their captain Amir Ali going to be key there. But Helsingborg, I think, is all about the Shetties, isn't it? And also the Panda in the house once more. And the man who didn't have a good time at the Seaside was Devinder Singh, and he'd be hoping to get some runs himself on 2 occasions, being a run out. So this is going to be a classy encounter. The bat versus ball wall, says Evergreen. It doesn't really surprise me, but, you know, I do believe that after Helsingborg, remember, when they played the Seaside, they were the ones at the foot of the table. They needed victories, and they did. 124 to 94 and 96 to 95. That one ball thriller against Seaside, which has sort of put them in this midway table. Now, this is an important match for them, more so than Evergreen. Evergreen, I think, they're in the quarterfinals. This is all about them maintaining their 100% record, which their captain, Amir Ali, is keen to do. Helsingborg, they're midway in the table. 4 points, the same number of points as Göteborg Royals, but just behind them on 2 points is Seaside. And if they can pick up 2 points from any one of these games, they'll feel that that's enough to get them into the quarterfinals. You're ready for the first ball. Ashish Sani and Sagar Hanif are the umpires, our men in black. And we're going to start off with Mohammed Aftab to bowl the first ball, bowling to Suhesh Shetty. Shetty plays it away on the onside as his trademark shot. 4 runs, 4 carreras to start the day. And it goes to that banner quite fittingly. We grow stronger together. Yes, we do. The European Cricket Network in partnership with all the federations across Europe. And speaking of federations, thank you to everybody here in Sweden. The president, Danesh Sakari, also the tournament manager, Adnan Gill. He's all over the place, Adnan. And the team that is supported by. So the first ball goes to 4. Slight reshuffle of the field. Mohammed once more. And this is a little bit too wide. It escapes the keeper. The 2 batters. No real backing up there from the captain, Adnan Prabhu. Both these men can go big. We know that. And both of them showed good attacking stroke play when it mattered against Seaside. Especially in that first match. Prabhu made 48 of 21. And then Shetty, he was good with bat and ball. Played and missed. Good bit of pace, good bounce. I think with Suhesh Shetty, you won't mind me saying so, and I think all the teams out there and the players will know, you bowl it sort of on middle of the leg to him, he's going to put you away. Get the ball outside the off stump. That's when he has trouble. He's not a strong player on that offside, and I think that's where the bowlers are going to try and keep this ball, keep it out of his swing zone, because when he swings hard. And there you go. That's what I'm talking about. You see everything he's trying to play on the onside. He does get away with it a lot of the time, so Suhesh Shetty, he's always there to give them a start. As we have a look at the runs scored, the average is there from around 6 of the first over from the Stars. And you have a look at that compared to Evergreen, the team at the top unbeaten. They're averaging 13, the best 18 compared to the best of 10. And this one, again, the big wild swing. I think the bowler, Aftab Mohammed, has learnt very quickly after that first delivery where to bowl. And this one is short again. Just takes Suhesh Shetty sort of, I think, on the back of his shoulder there as that one goes through. So just again. And the lowest, 4. Well, that's what we're just gone past that here at the moment with 5. With the wide delivery, boundary and 5. And Evergreen also on 5. But it's those averages that you've got to keep an eye on. And I quite like looking at these stats. And that's another one that goes through. Saqib Latif not quite taking these cleanly at the moment. Ball to go in the over. Yeah, just not getting his gloves into play just yet, but I'm sure he will. He played a very good day for him yesterday behind the stumps. Also contributed with some valuable runs, especially he's in the absence of Idris, the normal keeper, and Haslam, the batter, so he's playing a sort of wicket keeper batter role here this morning. Tough to finish off, and this one was in the zone for Shetty, and he misses out, and he knows he misses out. End of the over, 5 on the board, and Shetty's a little bit disappointed, and he will be there. Yeah, I was going to say, it's quite interesting when you look at the runs scored in the first over by these teams, and also when you look at the power play scores, you can see that it's quite fittingly in the order of where the teams are. So it's very important to get a good power play. This is wins compared to winning the toss and batting first or batting second. And you can see that at second, just 2 ahead. But one thing you'll notice in 2021, it was very evenly spread. And had a few fun and games this morning. It's always good to get here in the morning and some warm-up exercises. Well, this morning it was all about hide and seek. And I did find him, Andrew Ryan, the smooth operator. You can't hide from me. You got to do better than that. He's in the house. Let's hear it for Andrew Ryan.
Rico, I want to clarify, you did not find me.
Come
I
on.
came back from the intro and gave myself up. It's just taking too long. One thing that's not taking long is Madame Prabhu coming up with a Maximo from the first ball that he faces. What a start from the skipper.
Oh, what a hit. Well, yeah. Well, you saying I took too long. Well, this went long. What a lovely shot this is. And he's not messing around. Again, it's right up there in his zone. And he goes big. Boom. Shakalugya. What a great start from the captain.
Beautifully timed. He's really found the middle of the bat. Talked in the preview about this young man, Hawais Naeem. Good bit of pace, promising young bowler, but he's been smoked first ball.
And then he goes just shorter where Shetty struggled, and here probably also struggled. One thing you'd have to say with Evergreen, look, unbeaten, the team at the top, they did have a scare, didn't they, in that second match against the Seaside 11, but they didn't bowl particularly well yesterday, and that's one thing I think the captain, Amir Ali, would have had a good talk to his bowlers. Come and get the line right. And that was in the zone again there. Prabha likes it. He's able to work it away onto the onside. The fielder does eventually make the stop. There he is, our man, Imran Kiani. Well, the team's name is Evergreen, and he is Evergreen, and he's certainly been a good performer. Picked up a valuable 3 wickets yesterday in that second match.
And it's not just the wickets for Kiani either, Rico. It's the fact that he just tends to keep his economy rate right down. I think we saw the graphic yesterday. He's top 5 in the tournament so far for that.
Another big wild swing here from Shetty. I think Shetty is, you know, sometimes you say to batters, look, before the ball comes to you, count one before you play your shot. It's probably a bit of advice that he could take. He's playing far too early. We know it's the way he bats, so he's not going to change. We know that. Sometimes he comes off. Sometimes he doesn't, and having Sir Shetty at his best in the power play, well, it's certainly worth it, and that's what he did well against Seaside. Well, this one goes a long way. I think he's going to go all the way, and it's manos arriba, Mitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, I think Suhar Shetty, just one of those guys that you've just got to let get on with it, Rico. You could talk all day about technical elements that he could change in his batting, but he's such a natural striker of the cricket ball. And tell you what, when he does get hold of one, it tends to end up over the boundary with great regularity.
Yeah, the umpire just having a check of the ball there. And that's Shesani. Sorry, that's beg your pardon. That's Sagar Hanif, who's out there this morning. He's just the square leg umpire. Naeem once more. Short, and it's in the hitting zone. He's a powerful man. You cannot bowl it there to Shetty, and it goes like a bullet to the boundary. 4 carreras. Well, 6 and 4, and he's hungry for a lot more. What an over.
Mohammed Kadir's out there on the square leg boundary, Rico, and just see that's the end of the over, and Helsingborg Stars, great start for them, 22 for none after the first 2. So Mohammed Kadir standing out there on the square leg boundary. That ball probably only ended up about 10 metres to his right, but he got nowhere near it. Suhar Shetty has absolutely cracked that delivery. And we see why this is such a key set of games for the Helsingborg Stars, Rico, on the table.
Yeah, absolutely, and that underlines the fact, look, on level points with the Royals, but only 2 points ahead of Seaside. Seaside have got those 2 games to come as well, so they know that if they can, well, 2 wins here, they're safe. They're into the quarterfinals. Get a win here, then it goes down to net run rate, and at the moment, theirs is superior. So it's a case of also how they play. They need to keep thinking always about the net run rate, and sometimes we always say, don't we, it's not the fact that if you're losing, it's how you lose. If you know you're going to lose a match, try to lose well. Try to lose so you're doing whatever possible to keep your net run rate looking healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Avtab coming on for his second over.
It's just a loose sort of offer of the bat to this from Prabhu. I don't think he knew too much about that. Just got his line right though, hasn't he? And a good bit of movement away there. Just sort of draws Prabhu into the shot. Yeah, that one, his first ball was the only one that went for runs against Shetty, and now he gets a dot through against the captain of the Stars, Madan Prabhu.
That was a nice ball. Getting quite early swing, but it's significant. Conditions here fairly conducive to outswing bowling this morning.
It's another dot, well respected. And, that was Andrew Ryan length. That would have been at your head.
It's good length to bowl, Rico. Good length to bowl.
We could get, that's going to be the new thing, isn't it? You know, we say short of a length. So, I mean, where you were like, you should have been just up a little bit, because we could have changed short of the length to the Rhino length. This is up in the air. I think it's going to be safe, and it will just bounce and just beat the fielders to the boundary. And you can see there, it was a big chase from one man, one Nawaz, who is struggling a little. He did get slightly injured when he went for a catch yesterday, landing heavily on his leg. But, well, you can imagine him being a little tired, because that there is our Centurion. He's the only man to have scored a century in this series, and he is the only, it's the third player that scored a century in this ECN season so far. This is played away, and it's not the best of efforts probably from the fielder. That is there in slip. If you're going to have a slip, you've got to have your best man there. He's a little bit late moving. He offers a hand, but can't stop it. 4 runs. This is well played, actually. He knows what he's trying to do. He's waiting for that movement away, guides it away, and once it gets past that fielder on this outfield, it's 4 runs.
Tell you what other aspect of it that brings further credit to the shot, Rico. That was a half tracker, but it's actually shot through quite low, and Prabhu's just sat and waited for it very patiently. Kept the bat low, managed to deal with the unpredictable bounce, and squeezes through to third man for a boundary. Have a quick look at the power play scores. Landskrona Stars, they've averaged 29. It's not too bad, particularly for a team that's sitting with 2 wins and 4 losses at the moment. They'd love to consistently hit the heights of that 43 in every game.
Oh, this one wasn't a good shot. It was yeah, he knows it. It was another one which doesn't come up perhaps as high as what probably was expecting, but it wasn't quite there, and it's one that could quite easily have, the ball itself could have taken the barrels off, but he could have chopped that one on. He's not really happy with that shot selection. Look, they're doing okay here at the moment. I think they're going at around 10. Look, they will know that Evergreen have a very strong batting lineup, but they have to take heart of what happened yesterday, what Seaside did, especially in the second match against Evergreen. They almost got there. Well bowled. That's beautiful. Just slightly shorter, getting the ball to move away, and probably hoping to try and guide this one down as well to third, but the extra bounce doesn't make it possible. End of the over, 30 without loss.
Yeah, bright start for the Helsingborg Stars, and in particular they'll be happy to have no wickets down. They've got a good bit of variety in that middle order batting attack. I suspect we'll see Abhinash Panda come in at number 3. He batted very well in their resurgent couple of performances against Seaside, particularly the first game. And then they've got some hitters down the order. Devinder Singh has been very productive in this tournament, and Sachin Shetty showing that he is not just an opening bowling force. He's got capability with the bat. Those 2 sixes in that huge comeback win against Seaside the other day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a look at the bowling change here. They're going for the spin of Kadir. I'm liking this. Kadir, he's joint top wicket taker in this series so far. In fact, the first 3, Kadir with 8 wickets, and Basit Abdul, we'll see him later I'm sure as well, with 8, and also then Imran Kiani in 7. Top 3 wicket takers are from Evergreen. Suresh Shetty, he's the second highest run scorer. He's still out there. He's added 14 to his 144 that he started the day with. Trying to play the sweep here, trying to paddle this to the vacant fine leg area, and thinks about taking a second. Probably would have got there, would Shetty, but Matnan Prabhu says, nah, I fancy having a go at the spinner, Mohamed Kadir.
Shetty's been completely nutmegged by the left arm orthodox there. I think they'll be happy to have Prabhu on against him.
And this one is hit all the way out of here. Ball! balle, 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 ginna sora, ginna badda shaka. And MSP says, well, that's not bad. 1 out of 4, I suppose. He takes a good catch low down, but, well, it is all about Prabhu. He wanted to stay there. He wanted to take on Kadir. Hits that one out of here.
Wasn't he beaming from ear to ear? MSP, great snare for early on a Friday morning.
And this is top edge, but it's going to race away. The fielder coming across from third is not going to be able to stop that. No fine leg in place. So it's 6 and 4, and the captain is rocking and rolling now, and he wants some more.
Just having a look at Mohammed Kadir, Rico. First couple of games of this tournament, he was bowling superbly, and then there was one game in which he got smoked for about 20 off and over, and it feels like he's just dragged his length back a little bit too much in correction as he's done the complete opposite there, but might end up with a wicket. Oh, it's been dropped. I think that's swaying coming from the square leg boundary. Throw fired in off the drop, but ball certainly didn't deserve a wicket, but they could have done with seeing Prabhu back in the sheds.
Yeah, catch gaya thale. And ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੋ ਚੰਗੇ ਬੈਟਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਚਾਂਸ ਗਿਆ it can hurt you. ਕਾਫੀ ਦੁਖੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ. You can't afford to drop good players, and the Stars have probably got about 3 top batters, and when you get them out you're going to get punished, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. That is out of here. That is another biggie. A big shot, hits it hard, hits it strong, hits it long. 6 more.
Big moment in this over, Rico, which probably won't show up on the scorecard, was the fact that the first ball to Suhar Shetty completely swung across the line and missed, but it's escaped through the wicketkeeper and they've taken a single. They've managed to get Madan Prabhu, who's a much, much better player of spin, on strike. Shetty hasn't had to face another ball from him.
And, well, this one finally in the right area. The umpires think about it and don't give it. Prabhu is bit disappointing. Look, one thing we've seen, and you started talking about Kadir before he was dispatched for a massive 6. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That happened in the match against Seaside, and I think really that all the bowlers suffered in that match. And just to go back to that, Seaside were chasing 148 against Evergreen, and I think they went out in the field of play with the attitude that this match is done. So all the bowlers didn't bowl at their best. They weren't 100%. And Seaside, they made a match of it, especially their captain, Chaudhry. And I think as a result of that, they've just never been able to get back into the rhythm. And we're seeing that out there again from Kadir.
Yeah, completely. Quick look at the analysis in terms of batting first and batting second. It was all in favour of batting second on days 2 and 3, but huge comeback for the teams batting first yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you see that. I think it's gonna sway in roundabouts. When you've got a good, strong batting side, like Evergreen will always want to bat first. I think Landskrona as well, since they found their form against Seaside as well. So that's gonna play a bit, but I think it's all about getting runs on the board.
Yeah, completely. This is a really, really good start for the Helsingborg Stars. 49 for none after 4 overs. They're going at a cracking rate, largely through the work. The skipper, Prabhu, he's 33 off 14. Big wide first ball, Basit Abdul. He's one of a collection of bowlers in this tournament, Rico, that the gap between his best and his worst is quite significant. When he gets it right, he bowls with really good pace, gets a little bit of late swing, and then starts off with a ball that is incredibly wide, actually relatively slow for a man of his athletic capacity.
The 50 was brought up in the end of the 4th. And, well, this one again is very wide. And the wicketkeeper has gone down with a bit of agony here. And that's Saqib Latif. He's holding his knee. I'm just wondering if he's gone down there, he's twisted his knee, or is that the ball that's actually struck him? Let's see, there's a bounce. Oh, the ball gets him right on the kneecap. And some people call that, maybe that's the funny bone, and it's not so funny. As Saqib Latif is rolling around there. I think he's going to be okay. I think it just caught him just on that zone, which he's going to feel the pain for a little. And in the meantime, it's a little chat to the young bowler. But again, that summarises just the start of this over here. Summarises what we're talking about. Just haven't been at the best since that assault that was put on them by Seaside. I mean, even yesterday in that second game, where they didn't score too many runs, they again too many extras were given away. Bowlers were bowling too many wides. I think on average, every bowler that went out there probably bowled 2 or 3 wides in an over.
And as we talk often, and it's very correct for the Helsingborg Stars, that it only really takes one good game and you can get your tournament back on track. You can get confidence as a team.
Sure.
It can also be just one game to lose that confidence. And Evergreen against Seaside just feels like there's been a couple of cracks starting to appear in their team composition as we look at the run rates by a day there, Rico. Certainly the last 2 days, as the teams have gotten used to this Landskrona pitch, that the scoring rates have increased. Helped a lot yesterday by the fact that the outfield had been freshly mowed, so it's a little bit shorter. Feels like it's playing a touch slow today. There hasn't been any rain overnight, but perhaps just the overcast conditions just making things a little bit heavier.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think having a look at that last graphic, I think it also goes to show, we're talking about the bowlers and we focus on the Evergreen bowlers yesterday. And, I mean, the Seaside bowlers took a fair bit of stick as well, especially with Nawaz scoring that century. But that's why we've seen those rates go up. Bowlers haven't bowled well. The batters have gone on top. This ground is absolutely, it goes like a rocket across the outfield. So there's going to be a lot of runs scored there. So that doesn't surprise me. And I think as long as we have the sort of clear days that we had yesterday when the sun is out, and I think the batter's going to go out there, get themselves in, score lots of runs. And a bit of overcast here today. We're going to have a high of about 14, but it's going to be a bit of cloud and sun all the way through. And right now there's a bit of cloud there, so Abdul is getting ready to go again. And I think that being a change in the keeper here. There definitely has.
There is a change in the wicket keeper. So actually Amir Ali, the skipper, has gone and taken the gloves. Let's see the stretching Saqib Latif in Adonis-like fashion, just trying to get that knee working again. He's going to stay out there, but possibly some issues for the Evergreen batting lineup. I mean, he's been a key man at number 3 for them, certainly yesterday in the 2 games.
Yeah, certainly was. So, Abdul back again. That's much better, but he's got right under this. It goes over the fielder. He gives it a chase, and it will go to the boundary. Well, that's not what you want, is it? He's just been clonked on the knee. He's taken the pads off because he's feeling the pain. And the first bit of action right after that is where he's going to chase after the ball to the boundary. That's not what the plan was.
Certainly if Evergreen were hoping that break in proceedings while Latif was treated was going to stem the flow of runs, it hasn't happened. But Prabhu's come out the first ball after the short break. Headed backward of point boundary. He's up to 30, 37 or 15.
This one's swinging away and will be called a wide. Look, these are issues that Basit Abdul has had. I mean, he is another young player. But let's focus on yesterday. I said that he did struggle. He did get those wides in. But when he got them right, especially in that second match when Evergreen only posted 99 and restricted Seaside to 83, a lot of it was about him. He took 4 for 11 yesterday. So you do know that once he gets it right, and he could be a dangerous bowler. And that's what he needs to do here. Just needs to focus on what he was doing well yesterday. And that's better. That's where he needs to be.
Sometimes young bowlers just become a little bit too obsessed with either one of 2 things, either trying to bowl too fast or trying to swing the ball a little bit too much. The conditions very, very helpful in terms of creating swing, but I suggest that Abdul probably just needs to work on his location, work on his line a little bit, maybe even go cross seam just to get a bit of confidence for a few balls.
This one is sliced up in the air, and agonisingly enough, it goes over the third man. He's jumping up there. Jumping jack flashes Rajiv Swain, but he can't get anything to it. And this is another one that eludes him. And, well, you cannot hide people. He was the man, as we know, that dropped Prabhu on 25. And now, he couldn't get to this. I think it might have just caught his fingertips. And look at that. Amir Ali, the wicketkeeper captain. He says, so close to breaking this partnership, which is looking pretty healthy as it gets into the 60s.
Certainly is. Not a bad bit of bowling, though, from Abdul. Probably deserved a wicket.
This one will get a wide. He just, so you see, it's not a bad delivery. The only thing is he's bowling too short. If he can push that right up and get the same movement, that's a good ball. He's too short. Look where that is pitching. And, well, gets called a wide. It's another one. So the struggles continue for the young man. Got to try and push it up. better length, short of a length. It gets that little bit of movement away. In comes the throw. The backing up wasn't great, but they don't think about taking the two. These two batting really well in terms of strike. Prabhu has had more of the delivery, so you can understand. As we see a back plug there, you can understand why Shetty wants to get on strike. And a big swing and a miss, and see the two batters just make eye contact, and Prabhu was just saying to him, no, look, this is what you got to do. Misses out on this one. That's not too far away from his off stick.
He's really not a big fan of the offside, Suhar Shetty, whatsoever. Is he? If we looked at his wagon wheel, I am not certain he's actually scored any runs out of his 140 on the tournament over that side of the field. If it does, it's been purely by accident.
Yeah, I mean, that is the end of the over. So at least Abdulli does finish well. Goes for 14 off the over, but gets those dot balls in. Dot balls, we know they're like gold dust. 63 at the halfway point. So with no wickets down, so they've got to be looking at the 120 here.
Yeah,
120 plus.
Absolutely. This is a great platform, Rico. When the Helsingborg Stars turned up this morning, there was a look of confidence in their eye. And I actually mentioned towards the end of yesterday's coverage, I thought they were looking pretty good for at least taking one of the games here this afternoon. They've been building towards some strong performances, and I think they've actually got better depth than a lot of the teams within this ECS Landskrona event. It's just been a matter of them putting together both some good performances with the ball and the bat at the same time. Certainly this move of Madame Prabhu going up to open with them has been a masterstroke. Yeah. He's on 42 off 18 at the moment. Shetty hasn't been as damaging as he has been in previous games. Suggests some of the attacks are probably learning how to bowl to him. That actually, if you start the ball probably half a foot outside off stump, induce that swing to mid-wicket and swing it away, he's going to have great difficulty. He's still going to make contact occasionally.
But you do need to also think about having the man back. The third man has to be back. If that's what's going to be your plan, you've got to have the fielders in the right place. We're talking about plan. The captain is going to Umar Nawaz, the Centurion, to bowl. He bowled very well in the second match yesterday. Didn't bowl in the first when the bowlers were spraying it all over the place. And the captain, Umar Amir Ali, needed things to happen. He went to Umar Nawaz, the Centurion. And I mentioned that he's the third person to score a century in the season. The others are Baba Hussain, Brescia, remember his century in the ECL, and also Azhar Andani. As this one is being hit hard, but it's in the air. It's the first opportunity, and oh, this is a terrible drop. That's a clanger. That is an absolute clanger. What a dolly that is, and Mohammed Qadir lets down his team. It's the second catch that goes down. It's another opportunity that Prabhu, the captain, Madame Prabhu, has given. He's now been dropped on 25 and now 42.
And it's precisely the fielding position that Umar Nawaz would normally be. He's had to shift Mohammed Qadir there while he's taking the ball for this sixth over. But disappointing effort from a good quality cricketer.
Yeah, certainly is. That's going to hurt them. Shetty now goes up the air, and the bowler says, leave it to me, and Nawaz doesn't make any mistakes. So he should have had a wicket off his first ball, and then he decides, well, okay, you guys aren't going to catch it. I'm going to do it myself. He's still going on about it. Look at that. He said, yaar, tu ka dete, tu udhar ya, mundu nu idhar kar de. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's saying to Kiani there. He said, look, there's no point you, because Kiani's got a good pair of hands. No point you being here. You go where I need you to be. But does well, doesn't he? Come back. But it's all about the bowling discipline. He knows. He's an experienced cricketer. He knows where he's got to pitch the ball to something like Shetty. Outside, short of length, exactly like you said, the off stump. And this is what the result is going to be. Yeah,
really good strategic bowling from Umar Nawaz. And Shetty goes for relatively subdued 14 off 13 balls. They've kept him in check today. And as we see Avinash Panda come out at number 3 as expected. A nice bit of bowling and nice grab from Umar Nawaz. He's a high quality cricketer. Sometimes you've just got to do it all yourself rather than leave it to your fielding corps. Just 1 point to note, and you mentioned Kiani there before. Rico, we haven't seen him at the bowling crease today. I would have thought that actually these overcast conditions would have been right up his alley. Yeah, they tend to use him a lot sort of to come to the 8th and the 9th. I wonder if that will be, again, the plan, or whether we might see him a bit earlier, considering that they've still got Prabhu out there, who is the danger man. New batter on strike. It is the Panda, a bit of Panda time. Panda is very similar, perhaps, in his batting to perhaps
Shetty in the terms of the way he plays his shots. He is very strong on the onside, but he does at least get a few out on the off as well. He will go and try and get the ball sort of into that gap between backward point and third man.
Yeah, certainly does. He's got a big split in his hands on the bat, Panda, and loves to use that bottom hand to swing it around to mid-wicket.
At the moment, he's just taking himself away from the ball. Very difficult to play any shots to this line that Nawaz has bowled, and bowled brilliantly, I have to say, from the very first ball, just there, short of a length, outside off. And if you're going to take yourself away down the leg side, you're not going to get anywhere near it.
Yourself room. There's a cordon of 4 fielders all the way from backward point to extra cover, but there's no man out in the boundary at deep point or deep cover, so that is exactly where Panda goes. That's a lovely cricket shot. It took him 3 balls to get going, but beautiful stroke for 4.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Look, this shot you're not going to see from Shetty, but you do see it from Abinash. I love the way he goes down on one knee, hits it on the up. As you said, no protection out there on the offside. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, good cricket all round. He's a quality batsman, Abinash Panda. Talking to him this morning, he's been a little bit discomforted by a back injury, which has meant that he actually missed a couple of games earlier in the tournament. It's progressing better and better, but I think as we get into the finals week next week, if the Helsingborg Stars can qualify, he's going to be a much more productive player.
Just place this little paddle onto the legs, and it doesn't get bad onto it. Gets a leg by. End of the over, but it's a good over. It's the partnership is broken. That's really what the captain, Amir Ali, needed. Amir Ali, of course, is now behind the stumps because of that injury to Latif. But Latif is on the field of play. Obviously hit on the knee, and the problem was going to be just bending down and getting into that keeper's position. Also, they'll want to keep him fit for the batting. So 69 on the ball, that 1 wicket. And the thing is, though, they've still got, I think they need to pick up another couple of wickets. That's the win probability. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew?
Yeah, I think it's looking reasonably tight at the moment. It's just the Helsingborg Stars would be the much happier team at this time. Only lost the 1 wicket. They've still got 4 overs to play with. Just game is in the balance at the moment. You'd say if they really thrash hard, they might be able to get up to 115. If they start to lose a few wickets, then you never know, they might end up in the sort of 105 region. But they've set themselves up to have a big crack here in the concluding stages.
Yeah, Abdul is back into the attack. And attack is from the batter. That is huge. And that is Panda time. He hits this one out of here. What a lovely shot that is. Well, he comes in early and he's timing the ball really well. Look, gets to this beautifully. Avinash Panda smashing it big.
Well, clearly Mrs. Panda has done some work on the back overnight and this morning, because he is looking very loose. He's looking very relaxed at the batting crease, and that's good to see. He's a really good quality batsman, and he's someone that the Helsingborg Stars would love to have in top form throughout this day.
Yeah, Abdul 14 off the first. That 6 takes him 20 off his bowling so far. And this is in very much the same zone. Just gets this moving away slightly, but I think Panda knows that that's the one that he should have been hitting straight down the ground again. Just probably gives himself a little bit too much room, and that goes through. It could have been curtains for him.
Could have been. Almost got to see the keeper take it in the gloves. He got so off balance. Just needs to settle down a touch. He's a good timer of the ball. Doesn't need to go for really lusty swings.
This time he comes down the track. He's still trying to do the same. Yeah, look, I think the role here for Panda, and maybe I think the captain probably was to just have a chat with him and say, look, when it's in your zone, you put it away. When it's not, get a single. I'm here on 43. And it looks like they are having a chat here. And maybe that's exactly what Prabhu was saying. Because what Prabhu doesn't want to do, 43 of 19, he doesn't want to be standing at the other end getting chilled. He wants to be where the action is. Because if he gets cold, these runs are going to stop flowing.
Yeah, I'd put it more bluntly if I was Prabhu. He's barely faced a ball in the last 2 overs. Just say, get me on strike. 43 of 19.
Oh, this is a good delivery. Good bit of movement on this. I think he doesn't commit to the shot, Panda. I think if he commits, he's hitting this over square, thinks about it, and then he changes his mind, and he allows Abdul to get another dot into him.
Nice ball, though, from Abdul. Just started on leg stump and then tailed away late. It's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, Panda's going to go for this. Wherever it is going to be an all-out assault. Well, he does, he tries, but he gets beaten again. He's just coming down the wrong line. And Prabhu, the captain at the other end, is probably thinking, well, I've told him, what more do you want me to do? There's not, look where he ends up. He's so far down the leg side. He's got a lot to do to get battle to this ball, and if he does, he's going to get no power on it at all.
Well, considering where Abdul is swinging, I'd much rather see Panda start on off stump with his guard and then take a step across.
Well, he gets this high up in the air. It's an opportunity. Fielders come in, and it just drops before him. And the batters will run and make it too. I'm surprised, but I think Prabhu knows that it's only probably a ball to come. And in fact, there isn't. That is the over, and that's probably why they do take the two. He doesn't want he wants to get on strike, and I think this next over, he's probably going to be forced probably to play a few shots that he wouldn't normally play. I think that ends up being a good over. The first ball was sent packing for 6, but then after that, the only thing they got from it was 2. So he does finish well.
And if you want to stay up to date with all that's happening on European Cricket Network, we're here for 2 weeks in Landskrona, Sweden. We're all over social media, and there's been some great content going out, some excellent photos from Diana Iris, in particular on the Instagram feed. You get your fair dose of stories on there. Obviously, many of you watching on YouTube, and plenty of posts on Facebook and Twitter as well, and even TikToking these days. And don't forget the Telegram channel for all of your latest updates.
Yeah, TikToking, eh? A bit of TikTok. Well, a man who's seen a lot of TikToking happening in his time is coming on the bowl now. It's Kiani. So it's Kiani time. Clever bowler. And one thing about Kiani is he will always get the ball to really grip and move away from you. He gets those cutters going away, but he does tend to drop short a few times. So I think the batter here, Madan Prabhu, the captain, just has to be a little patient. He knows that the hitting balls will come, but I just think after that last over, he wants to get that acceleration in here. 18 balls to come in the inning, 77 for 1. Hits this one down into the ground. That's a good start from Kiani. He's not giving the ball in the areas that he wants.
True to the rumour that Kiani's a popular TikTok influencer, Rico.
Well, I think he's got to be, isn't he? There's that movement. We know that he gets away and probably just staying inside the crease. Oh, this will be a wide. And well done to Amir Ali, who's taken over the responsibilities behind the stumps.
He's taken over responsibilities. He's also taken that basically where second slip would have been. Started swinging about halfway down the pitch. Big hooping outswinger from Kiani. Be some danger if he can get it on the right line.
This is played out to the mid-wicket area where the fielder comes charging in. It's another one, young man. There's a lot of youngsters in this squad, which is always nice to see. Charging in there, that's Awais Naeem.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've got a good fielding corps because a lot of those young bodies. I think there's probably a good fielding change from Kiani. He's bringing them in off square leg. The line he's bowling really should actually, if anything, offer himself an extra bit of protection on the offside. And as they do, they're moving field down to, I guess, in between where third man and backward point would normally be. But at least he's got fielders 2 out in there, square on the offside, and the one down here, Nawaz at long off.
Panda swings hard, but this goes hardly anywhere. He's got to stand still, hasn't he, Panda? Before the ball's even bowled, he's sort of marching down the wicket, and he's not helping his cause at all. I think he's far better if he just stays in his crease, waits for these, and then plays them. Look, he's trying to hit the ball so hard. The head goes up in the air and just slices it for a single.
Well, certainly no surprises from Kiani in terms of what he's bowling. Batsman just got to adjust to it.
Up in the air, third man in play and takes a very good catch. Well done to Rajiv Swain. He's had his moments, hasn't he? But he takes it when it matters, and that's the big wicket they needed. Madan Prabhu was getting very, very frustrated, wasn't getting the strike. The dot balls and singles came into play. There was a lot of tiki-taka. He wanted boom, boom, but he gets the slice, catch taken.
Yeah, really good grab from Swain there, as you say. He's had his issues out in the field at times, but that's a tough grab running around from third man position on the 30-metre circle. Nice piece of bowling from Kiani, though. Pitched that one up, induced the big swing across the line, and Prabhu, after a really, really good innings, unfortunately just couldn't get on to strike enough over those last couple of overs, but it does bring the big hitting Devinder Singh to the crease, and this is not a bad thing for these last 14 balls.
Yeah, Devinder Singh, and he was the one batter that lost out against the Seaside, as I said, the start of the innings, so he'll be wanting to make sure that he can capitalise here and get himself into some form. Remember, these two teams have got back-to-back fixtures, so it's all about getting himself in. He's got an opportunity, and he can play his shots as well. That's what they need from him. But Kiani, so far, he's been good. And you think that ever since Nawaz came on to bowl, he's been tidy. Even Abdul, he went for a 6 of his first ball, but then he only went for a further 2. It's a nice-looking shot, but the field is set. And only a single. Nice to see somebody also playing some shots out there on the offside, not just trying to play all of the big hits on the onside. So he gets on the mark straight away.
Certainly a way he's developed his batting since I saw him here at the Melbourne tournament last year. Devinder Singh was primarily hitting down to long on and over mid-wicket and really just swinging like an axe, although very, very consistent one. He's added some offside shots to his game. It's really good to see.
Yeah, this is another one, a bit of a mix-up. And Devinder Singh will now get the single that he was trying to get. He pushed, he went straight away, he was sent back, and then came the throw. Kiani couldn't stop it. And Kiani, he's playing your game of hide and seek now, but it doesn't work so well with the green. Kiani, up you get, we know where you are. Yeah, down he goes here, and tries to stop it, he couldn't. And then he says, can you see me? Or can you not? I suppose you can't see his legs.
Well, speaking of his legs, it looks like he's just injured his ankle a touch. He's hobbling as he goes back to his fielding position, which would be great news for Evergreen. They've already had some issues with Latif getting cracked on the knee earlier today. Now Kiani's struggling. Hopefully it's only just a bit of short-term discomfort for him as we see the worm, which has just levelled off in the last couple of overs. And it was only a few overs ago, Rico, that we were talking about whether they could get to 110, 115.
Yeah.
Actually, there hasn't been a boundary since the first ball of the 7th over. Now got 12 balls. Avinash Panda and Devinder Singh have got a bit of work to do.
This one will be a wide, so that will help. Nawaz coming back into the attack. His first over was a good one.
I think Nawaz is going to mind that, though. He's still getting the ball to swing prodigiously outside off stump, and I think strategically that's precisely what he wants to bowl to Panda, just maybe an inch or two too wide.
Yeah, they've only got about gone at around 6 and over the last 4 overs, and things have really slowed down, and that's been reflected on that score. Just to remind you, it was 63 at the end of 5, and since then, since the introduction of Nawaz, remember, he had a catch dropped of his very first delivery, but did go on to take a caught and bowled. It was a nice tidy over. It's only 6 runs came off it, and that wicket. Abdul, that one you talked about, that's where that big 6 was. But then he finished well. This is hit well down the ground, but the fielder should stop it and does. No mistakes. They think about the 2 off tab, and then decide against it. I think it's also that point in the innings now where you've got to take those sort of chances. All right, there's an opportunity. I think you've got to run. You've got to try and make that the 1s and the 2s, because you're running out of deliveries as well. Wickets is not priority, it's runs. It's firmly hit. Aftab again in the action. Clean, picks it up cleanly, gets a throw in early. And that's what I'm talking about. And this time they do go. So that's better. There's alertness and there's awareness.
Yeah, Nawaz not particularly happy, although he didn't move very well to take that throw as it came in. You're right, Rico, putting at least showing the intent to put some pressure on the fielders, if nothing else. Nawaz is bowling a strategically very sensible over here today.
And a big swing, misses out on it. And it's again just the ball in that area, isn't it? Just outside the off stump, just keep the ball in that channel, and not too many have disappeared here. Gets good bounce there as well, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and it shows the downside of not having Madan Prabhu at the crease. He's very capable of opening up his body and hitting over cover, less so these 2 batsmen.
It's another wild swing, and they're going for it, and that is suicidal. What is that about? I think you probably find this could maybe be Devinder that he's actually out. I don't even think the batter's crossed. Yeah, look, he's been given his marching orders. Well, this is just suicidal. This really is. I mean, I think he thinks the ball's gone past the keeper. Yeah, he does. I think Panda thinks this has gone through Amir Ali and says, yeah, we'll go. Ali says, what do you think you're doing? I may not be the normal keeper, but I'm not going to miss this. And Devinder Singh, once again, is the unfortunate batter that gets run out.
Well, Devinder Singh has been absolutely barbecued by his partner, Abhinash Panda, who came 2/3 of the way down the pitch and then just stopped as the keeper took aim at the stumps. It's a big wicket.
Yeah, it's not clever cricket. I know I said you got to run and you got to give priority more to the runs than the wickets, but certainly when it's on and when you're trying to push and change 1 to 2s, not like that. As that another fine over comes to an end, they just cannot get going here at the moment. It's all tiki-taka, as I like to say.
Yeah, Rico, we look at the first 5 overs and plenty of overs going in double figures. When Basit Abdul finished the 5th, they were 63 for none. So far in the last 5, we've had 6 off Nawaz, 8 off Abdul, 5 off Kiani, and 4 off Nawaz. Nawaz has been a great introduction to their bowling attack over the last couple of days, but scoring 23 off 4 overs with the platform that they had is just not good enough. And when we look at why the Helsingborg Stars haven't consistently won in this tournament, it is probably just a couple of periods like this in each game.
I'm just going to stop you there. Did you see that signal? That was a patting on the chest and 5. That is 5. We're going to see 5 penalty runs going on to the score here because of slow batting. And, well, that's not something that Evergreen will be happy about. This is hit up in the air. It's drops. Should be stopped. It is. They think about 2. They don't. Well, that's a big moment. And that is big as well. Kiani, he has a go. They can carry on running. And they should. And they will. And that's sensible from the youngster Abdul, who then decides, well, look, I'm not going to shy at this. If you guys can't stop it. And, well, some action there. So 5 penalty runs to go on to the score. I think that's been, I'm not sure if that's been applied already. And then a 3 there from what should have just been a single.
Well, it's one way of boosting your run rate to get some penalty runs on top of it, but good heads-up running first ball of the over. Nice slower ball from Kiani.
Yeah, I don't think those penalty points have been applied yet. I'm just having a look at the screen in front of me. So we may find that that score actually will go up by 5 on your screen. Just keep an eye on it. So 5 penalty runs are to go on the score. If I read what I saw right from the umpires, this will be very close.
Well, Kiani bowling a good last over here. Wasn't helped by his fielding corpse on that first ball. A late swing, nicely bowled.
Just keeps it inside, doesn't he? And all sorts happening there between these 2 batters. Tossed up and cleverly bowled, just flights it up. And we see now the penalty runs have been applied. So I think that 2 deliveries to go. If they can get to the 100, that'll be something. Certainly, they got 7 runs from nowhere there. The penalty runs, and that 3 came from nowhere. Kiani would not have been happy about it. And that's more bad batting. And the finger goes up from the umpire as well. He gets a faint little touch on this. That's Chandu Ganasan, so he has to depart.
Yeah, got to admit, there was a loud appeal, and as the ball passed, I thought there was a clear edge sound. Because Panda, I think, just gets a feather through. It's well taken by Mir Ali, who had to come in and replace Saqib Latif with the gloves. He's done a fairly tidy job over the last 4 or 5 overs, but Helsingborg Stars have just stalled in this second half of the innings. And after looking like they were going to put on a strong 3-figure score, as it is, they've got 1 ball to go, still sitting on 95.
Yeah, the new batter comes in. So that was Panda. That was out there. They've been bolstered, I suppose, with that 5 runs. But yeah, this is still very disappointing. I mean, 63 at the end of 5. 120 definitely was on. And they've only lost just the 4 wickets. I think that's the disappointing thing. This is up in the air and will be caught. It's an easy catch. So it's the first bowler for the new batter. So there's a little bit of happening out there as well. It all happened. This innings just falling apart. And, well, there's good work, good comeback there from Evergreen. But they used the bowlers at the right time, I think, and it was clever. Nawaz, see, they don't always use him, but the captain, Amir Ali, when he needed to break that partnership, went to him. And ever since that 6 over, they never really were able to get into any sort of rhythm. They'll be very disappointed with that, the Stars.
Yeah, and poor Kirtan Tatula coming out for his first appearance in the ECS just manages to get dismissed, as you say, for a duck, Rico. But it has belied what was a very bright start by the Helsingborg Stars, getting through the first 5 overs, not only with full 10 wickets in hand, but plenty of runs on the board, and the combination of Shetty and Prabhu proved to be a very effective one. Umpire even had to inspect the ball that was being smoked so frequently. Suhas Shetty, you do not bowl short on the leg stump to that man.
No, Shetty, I mean, he didn't really get going as much as he did, as we saw MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker. He was a happy man this morning. He finally gets to take one in his hands. Well, one man who wasn't able to early on was Swain. He had an attempt that go down there, and that was a big moment, wasn't it? Because that was Prabhu being dropped on 25, and then the next ball went for 6. But this one he couldn't quite get to. He goes down like a sack of potatoes to Swain, but he does get his own back later. And this was a bad drop, and Nawazi's very first ball from Kadir. But then he says, right, if you're not going to catch him, I'm going to do it. Then there was that frustration, wasn't it, when Panda came in? And I think it's a frustration of Panda. Though he sent one big, didn't he? But this shot was absolutely beautiful from him. But then he was swinging and missing. That put pressure, I think, on Madan Prabhu. Maybe he needed to stay just a little bit cooler and calmer. He wasn't able to. He went for the big shot, and that was a catch. That was his dismissal. And that was very important in the context of the match, because when he went, well, he went for a fine 44 of 21 deliveries. Nobody else could get things going. This was absolutely suicidal. Devinder Singh, I don't know what he's done to upset his teammate, but they just keep running him out. I believe that's the 3rd time he's been run out, and he's probably thinking, I don't know, whatever I did, I'm sorry. I've said it once, I said it twice, I said it 3 times, and you've run me out 3 times. And this one was one where the 3 came after the 5 penalty runs were gratefully received by the Helsingborg Stars. But though that was a good start to that the final over, I'm not sure that the dive needed to happen. Kiani then went back to what he does best. He gets the edge of Panda. The Panda had to depart. And then, unfortunately, as you heard Rhino say, the young man came in and tried to crack his first ball to the boundary. He couldn't. He was out for a golden duck. So you're going to see that this is certainly an innings of 2 halves. The first 5 overs were absolutely fantastic. No wickets down, 63 on the board. And the Helsingborg Stars look like they were going to carry on in the same sort of form that they were in when they played their first match against Seaside and put 124 on the board. But it wasn't to be. One main contributor there. There's the captain, Prabhu, 44 of 22. Shetty got going, but too much swinging and missing. They sussed him out early and kept the ball outside the off stump to him. Avinash Panda, well, we know he can play shots all around the ground, but he never really got into the sort of rhythm that he can do. Devinder Singh, they run him out again. And we saw that Chandra Gunnats, he was not out for one, and unfortunate. As he came in, goes very first ball. The bowling figures, it wasn't the best to begin with, you have to say. Awais Naeem struggled, just went for 17 off his. Kadir, who's normally so good, the spinner went for 18, but I think it was all about Nawaz coming into the attack. Basit Abdul, he bowled much better in his 2nd over. And Kiani, well, Mr. Evergreen picks up 3 wickets one more time, 3 for 9. Amazing bit of bowling from him. And as we have a look at the midway summary for this match number 17, well, it's good work that's been done by the Evergreen side. They were under the cosh for the first 5 overs, but they stuck to the task. They knew what they had to do. They knew where the bowlers had to bowl, and the experience of Nawaz and Kiani certainly came into their own when their 4 overs between them only went for 18 runs, and that tells you the story. The Stars boosted by 5 penalty runs that they picked up because of that slow over rate from Evergreen go to 95. 96 required for victory for the Evergreen to keep their unbeaten run intact. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network as we have a look at that magnificent blue pitch. Well, here, blue is the colour. Blue is cool. It certainly is. And I'm liking the look of the blue skies as well that are coming our way. Just push some of this cloud cover away. And the sun is starting to shine. It makes a huge difference to us and the player when the sun is out. Just warms things up a little bit. You'll be far happier chasing that kookaburra around and certainly catching it when you've got the sun on you. We're just waiting for the umpires to make their way out. Ashishani and Sagar Hanif. And well, as we wait for them, it's an opportunity for me to say a big thank you to everybody here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground. Thanks to the president, Danish Adhikari, and the tournament manager, Adnan Gill. Adnan is absolutely fantastic, organises getting the team backwards and forwards, and the president of the ground here, Haga Hanif, he's out there doing the umpiring as they make their way out. And also a big shout out to Kasir Zaman, the groundsman, who does a brilliant job. He's given this pitch another fresh cut today, and that's why the outfield is super quick. Tournament referee Rob Camin, and the umpires that we use, the two men out there mentioned already. As well as that, we also have Gil Anand here and Rafi Ahmed, all the men in black doing a fantastic job. And we may as well mention the ECN crew, Barry Eaton. You'll see him around the ground, I'm sure. He's probably, I think he's cranking up his little sort of Bluemobile, we should maybe call it, as he's going to be, you're going to see him going around the ground. So Barry Eaton here, MSP. He's taken a very good catch this morning as well. Mark Simpson-Parker, Michael Guntaleka, Mars Baiji, and our photographer, Diana Oros, snapping away and putting some brilliant snapshots of the proceedings on the social media. And also to our crew, Spring Productions, and the fantastic work of Andis, Andrew, Karina, and Richards as well, doing a magnificent job as we get ready for the conclusion of this match. The Helsingborg Stars made 63 in the first 5 overs and only made 31 in the second 5, and that was could have been 26 if it wasn't for those 5 penalty runs for courtesy of a slow over rate by Evergreen. So 96 required by Evergreen. You'd suspect that Evergreen, with their strong batting, will get these. But I say the strong batting, they do rely a lot on 3 key batters, and we saw that yesterday. They were awesome in the first match against Seaside, and that was thanks to one man particularly, and that was a century from Umar Nawaz. And their captain, Amir Ali, he can be pretty good. He normally takes the first ball. And Latif is the other key batter. After that, they do struggle. And we saw that side as well against Seaside as we get ready for the start here. Here comes the first ball. Ganesh. It's a good one. Oh, he gets fingertips to it but can't hold it. It could have been a wicket straight away from Krishna Murthy. And he looks up and says, it was so close. Wasn't hit very well, not too much power on it. Gets fingers to it. Well, you've seen those taken, but it wasn't meant to be this time. Rico Full here, and joining me back, Andrew Ryan.
Well, I'm glad after that roll call of 40-odd people, Rico, you've remembered that I exist. I was a bit concerned there for a moment.
How can I forget you, even though you try and camouflage yourself in that pitch this morning? Swing and a miss.
Start from Ganesh Krishnamurthy, actually. He's had his issues with the ball over the last couple of days. Captain sticking with him. A couple of nice balls just landing on a good length outside off stump. That was so close to a cordon bowled on the first delivery. Just having a quick look at the YouTube chat. Just great to have Myra with us, Luke Belgium, Mahmood White, and Spain for Sport. Andy House just talking about the Weekend Cricket Festival coming up for the ladies soon. Good luck with that, Andy. This one is pulverised over mid-wicket. Superb shot from Nawaz. How often does he do this? A 6 in his first couple of balls. Absolutely tremendous striker of a cricket ball. And he is the man that they desperately need out. See, 7 for none. 3 balls into this over. Ganesh after a nice start. Pressure goes back on him. They've shifted Devinder Singh out to a wide long on position where that ball landed.
This is hit up in the air. This is a very clever shot. And he knows where the fielders are. Not trying to overhit the ball. He's just lofted this over the inner circle. Good shot to play in the power play. 4 more runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and probably seeing the slight difference in class just between a man like Nawaz And the Helsingborg Stars batting lineup has just come up with a pretty good response there. Ball just pitched short of length, just outside off stump, but he rocks onto the front foot and punches it over the cover boundary, or to the cover boundary.
And this one's been drilled over the point area. Another fine shot. Gets his wrist into play here. The timing is exquisite. 4 more.
Exquisite indeed, Rico. So we've gone 6-4-4 with a minimum of fast from Nawaz. And if the Helsingborg Stars don't get him in the power play, then they're going to find it very hard to defend this target of 96.
And this one goes all the way. Balle. Qué grande, qué guay, qué genial. Este hombre es muy fuerte. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty justifiable extended balle from Eureka. That was a beautiful shot over the long off boundary. And Nawaz, 4 boundaries on the trot. Poor Ganesh Krishnamurthy's come to the end of the first over. 21 runs coming off it, and after a promising start, almost a wicket on the first ball, he goes back to his fielding position with his head in his hands. And tough start for the Helsingborg Stars, and decisions to make for the skipper, Madame Prabhu, shifting out the field to be very offside dominant at the moment. They've got a man out there at the deep extra cover boundary, and Chandru out here at long off. At least they've got Ali on strike, which in the overall scheme of things will make them slightly happier than facing Nawaz again.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Ali, the captain, I think he's more than capable, as we know, of playing some big shots himself. Sachin Shetty, he needs to be on the money straight away. A little bit wide. This is just beautiful timing. This is just classy. I mean, we've seen power hitting, haven't we? But sometimes on a pitch like this, what looks beautiful and what doesn't get a lot of merit is these sort of shots. It's just about timing, placement. That's top draw. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, great tactical batting from them too. Doesn't have to be all about thrashing over long on and mid-wicket. Actually, Ali's shown a capacity to hit boundaries pretty consistently throughout the offside so far in this tournament. He's a good batsman.
Sachin Shetty. Once more to the captain. And oh, that's a good ball. That really is. That's an absolute seed. Umar Nawaz takes the, I think, bye. Yeah, it's been signalled there. What a good comeback this is.
Yeah, excellent ball just over the top of off stump. Great comeback after going for 4. His first delivery. He's probably the man most likely for the Helsingborg Stars, Rico. Sachin Shetty bowls a good length right on off stump most of the time. Just going to have to try to draw a false shot from Nawaz.
Slower delivery. It's well bowled.
Deployed that change of pace more and more as we've gone through this tournament. He disguises it pretty well, particularly against men who like to force the issue with their batting, such as these 2 batsmen from Evergreen Cricket Club. It's good tactic.
There it is again, and he just blocks this one. So he's not... I think that's probably also the difference, isn't it, between perhaps what we're seeing here and what we saw from the batting of the Stars. They pick and choose. If it's a good delivery, it's not worth giving you a wicket away on, especially when you made such a good start.
Yeah, completely, Rico. I couldn't agree more. Evergreen Cricket Club, just both top order batsmen. Very good judgment.
And this one is out of here. Adios, Pelota. That's gone a long way. Well, that's one that I think some of the moose in the forest behind us are going to play with. What a big hit this is. And once again, this is what it's all about. He's blocked out a couple, and then he says, this one is out of here. And as I say, bye-bye, Kookaburra. See you again later.
Maybe overdoing the change-ups. That was the 3rd on the trot from Sachin Shetty. A batsman as good as Nawaz is going to start picking that coming out of your hand sooner or later if you're going to give him a triple look at it.
Talking about look at it, the umpires will have a look at that ball. So yeah, it's okay.
Not sure if you can Nawaz proof a Kookaburra. He does hit it very hard.
This is pretty wide, has a flash at it. And somebody somewhere has got a bit excited, got an appeal in. What about these gloves, these wicket-keeping gloves? I mean, look at that, I need me shades. Have a look. It's a bit of orange that appears from no. There you go, see? When the sun's shining, they're certainly glowing.
Yeah, hopefully the next time uses the gloves to take the ball cleanly. Slight bit of excitement from Sachin Shetty. Suha, fortunately, can't take it cleanly. It's the end of the second over. Evergreen are 32 for none. They are sitting pretty at the top of Group A at the moment. A fabulous net run rate of +3 and 6 wins from 6 games. Jönköping probably solidified their position in second place yesterday with a pair of wins against the Göteborg Royals, who were fairly disappointing in that pair of contests yesterday, but Jönköping have managed to break away from that pack of teams underneath Evergreen. You see, changing the bowling, it's Pravara Kompella, who we haven't seen for the last few games. So the bowling crease of the Helsingborg Stars, he's been trusted with the power play, just taking the speed off the ball a touch. Nice start from him, keeps it just outside off stump, and Ali swings a little bit more widely than has come to be expected from the Evergreen batters, but nice dot ball to start by Kompella. Well, it's an outside edge. Kompella has got him. Huge wicket and great bowling change from Madan Prabhu. Just the pedestrian outswing as a Pramod Kompella, and he gets the outside edge of Ali's bat, and the first wicket down. Evergreen Cricket Club 32 for 1.
Yeah, didn't they desperately need this? And that's one off the key batters that you can cross off the list. And maybe just a couple more left. And the captain is disappointed there. He chases that one. He's just trying to do what we saw him do in the previous over. That doesn't really get his feet into play. It's quite a lethargic looking shot, but finds the edge. And Suha Shetty is behind the stumps, takes the catch. And they get a big wicket. So you can see now that new batter makes his way out there. Swinging the bat around, like he's trying to loosen himself up. Good start from Kompella. Gets this one in a similar area. Once again, Suha Shetty still struggling to get the ball cleanly in his gloves.
Not sure if he's deliberately mixing up his pace or he's just loosened up a bit, but that one was sent through a couple of clicks quicker. Nice piece of bowling, but he's just hitting a really good line and length at the moment.
Played to the offside, but fielder makes the stop.
I like the way that Prabhu set up the field there too. Kompella clearly forcing the batsman to play on the offside. Got the two fielders straight, which I think is a good thing for man bowling his pace, but they've got a cordon there. Pretty square cover, man just behind point, and another very wide third man.
Yeah, do you think after this over, power play complete, it could be supper time? Bit of supper to see if that no pace in the ball and just see how somebody like Nawaz plays it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. It certainly, as this one is driven beautifully down the ground. That's an exquisite shot from Ali. Beautifully played.
Yeah, Arslan Ali comes in. Well, one Ali goes, another one comes out, and that's a big blow. Lovely shot down the ground. Times this well. And it wasn't a bad ball either. It was just a really good classy shot. So that's just 6, a boundary. That's what they want to be doing. Just keep getting these boundaries. And a boundary and over, particularly 2, will get them where they want to be. This time he wants the single. Wasn't really that keenly backed up by Nawaz. He's probably knows that it means that he's got to go back to the other end. That is the end of the over. It does bring about a wicket. 9 runs come off it. I think you take that. You go for 9 and you get the wicket of one of the key batters, the captain, Amir Ali. That's a good start from Kompella.
Yeah, certainly, particularly in the power play, Rico. That was a nice over for him. Even when he got hit down the ground for the 4, he stuck to his task, stuck to his strategic approach. And you have got your wish. Rohit Sapru coming up to the bowling crease. I think there's a bit of a make or break play from Madan Prabhu. He knows that if Nawaz can get 2 or 3 balls against him, that he could absolutely obliterate the Sapru off spinners, but he's taking a punt that the lack of pace might just draw a false shot, can put the 5 fielders back and just hopefully set a trap.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's you've got to make this call and you've got to make it now, because you may not have the opportunity to do it later, especially the way that Nawaz is hitting the ball. So this is a huge, huge, huge over this one is going to be from Sapro. He's just checking his field. And he just sort of throws his out. It's going to be a Aslan Ali to face him first. There we go. It's up in the air. It could be a wicket. Very first ball. It is. But there he is, Sapro. And he absolutely loves it. And a good catch taken there by Chandru Ganasan. And it's a little bit of Rohit Sapro time.
Talked a lot during this tournament, Rico, about bowling variety and just giving the batsmen different looks at different styles. And that's exactly what they've done here. You've called it the Rico full strategic nous of T10 cricket. Bring on the ultra slow bowler and just see if you can induce a few mistakes from the batsman. Well, Ali's just shown there. First ball, one put on a good length from Sapru. Just didn't get the pace off the bat that he needed, and a well-taken catch coming in from long off. Big wicket. They'd still love to have Nawaz, but they can get him back to the pavilion, then they would be feeling very confident, Helsingborg Stars, while he is still there. Evergreen should be in control of this chase.
Yeah, and question is how the other batters play. One thing that we haven't seen done very well in this series, especially by these teams in Group A, as we'll just watch this delivery from Supra first, and it's been just noodled out to the onside. So now we're going to get the contest that I think everybody's looking to see. The Centurion of yesterday and a very good batter, Ume Nawaz, up against Rohit Sapro. Yeah, one thing that we haven't seen done well is when you've got a batter that is set and playing well, we haven't seen the other batters rotate the strike well and give them the strike. They've played and missed at balls when they should really just be taking singles and get the key man back on strike. Sapro beats Nawaz outside the off. It's called a wide, tight call, but the umpires have been very consistent on this. That's Sagar Hanif, the president of Landskrona Cricket Club, signaling the wide. And they've got him! He's gone! Rohit Sapro has got the wicket. This is absolutely incredible. And Nawaz has given the easiest of catches to Shetty behind the stump. Well, it needed to be easy because Shetty's had all sorts of trouble trying to catch this. Well, look how he catches it. It actually hits him on the arm, comes down off his chest into his gloves. He's dancing with joy. They're dancing with joy because that is the big wicket. That could be the match just there.
Oh, thankfully we had that side on view, Rico. That could be the biggest moment in this game. Could be the biggest moment in the Helsingborg Stars tournament. And it has been left in the hands of Suhas Shetty, who has had the ball roll all the way from his arm up to his cap and then somehow fall back down into his orange wicket-keeping gloves. What a moment and what a call to bring Rohit Sapru on at this time. Gutsy captaincy from Madan Prabhu, but it has paid off. 2 wickets in the over for him already.
Oh, that is huge, Sapru. Now, game on. It's going to be a hard game from here. This is played cautiously, just flicked away. Rohit Sapro, what can you say about the man? Just incredible. I love the way he plays the match or plays the game. Always a big smile on his face. He's very emotional and he gives us all the looks, doesn't he? But the excitement when he takes a wicket, incredible. Then he comes again. Swain is out there now. Plays this flat bat down the ground to the man who started it all, taking that first catch. Chandru Ganasan.
Looking at the YouTube chat, IWBW, he's got it right. Game on, game on, game on. Sapru has turned the balance in the favour of Helsingborg Stars.
It's so slow, isn't it? And then the other thing about it, it's not just it's slow, it's the bounce that you get as well. And you see there, fair bit of bounce. He's trying to get it away. He's not able to. And what an over that is. Incredible. Sapro picks up 2 wickets and he's got the main man as well. Hello, good morning to everyone. Look, I just want to say a very good morning to everybody on the chat as well, and everyone watching, whether you're watching via YouTube, and also to all of our viewers, millions of you out there in the sub-Indian continent watching via FanCode. It's a very good morning to you. The sun is out and the cricket is exciting.
It's certainly exciting, and this match has become even more thrilling after that last over from Rohit Sapru, Rico. That was a terrific bowling change and exactly what they needed. Maybe we've found Nawaz's kryptonite. Slow right arm off spin.
This has been well struck. Now, Evergreen, they will believe that with Saqib Latif still there, that a lot relies on him. Saqib, remember, he had to give up the gloves during the first innings after he took one in his knee to his captain. So he's probably feeling a bit of pain in that leg, but now at the moment he's got to put that behind him. He's got to try and get his team into the victory zone. It's up in the air. This is an opportunity. Devinder Singh takes a catch, and that is a huge moment because there's another wicket that goes. Devinder Singh, well, they may not like him when he's batting, when they keep running him out, but he keeps doing his best for them in the field. Devinder Singh does not drop those.
Certainly doesn't. He's got a massive pair of hands, the man with the big beard. Tremendous cricketer for the Helsingborg Stars. That was launched very, very high indeed. And Singh is precisely the man you want coming in to take catches from the boundary. He is so safe. And credit again to the skipper, Madan Prabhu here, Rico. He's made 2 huge calls in terms of rotating his bowlers. He's given Parad Kompala the over in the power play and now the 5th over. And then the previous one brought in Rohit Sapru, where you could argue that it's much earlier than you would tend to bring in an off-spinner on that stage, but it has all worked for him. ECC have gone from a position of absolute ascendancy in the early overs, and if anything suggests that they're no longer in the ascendant position, it's the fact that we've got someone out there batting with their cap on backwards.
Well, that tells me just one thing. That thinks that he may not be out there too long. Here comes Kompala, and it's been pretty well struck. He's trying to find the gap, but the captain, Madan Prabhu, does the fielding, gets the throw in. Yeah, look, I think it's a good shot from you. I think the man who just does the fielding there, Madan Prabhu, the captain, he's got the bowling just right, hasn't he? He's had to think about it. He knows what he wants to do, and it's coming together for him as well.
Yeah, great recommendation from the umpire, looking after the sartorial class of this game, insisting the batsman puts his hat on the right way. As we've had a catch sent straight down the throat of Chandru coming in from long off. It's another wicket for Kompala. It's the last remaining big gun, Latif, who's hit it straight down his throat. And the Helsingborg Stars are on fire.
Well, what's going on here? Look at them. There's panic stations in the camp for Evergreen. They can't get the pads on quick enough because this is another wicket. A great technique, a great catch. It's Ganesh once more. He's taken, that's his second one. He's saying that's another one that's got to go. And Latif now departs. And it's all chucked the front their style. They're enjoying their moment out there in front of the camera. All smiles. And look, this is the team, and I'm going to say it, I haven't said it up until now, this is the team, their fortunes changed when they came here in the morning and they started eating aloo parontas before the start of the day. Well, aloo paronta power, baby, that's what I'm talking about. They're on fire once more, 46 for 5.
Yeah, there's simply nothing else that can explain it, Rico. A great food recommendation from you the other day, and I am sure the Helsingborg Stars team will credit you 100% with their turnaround of this tournament. Kompala, wouldn't he love one more wicket before finishing this 2-over spell?
This has just been nodded back to him. It's been a fine bit of bowling. 3 wickets he's picked up for 10. And he's trying to get a 4 for here. Hits this pretty well, actually. That's a good pickup, and that will go to the boundary. What a fine shot this is, and it's going to be the case of put him up in the air like he just don't care. Well, this has come from nowhere, this shot. It wasn't a particularly bad delivery, but that has been absolutely crunched a long way. We know that he can hit it big. Abdul Mohammed, we saw that he came in in one innings late on, and the first ball he got was sent smacked to the boundary. So maybe there is some hope while he's out there.
As you say, Rico, it's not the first time we've seen it done from the left-handed bat of Mohamed Abdullah as we come to the end of the over. 52 for 5. 5 overs into this 10-over chase. Evergreen still in terms of run rate cruising along in a reasonably comfortable position, but it is the 5 wickets that they've lost. They're now into the bottom part of the order, but Abdullah Mohamed, he can crack a long ball, the big left-hander, and he's shown it there. He's shown it in game a couple of days ago. Still got to be on guard, Helsingborg. A little bit of consultation going on in terms of the bowling changes. Sapru, unfortunately, going to go and fetch that ball from deep backward square leg, and he's not a man who likes to run particularly fast at the best of times. We even saw that during that thrilling victory against Seaside. Not a man who's desperate to get to the other end at any rate of knots, but he's got plenty of time to contemplate what he's going to deliver. So we've had Kompella Sapru in terms of this little 4-over period, and it's been a very productive one for the Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah, and the other thing is they, of course, have got other options. You've got Prabhu who can still bowl, their captain. So they're well poised here. Sapru, 2 for 4 so far. He's going to just do what he does. He's going to float them up there. This wind will probably help him as well. Here we go. This one's just a little bit short. It's been crunched very hard towards the fielder. And gets down well, makes a stop. That's another thing. The improvement in their fielding has been great as well. Krishnamurthy there, making no mistakes on the outfield.
Yeah, he's a man who's probably under a bit of pressure, Rico. We've got still an over to come from Sachin Shetty, 2 from Madan Prabhu, and obviously this finishing this one, Rohit Sapru. It's probably going to be Krishnamurthy who is going to be entrusted with one of these final 5 overs, and he has not been in great form with the ball.
Short down the leg side, and it's a chase on for the fielder, and he's not able to stop it. And that's 4 runs. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It was a Gandhi ball. It needed to be put away, and it was. And, well, Abdullah Mohamed is giving them hope. Like you said, the run rate, look, those 2 boundaries, I mean, 2 boundaries and over, they've got the runs that they need. I mean, it's just under 9 and over. So if they can pick up 2 boundaries and over, they're there. And the hitting power that we know that Abdullah Mohamed has, we get one magical over in here, they're right back in the driving seat.
Yeah, absolutely. Not surprised to see Sapru going around the wicket. I think that's a good move given Abdullah's power zones. Possible run-out opportunity at the top. Sapru can't take it cleanly, and Abdullah scoots through for the 1, but I think that's a good move for the left-hander in going around the wicket, probably starting it wide of off stump and just hoping you can get him to swing across the line.
Yeah, Sapra there, it just needs to be a bit quicker, getting behind the stumps, not in front of them. But I think Mohamed was getting there. Nice to see Mohamed play that shot outside the off as well. He wasn't tempted to go right across the line. Tav, Mohamed now on strike. It's floated up to him, and he gives it a good crunch, and he gets it over the infielder, and he splits the 2 outfielders as well. 4 runs, valuable runs. This is what they need. This is a partnership that is looking promising, and at the moment, it's fruitful.
Yeah, pretty sensible batting too from Mohamed Aftab. He's given himself some room, but he hasn't tried to overhit it. He's just gone with the line of the ball and played it over the top of the cover fielder's head. 2 men trying to converge from the boundary, but neither of them got near it. Well timed and very well placed.
Yeah, Sapra's got to go back to getting the ball on the stumps, I think. To see if the batters would try and come out and try and hit him straight or tempt him to go across the line.
Got to get a bit more flight too.
Well, it's into the pass, but great bit of fielding. They'll take 1. These 2 are not the quickest running in between the wickets, and 1 it will stay. What an excellent stop that is out there. And, well, that is Sachin Shetty. Great work, and Sachin Shetty, we've seen him take a fabulous catch in that zone already in this series. Good stop.
Well, he's heavily incentivised. He's going to bowl one of these remaining 4 overs. He wants to give himself as many runs to play with as possible. Final ball coming up here from Sapro.
Comes down the track, and he hits his big balle, kinna sona shaka lagya.
Lovely stroke from the left-hander, Abdullah Mohamed. He's got some power and is probably the wild card in this lower order for Evergreen Cricket Club. And just when we thought that the Helsingborg Stars were getting on top. That's a huge over from these two. Evergreen Cricket Club 69 after 6.
Well, that's a big over, isn't it? His first only went for 4 runs, and that one almost goes magical. And, well, this is what the win probability says. Well, our computer is saying that based on what they're saying, that Evergreen, 80% to the Stars 20. I still believe that 1 wicket hit, it changes everything. And that wicket, I suppose the important one now is of Abdullah Mohammed. And it's time for the captain, Prabhu, coming into the attack.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. Prabhu's got 2 overs to go. He's tended to leave himself towards the back end of the innings, try to close out games for the Helsingborg Stars. I think he's needed to inject himself in the bowling attack. They only need 27 of 24, so they could theoretically almost do it in singles, but I suspect these two will keep on swinging hard.
Yeah, it's nicely played. I'll take a single. Just having a look around this field, I'm just wondering whether there needs to be any changes here just to try to iron out the easy single that Aftab Mohammed is looking to take every time just to get Abdullah on strike. This is where the field needs to be right now to the left-hander. They've got the 2-3 men back. I like that the mid-wicket is inside the circle as well to give that protection there. Probably, I would say, maybe Longhorn a bit straighter, but let's see how this goes.
Prabhu making some change in the field. He's got a big bit of protection on this leg side. Looks like Panda standing right on the 30-metre circle here at mid-wicket, and then he's got and standing just to the right of him, and then 2 other fielders wide long on, and then another one who's just backward of square.
That's a good delivery. That's so close. Probably can't believe that hasn't taken the top of the off stump. No pace on it really, just lofts up there. Oh, that is almost could have been the match-winning delivery.
Yeah, well bowled, but I don't mind the play from the batsman though. There's space on that offside for him to crack a cut shot.
This time he's reaching, does get bad onto it, gets a single, and as you said, they can do it in singles. There'll always be an extra in there somewhere along the line. There'll always be a bad ball that they can put away. I think their mindset has to be that. But at the same time, though, as he always says to the batters, you've got to play your way that you normally play. To try and change it gets you out. Aftab now, this is where I think they need to get in close to try and stop these singles. Well, he's not looking for singles. He's looking to go big, and the fielder comes across. Oh, that is an amazing effort from Sachin Shetty, but he's not able to take it, and the ball ricochets off him and goes to the boundary for 4. This would have been a sensational catch. He's very, very wide there. He's almost got to run, I reckon, at least 30 yards himself to get there, then gets the dive in, and the ball comes out of his hands and across the boundary for 4.
Well, he might have had the game in his hands there. Sachin Shetty made such good ground.
This is well cut out onto the off. Yeah, what a moment that could be. They think about 2. They're taking him on, and they'll get there. It needed 2 to back it up.
Good throw after the initial fumble from Kampala. If Suhas Shetty was standing in a better place next to the stumps, there might have been an opportunity. The batsman's bat has plugged as he's running through for the singles. So ball taken cleanly and quickly to the stumps. Could have been a run out.
What do you think the position where Sachin Shetty is fielding? It just doesn't look right, does it? He's too close for me to where Devinder Singh is. He's coming in to field this here now. I reckon he's too straight. He's got to go wide. He needs to be, I said this yesterday, Diana Oros knows, he needs to be where Diana is standing.
Well, fantasy dashboard up on screen. Amazingly, we get to do it all over again with these 2 teams, Rico. Evergreen Cricket Club, they are undefeated up until this point. They are under big pressure in game 1 here on day 5, but the Helsingborg Stars, they have a big job ahead of them. Need to win one of these 2 games to try to give themselves the best chance of qualifying for the later stages of this tournament, getting themselves through to quarterfinals day. Evergreen, they can do it in singles here. Big in for the Helsingborg Stars. Parth Chogule coming into the lineup, but other than that, both teams looking very similar to those that are taking the field today. And a reliable figure in the form of Sachin Shetty standing at the top of his bowling mark, Rico. This is a huge over in the context of this game.
Yeah, this is certainly is. If anything's going to happen, it's now. And he goes with it for the Yorker. Slightly misdirected, but I think the length is still good. So angling into the pads. It actually is well played.
Well bowled, well played.
Yeah.
This is the man they need out, though. They've got to find a way to stop Abdullah Muhammad. For so long as he's there, then you'd have to say that Evergreen will be favourites, and he could probably finish the game with a couple of lusty blows.
There you go, a big moment coming round the wicket. And that's going to be a wide, and just lets this go by. That's clever. He doesn't need to be playing at those. What a turnaround, and we were talking about from what we've seen in the past this week from Evergreen, that once you get the key batters out, they really do struggle. Yet here, I mean, we saw those quick wickets from Compella and then Sapro. Yet here they're showing that they have got some depth in their batting.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 boundaries in the last 2 overs as Shetty goes way, way wide again. And Muhammad and Muhammad, they have done very, very well. And there was a point in which you would have said the Stars were clearly on top, but these two have managed to regain the ascendancy for Evergreen, and things falling apart a little bit from Sachin Shetty. Got to get the ball in Yorker lane.
And the big swing, shouts to catch it. He's got to stop it, and Devinder Singh, oh, that's poor. That is really poor. From a man who's normally a gun there in the field, he doesn't make any mistakes when he uses his hands, and that's what he's going to do here, use his hands. And, well, this is not what you need. I mean, when you see that rate is about just under 5 or just over 5 now, that's 4 of them right there. That's not good cricket at all.
Yeah, disappointing for a man who's had a great tournament today.
This one is stubbed down the ground. Will he be able to get there? No. And, doesn't quite carry to Singh, who could have made amends with taking a catch to get the single.
Well, Muhammad and Muhammad, they're in the position now where they not just can do this in singles, but they can do it very easily in singles as well. Curious to see what approach they take.
Big swing and a good change of pace. We've seen this from Sachin Shetty so many times, and not a lot of people pick it. And you can see why. It's a very difficult one to pick. You see there, very cleverly bowled. And just wondering if he's probably thinking, okay, I may just give that another go. It's worth it. The batter's already got it playing in his mind. Will it be the slow one? Will it not? It's pitched up, and this is well struck. It goes all the way. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya. This is a beautiful shot. Well timed. Once more, it wasn't a bad delivery, but this is a top-class shot from Aftab Mohammed.
Yeah, it's probably a bad time for Shetty to have his worst day with the ball in this tournament. That was pitched full right into the hitting zone, and Aftab has dispatched it over that long-on boundary. Great bit of hitting, and Evergreen look pretty comfortable in making this chase now, Rico, and it looks like the skipper's bringing himself, or was going to bring himself, to the bowling crease for the next over. There's still 1 ball to go, but they only need 4 in 13.
Yeah, this partnership has really been fantastic. It came together at 46. Just waits for this one. It's that slower one as they take the single. Score moves up to 93 at the end of the over. So it's all about, we always say, don't we, Andrew, it's all about partnership. No matter what the situation is, play your way, but get partnerships going. And these two have done that, and I think they've complemented each other very well.
Yeah, it's an amazing turn of events, Rico. I mean, when we were 4 balls into Pramod Kompella's over, which was the 5th of the game, and they had just lost their 5th wicket and were really struggling, who would have believed that they'd now be in the position where they have 2 overs to score 3 runs? It's been an immense effort from Muhammad Aftab and Abdullah Muhammad over these last 4 or so overs that they've constructed a very productive partnership. And as we see there, the worm for Evergreen has climbed comfortably above that of the Helsingborg Stars. Prabhu on for the 9th.
Bowls well. This has been dug out. And Prabhu just having a few words with the batter. That's one thing I've liked about the cricket here at Landskrona. And I have to say, I say here, but on my travels, I love the way that the players, though they are competitive and they do play to win. As you see, this one has been launched, and this will be it as it goes in the direction off the Skåne flag. Manos arriba, and arriba, and arriba is the word as Evergreen stay at the top, firmly planted of the standings here. They keep on winning, and well, lovely shot to end the proceedings there. It's in fact quite an amazing win, because though they started well, then all of a sudden the Stars came back into the match. Then something special was needed, and I think it was a case of you either take one wicket and you win the match, or these two batters go on and do it, and that's it's gone in the favour of Evergreen. It was a great partnership. I think that 6 brings up the 50-plus partnership between these two. Partnerships win matches.
Yeah, they certainly do, and Mohammed and Mohammed in the lower order of Evergreen have laid down a marker and showed why they are such a strong team. They were down in the doldrums partway through that 5th over, and these two have taken them to an immense victory. It all got started as per usual with Nawaz launching a couple of rockets out of the ground. Beautiful hitting over the offside as well. Just tore poor Ganesh Murthy apart in that opening over, but in the middle part, the certainly comeback of the Helsingborg Stars got them right back into the game, and it was actually the change of pace that came from Sapru, because the right armers were just getting deposited.
Yeah, they certainly were. Amir Ali, the captain, I think he's going to be disappointed. He's now had a couple of innings where he hasn't really been able to get going. I mean, that was a soft dismissal for him to go, and he's shaking his head and he knows it. I think he'll be looking to come back strong when he gets the opportunity. And the other man who still looks strong is Umar Nawaz. He will want to go big again. I think there were some nice shots there also from Aslan Ali. He'll be disappointed the way he gave his wicket away. And, well, this was key point, wasn't it, when Sapra comes in, and doesn't he like it? That's his little celebration as the umpire puts his finger up. And who was going to be the hero for him? That's what it was. Evergreen, once their top 3 went, nobody really has been able to do anything about it. But how about that for a bit of action? Suhesh Shetty, he takes a catch and the ball rolls up his arms. I think it hits inside of his chin, goes onto his cap and comes and lands into his gloves as they got the big wicket of Nawaz. And then that catch there from Singh, who, well, when he gets under the ball, he doesn't drop him. Safe hands he's got. And it was all duck their foot their style in front of the cameras for one moment. And the batters came and they went. But then there was that partnership. That was another good catch again. Ganesh taking 2 very good catches. That was the one to get Latif out. And when Latif went, we thought that was it. They thought it was it when the duck their foot their celebrations were out there.
Yeah, it was the last time they were smiling this morning, the Helsingborg Stars, and who would have thought when Mohammed Aftab came to the crease with his hat on backwards that he was going to be the match winner. That could have been the turning point just there. Sachin Shetty made great ground to have a chance at taking that catch. Unfortunately fumbled it and ended up with a boundary. And then the boundaries came thick and fast off the bats of Mohammed Aftab and Abdullah Mohammed. They put together a tremendous 50-run partnership to close this game for Evergreen Cricket Club, who are now sitting at 7 wins and no losses, with 1 game remaining in their group stage campaign here at the ECS Landskrona event. Brought to you by FanCode, and we get to see these two match up again in a very short period of time. Helsingborg Stars, they absolutely need a win here, Rico.
Yeah, they need to come back strong from that. I think it's they need to think about what they did well, and what they did do well is they batted well in the first part of the 5 overs. They also bowled particularly well and held the catches at key stages. It's maybe on this one, it's one that you say sometimes it's the way it goes. It's all about, you know, is mixed fortunes. They had mixed fortunes in that one. There were a couple of half chances. I mean, that catch, a very spicy catch there on the boundary from Sachin Shetty. If that catch was taken, it could have been a different ball game. But they've got to keep their heads up. But one thing they've got to do is they've got to come out there. They've got to be positive.
Yeah, they certainly do. And Helsingborg Stars, that last game just felt like a microcosm of their entire tournament. There are so many periods in which they play very, very good cricket, but then it all just falls apart for 2 or 3 overs, and that is what has caused them to lose the majority of their games. They've been in every single contest to date. But just that little section of the last 5 overs in both of those innings are where they've lost that game. The batting stalled when they had such a good platform. I think they were 63 for none after the first 5. And then with the ball, I mean, they had Evergreen 5 wickets down. We know Evergreen's power sits at the top of the order. They had done precisely what they needed to win that game, but they just couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, couldn't finish it off. And I think also the one big question mark for me is Krishnamurthy. If he at the moment he's bowling runs, we know he's better than that. Can he come back strong as we have a look at the scorecard? And well, the Centurion from yesterday, when it was, he's always going to be scoring you runs. But this time they got him thanks to Rohit Sapro and a very unusual but yet spectacular catch from Suhesh Shetty. But it's that partnership there at the end that was absolutely crucial. Aftab Mohammed and Abdullah Mohammed batted superbly. A 50-run partnership which brought them about a very successful victory when a lot of people thought, well, they were out of it.
Yeah, certainly. Those two batters did exceptionally well down the bottom of the orders. A nice little spell from Pramod Kompella in the middle overs as well, as we see the bowling card here for the Helsingborg Stars. Krishnamurthy continues with his struggles in the opening overs. Sachin Shetty, probably not to his same high standards today. He's been so good for them with the new ball throughout this tournament, but he went for 25 off his 2. Kompella, 3 for 16, and Rohit Sapru, they were the 2 stars with the ball. Madan Prabhu, unfortunately, the game floated out of his hands by the time he got to the bowling crease. But we have a big game coming up next. It's Helsingborg Stars rematch with Evergreen. The Stars absolutely need a victory, so they will be fighting like anything in this upcoming contest. I'm Andrew Ryan. I'm here with Rico Fall. We're here for 2 weeks in Landskrona in the south of Sweden for ECS Landskrona. This next match will be starting in approximately 12 minutes, so please come back and join us then.
So it's now time for Game 2 of Day 5 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club for ECS Landskrona. It's going to be the second matchup of the Helsingborg Stars versus the Evergreen Cricket Club. We'll hand over for the toss. It's Sir Rob Kemming.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It's heads.
We're gonna bet.
You're going to bet.
So a change of fortunes at the toss for Evergreen Cricket Club. Their skipper Ali has won the toss and he's decided to bat first. I think they'll appreciate the opportunity to set a target in this game as opposed to having to bowl to the Helsingborg Stars top order. That top order in the last game of Madan Prabhu and Suhas Shetty was very, very effective and laid a pretty good platform, which unfortunately the rest of the batting lineup could not take advantage of. I think this is going to be a really, really good contest this second game. The Helsingborg Stars still fighting for their ECS survival. They would love a win in Game 2. Evergreen, a few things to think about with the bowling lineup in particular. Mohammad Kadir not being quite effective as he was earlier in the tournament, and they've had to make a change with the wicket keeping after that issue that Latif had in the first game. Ali is going to take the gloves for Game 2. It's going to be a ripper of a contest. Helsingborg Stars up against Evergreen Cricket Club. I'll send it back to Rico Fall in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, giving us all the info we need as we get ready for this next contest between those two teams. That gave us quite an interesting and exciting match. It certainly was a match on both innings, I say. That was really the difference of 2 innings, the first 5 compared to the second 5. But it went in the favour of Evergreen, so they continue their unbeaten run. You're seeing there that with the bat, I think Amir Ali and Umar Nawaz are really going to try and pile on the runs here now. Batting first, they haven't got the pressure of the run chase. And, well, we've already seen some good signs there of the lower order batting from Abdullah Mohammed and Aftab Mohammed as well. But maybe opportunity for Latif, if he gets one, to score some runs. The Stars, well, I think they did most things right as we have a look at what the bat versus ball wall predicts. And it's saying that it's going to be a 98 to 88. And I don't know, I just feel that maybe this time that Evergreen will want to go big. They're batting first, the first time round. They chased the 95 required and did it with like 8 balls to go. So they certainly have got the capacity in their batting, and we've seen that now to go bigger. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. As you see the 2 batters just stretching, and Sachin Shetty is going to start with the ball. He's, I think, will be key. The question is what's the role that's going to be played by 1 or 2 of the other bowlers. And Krishnamurthy, he's not in the side now. I think his troubles have continued, so we've got Path coming in. Now whether he's going to take the place of Krishnamurthy in this one, we'll have to wait and see. The umpires are ready. It's going to be Rafi Ahmed and Shisani for the start of this one. Just confirm those batters to you. It looks like there's definitely a change. Certainly doesn't look like Arslan out there, but maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I think we certainly got Umar Nawaz, but that's not Arslan. The umpire just wait for the clock to tick down, but wants to take this opportunity to say a very good morning to you. Yeah, it's Arslan Ali, not Amir Ali. There you go. So they have made a slight change. So Amir Ali, after his couple of low-scoring innings, has decided that he's just going to perhaps bring himself down the order a little bit. Sometimes it works. That's not a bad call. And we will get ready for the first ball. In comes Shetty to Arslan. It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. It's caught a wide straight away. Arslan is trying to capitalise on it and send it down to that vacant fine leg area. Let's have a quick look at this field. So third man also inside the ring. 1, 2, 3, 4 players in the circle, and then long off his back and long on. So there's your 2 men allowed back. And this has just been punched out. It's just a beautifully timed shot. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. straight down the ground, and the other fielder comes across with an outstretched hand. Can't do anything to try and stop this. Lovely hit, clean out of the middle, 6. And that's what you're going to expect to see, I think, from the Evergreen batters. I think they're keen to put a good amount of runs on the board. One thing I did notice on that fantasy dashboard is, I'll come back to it after this one, which is another wide. It's been stopped, so they have got their normal wicketkeeper back, so Shetty doesn't have to be behind the stumps, but there's also no Devinder Singh in the lineup. There's 2 new players in the lineup. Is Pramod Chandrasekhar Rai is behind the stumps, and Path Chagul is in as well. This one's hit up in the air, trying to go wide off the same fielder that was beaten on his rider. This time he's running towards his left to try and stop it, and can't do so. Gets 4 more. Nice batting, nice hitting, and a great stroke play, and he's just literally splitting the field. And well, he's a very good fielder out there, is Ganesh, but he can't do anything about that. That's 4 more. Chandru Ganesan is in the firing line. And so here's Shetty. Big 6 and a 4 off the over so far, and a couple of wides. It's already gone into the double figures. They need breakthrough and they need it quick. They'll know that. And this is a lovely shot. This is a beautiful pickup. Really is. The timing perfect. Just straying down the leg side and very quick to get onto it. He waits for it and just puts it away. And once this gets past that man behind square, there's no coming back. He's got no protection out there at all. So the runs pile up. It's another magical start in the first match. 21 came off the first over from Krishnamurthy, and it's 16 off this one already. This one out on the off. Shot of weight from the non-striker Nawaz. Doesn't want to be running to the danger end. Good stop from that ring of the Helsingborg Stars on the right-hand side. A very good morning to everybody on the YouTube chat. Thank you to Maya, Helix, Luke Belgium. The moderators there doing a fantastic job. It's always nice to hear from you. It's down the leg side, and that's a good leave there from Ali. So Shetty's struggling with his line here. Another one goes on the board. So after the dot, gets the wide. 17, still 2 balls to come in the over. Yeah, and as we always say with the chat, do tell your friends, tell your family, get involved, subscribe. Slow delivery. It's the first time he's used it in this over so far. And, cleverly disguised. And come through and take the single. First opportunity. Just be the 1 ball that Umar Nawaz will get to face. He's been in great form, strikes the ball cleanly, plays some lovely shots, and he certainly would love to find the form that ball in that century yesterday. Just places away out onto the onside. The man up behind square comes to do the fielding, gets a single to end the over. So it finishes on 19. Doesn't quite go magical, but still it's a good start. No wickets down. And as we have a look at the updated run rates now, so you can see that they are starting to climb. I said at the beginning of this week when we saw that it was around the 8 mark that I do see these going higher as the this outfield is lightning quick. We've had some nice days, nice sunny days. Today's going to be on and off, a bit of cloud and sun. But I certainly think when you've got the likes of Evergreen playing out there, we're going to see there's the run rate is going to continue to climb. So at about the average of 9.6 at the moment. And, I mentioned before that Nawaz, the Centurion yesterday, he joins Bashar Ali who scored that great century for Russia in the ECL, as this one has been smashed away. There's 6 runs, and Nawaz gets his first boundary, and Shetty, who was behind the stumps in that earlier match, has to go and fetch it. Big hit, 6 more, and of course that's the man we're talking about. Centurion yesterday joins Bashar Ali, who scored a fine 100 in the ECL, and also Azar Andani, who scored a century in that FanCode European Cricket Series in Portugal. So Nawaz becomes the 3rd man to score a century in the ECN network this season, and I'm sure there's going to be many others, and he's looking to do it again. And speaking of doing it again, it's a pleasure to welcome back into the commentary box Andrew Ryan. Welcome back.
Thanks, Rico. Much more generous welcome from you than Nawaz has just given Avinash Panda, who's turned up to the bowling crease for the first time in a few days. His initial delivery unceremoniously dispatched over the mid-wicket boundary.
Wild swing at this one. It's not a particularly good shot from a man who's got the ability of Nawaz. It's just a big swing. They'd be happy to have Pramod back behind the stumps, wouldn't they? Here's the introduction. And then we've got Parth Chugul. Do we know anything about Parth? Up in the air. It's just going to scoop over the fielder on this hard outfield. Hits the deck and will go over the boundary. There's no plug-in on this ground. And that's 4 more to Nawaz.
Yeah, it's pretty smart play from Nawaz. They've got the 2 outfielders out here on the leg side, Suhar Shetty at long on and Madhu Pravan out at deep mid-wicket. So there's no coverage back outside the circle. Avinash Panda's probably beaten him in flight. Got a little bit of an uppish shot from Nawaz, but carried through with it over the boundary. Nicely played. And there's a second success of 4. Rocks onto the back foot. Panda not giving it much flight, and he cuts that beautifully backward of point for another boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just showing once again that he's got plenty of shots in his textbook. Plays that away, splits the 2 fielders beautifully. 4 runs.
Waiting for the ball to get back to the Panda. Great to have all of you who are on the YouTube chat with us. Many of our favourites there. Maya with some very kind words for us. Rico, it's great to see. Luke Belgium and James Stewart and Helix. Helix is very excited to see the Panda come to the bowling crease. Probably less excited after he has a wide call there.
This one's short, and oh, this was nearly an incredible catch. This has been hit like a bullet, and well, what a catch that would have been. Gets one hand to it, and the bowler applauds it. That would have been something sensational. Well, he certainly has saved 2 runs for his side. 3 actually, they only take the single. He's absolutely pelted that. And he's thrown to the wrong end. It's a good throw to the striker's end. Would have certainly had Arslan Ali struggling. Arslan goes straight away, but this is hit hard, but straight to the fielder. The fielder has picked it up straight away and fires the throw in, but unfortunately to the wrong end.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy start, full stop in this game so far, Rico. A great over for the Panda there, Everton Cricket Club 35 for 9 after 2 overs. So they are going along at a pretty nice run rate, and certainly no wickets down. They'll be feeling confident of putting pretty strong total on the board. We have a look at that Group A standings. Evergreen sitting pretty up the top. They are undefeated at the moment. Very, very good start to their tournament. They'll be feeling confident going into the knockout stages next week as Sachin Shetty comes on to bowl, and he's met with a flashing blade for Nawaz. Probably not in full control of that shot. A little bit opening up the blade at the last moment, but it's good enough for another boundary.
Yeah, doing it in boundaries at the moment and starting to just make it look easy. I mean, the Landskrona bowlers, especially their seamers, just haven't found the rhythm this morning. And all they're allowing the batters to do, Ali and Nawaz, is just get into the flow and get into the rhythm, and they're looking dangerous.
Sachin Shetty didn't have the happiest day with the ball in that first game, and you feel that first game might have broken the Stars, Rico. They desperately need a win here, but that might have been their big opportunity. It's not out of it, but Sachin Shetty, the first time all tournament, just seems to have some issues with his location. He's generally been very accurate, but maybe just striving for a bit of extra pace and sent quite a few down the leg side. Short of a length, the Nawaz has pumped him over the square leg boundary. The hands of the umpire go up, and that's a maximo for the big Evergreen opener.
Yeah, boom, shaka, lug, yeah, that is such an easy shot for him. Just swivels on that back foot and smashes that away. And there are trouble, there are issues here for the Helsingborg Stars. They need to try and find a way to break this partnership. They know there's plenty of batting to come. I mean, Amir Ali has put himself lower. You've still got Latif, and then of course you've got the two match winners to come as well.
Shetty, much better ball. Jams Nawaz up, but it's touched short of a length, and he rocks onto the back foot, swings it for yet another 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. This is amazing batting from Nawaz.
Yeah, this is an assault, and it also brings up the 50 already inside the power play, and you can see what their intent is here. The intent is to go big.
Well, he's certainly going big, and he's certainly going often at the moment, Nawaz. He's up to 30 off 9. The partnership already a half-century partnership, only 15 balls. Ali's just leaning on his bat at the non-strikers and enjoying this exhibition from his batting partner, Sachin Shetty. Imagine he'll come with the slower ball now. No, he's gone on pace, and he's been unceremoniously dispatched to the horse stables. That is the best shot of the lot of them from Nawaz.
This is absolutely huge. This is a monster hit. He muscles this over, and well, that one has been dispatched and is disappearing there. Got a long way to get that, and I'm pretty sure the umpires will be keen to check this ball when it comes back. What a hit that is. That is awesome. That's one of the biggest of the week so far.
Shetty does pull out the slow ball. It's been mistimed. Sapru was in with a chance, just mistimed his jump slightly and goes for another boundary. This is getting out of control. Evergreen, their top order batsmen, are absolutely on fire.
Oh, the hitting power at the moment, certainly of Nawaz, is incredible. You can just see just why when you see the array of shots he's got and why and how he got to that century, and just demonstrating just once more what a destructive batter he is. And when he's in full flow, runs are going to come quickly, and they are coming quickly.
Well, this over's gone 4-6, 4-6-4. Let's see what happens on the final one. And Sachin Shetty finally gets the play. Negative shot. It might actually be a run-out opportunity. The finger's gone up. Well, that's an unexpected turn of events. Ali talked about the fact that he was sitting back in his crease, just enjoying the entertainment for Nawaz. Good throw for Satish, and Compeller comes through and takes the stumps out. That's an easy call for the umpire and an unexpected dismissal. That's the end of the third over, and Evergreen Cricket Club 60 for 1.
Well, they've got a wicket here from nothing. They really have. I mean, this is all about Nawaz wanting to get back onto strike, and in doing so, he's run Arslan Ali out. Well, there's a wicket come from nowhere as we have a look at the higher scores in the power plays, and Evergreen, they're looking to they extend that, aren't they? I mean, that's a sensational power play as they go to 60 in this one. So they've been averaging around about 39, and the team that they're up against, the Stars, 29. And I've always said, when you look at this this graphic and you look at where the teams are in the tables, it sort of explains and underlines the importance of those good power plays.
Yeah, certainly. When you look at Evergreen, their lowest power play, Rico, has been 29. So effectively 10 runs and over. And if that is your worst display, then you know your top order batsmen are doing a pretty good job. And as we saw in the last game, Rohit Sapru getting introduced into the bowling attack pretty early. Fourth over, 60 runs on the board. So he needs to make a couple of crucial contributions, as he did very much in his first over in game 1 today.
He was the man that dismissed Nawaz in that first match. Can he do it again in this one?
Loaded up. Big swing across the line from Nawaz, but mistimes it. It's just going to be a single as Shetty comes in off the boundary. Keep it to 1. He's been joined by Abdullah Muhammad, who batted so well in that previous game.
Yeah, I think that's a good shot. I think Abdullah is in good form. 23 of 9, he smashed, and he put that partnership together with his Aftab Muhammad. Both of them batted really well, actually. Aftab got 29. So they've decided, well, why not? Give him a go. So the captain keeping himself lower.
Floated ball onto leg stump, and Sapru's got very little protection. That can't have been what he was trying to do. Just drags it down to the leg side. And that's a boundary to get Abdullah Muhammad's innings going.
Yeah, easy start for the batter. I mean, Sapru did come round the wicket to him in the last time, and that might be a good idea. But look, though he had a very good first over in that last match, the second over he bowled was expensive, and it was this man that did the damage as well. Sapru just checking with the umpire. How far can I go? The umpire saying, see this line here? Itu would he done it? Well, he certainly can't touch that line with his back foot. That's what he needs to be aware of.
Desperately trying to keep this on the offside, which he does. But Abdullah has launched it, and MSP, after such a good bit of fielding in the opening game, he moved confidently, he moved swiftly, the hands were up, but he's shelled it, the Vienna Cricket Club superstar.
Well, and he caught him on camera as well. I don't know. He's done a Corey ruckus. If this one's in the air and the fielder, when he takes his cap off to try and get to the catch, when he should have left his cap on and gone to the ball first, that little bit of hesitation from Madna Prabhu meant that he couldn't get there, and it ends up at his feet. Oh, misjudgment. This is one that you need to try and take. And you see there, but one thing he does do, I suppose, is stop the ball getting past him to the boundary.
Maybe should have kept his cap on. Maybe the hair got on the eyes, Rico, but he's been a little bit sluggish. Thought that ball was maybe travelling further than it was. It's actually just held up in the breeze, caught the tail end of the bat. Muhammad, geez, it's all happening in the last couple of overs.
It certainly is. MSP putting the catch down. Well, these, I think that's 1 out of 4 now, is it? So he's definitely going at the same sort of catching rate as Corey Ruckus. That's not good. He's letting the ECN crew down again. Get Marzi out here. Marzi won't drop it. Talking about drop it. Don't drop this one. Catch in the air. Opportunity. Shaba takes it. So to do get the breakthrough. And as you said, it's all action. It's all entertainment. It's a frenzy of it. That's what European cricket's all about. And Rohit Sapru is the man that gets the wicket once more.
Yes, certainly that is the case. That was a nice bit of bowling from Rohit Sapru. Just held it back, just dropped it short and was expecting Abdullah to charge. Nice bit of bowling and well taken catch. Not an easy grab when you're coming in from the position on the 30. But I think the biggest question I have from today is MSP's captain of Vienna Cricket Club watching? Oh. He's going to be playing in an ECS event in a matter of about a month. Yeah. Would you be trusting him on the boundary?
Well, that is a big question, but I've got a big question as well. I want to know what you were up to last night. Have a look at this. What was going on here? Well, this is Andrew Ryan, and he was performing in front of your adoring fans. Tell us more.
Well, I mean, you've obviously caught the part of the karaoke bar there where they kept the crowd at least a safe distance away from the superstar performers. Not sure which of my 7 numbers. That might have been the old Mark Armand and Gene Pitney classic, Something's Gotten Hold of My Heart, which took out for the first time last night. And if I do say so, it was probably a good 7.5 out of 10. Not the easiest tune, but the crowd, and when I say crowd, it was probably about 7 people.
Do they throw part of their underwear garments at you? You know, when you're out there, do they get excited?
Not, I'm too focused on the singing, to be honest, to be aware of what's happening from the crowd. As we see Ravi come in for his first appearance at the bowling crease. Ravi Jenderan. It's a bit of a mouthful, especially after losing the voice a little bit at karaoke last night. And there's actually a sign at the karaoke bar, Rico, of what happens at karaoke stays at karaoke. I don't think that's been respected on this occasion.
You thought I wasn't there. I told you, I get everywhere.
It's amazing how many spies Rico has around town. As that, he's flat battered over the extra cover boundary. What a magnificent shot from Nawaz. Takes a couple of steps down and then just swats it almost baseball style.
That is, be careful. MSP is coming in. MSP is coming in. Now, look, we know what we're going to say. MSP, he's bringing us coffee. Don't drop him, mate. Don't drop him. Don't drop him. MSP, well, okay, there we go. Thank you, MSP, for our coffees. Mark Simpson-Parker, the man who dropped the catch. Look, here it comes. MSP, what do you think about this? Down it goes. Look, he's on camera. He's running away from us now. As this one is one that goes up in the air. Nobody's going to get a chance to catch that. And, well, actually, that is MSP territory. That's where he normally is. Well, we dragged him away because he got the coffees for us. Nice shot. Uses his feet well. And, well, Umar Nawaz, he is on fire. He's just hitting sixes now for fun all over this ground. First out on the offside, and there down the leg side.
It just looks like he's gone into full flamboyant mode, Nawaz. I think he's going to try to hit everything here for 6. Didn't look like he was far off it. That one's hit the outside of the bat. It's just turned in his hands. And I think it might have been kept in there. We'll have a look at the replay, but not his greatest shot of the day, but just about everything he touches turns to gold at the moment.
Let's have a look at this here, and, well, we can't see it there because the avalanche is in the way. And does this ball go on the line here? I think it probably just does. I think maybe it saw some of that chalk flying there. I'll have to see it again. And does it go to the line? Some good footwork. That reminds me of well, was that Gale running along the touchline and keep the ball in and goes to the, keeps it on the line and gets the cross in. Look at that, good dandy footwork. And it's not conclusive enough to say either way. Or was, yeah, 4 given, 4 runs.
Rajendaran beats the outside edge. Nice piece of bowling from the young man. He's got a charging Nawaz, who is simply looking to obliterate everything in his path. Can't be a nice time to come to the bowling crease, but he'd come up with a corker of a delivery. Yeah,
I mean, I'd probably think maybe that Chandrasekhar Rai behind the stumps has not kept wicket to Ravi too often, because I think you've got to be standing probably a little bit further up too. He's not particularly fast, and when you've got a batter that's coming out the crease and charging and everything, I think you've got to stand up. You've got to try and put pressure on him.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, he's certainly not missing too many balls regardless. That's a pretty good result from Ravi Rajendaran. Those last 2 deliveries, a dot and a 1 against a rampaging Nawaz.
Yeah, Imran Kiani has been boosted up the order.
Not a decent length ball, but Kiani's got a hold of it. Great shot from the young man. The umpire signals 4. That's probably only just missed the boundary by probably half a metre. What a strike from Kiani.
Yeah, Kiani, we know he's got a few shots under his belt as well. And that one just bouncing short of the boundary. And it's all attack at the moment from Evergreen. They want to go big. They want to go ballistic. And you can see the score is almost at 100 already. And it's 95 for 2. And one thing we did miss there is that Umar Nawaz has been hitting him so quick that he's already brought up his half century as well. 59 of 19 to Nawaz. He's well on his way, isn't he? To, well, dare we say it, another 100?
Well, the way he's batting, he doesn't even bother celebrating a 50 these days. He's just strolling to 3 figures as Sapru comes in, tries to get down on one knee, swing it over mid-wicket. Doesn't get a great piece of it, but they only scampered 3 for the single. That ball was in the air for an eternity, but fielded back on deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, there's nobody. I mean, you'd see this go up so high, you think, well, somebody surely got to catch it. Well, the closest man to that was our umpire, as it drops short for just a single.
Sapru probably feel the blood pressure's gone down a little bit, getting to bowl to Kiani instead. You see the 96 for 2, 1 ball into this 6th over. It's going to be a mammoth total.
Sliced up in the air, surely one of them. Oh, Andrew.
Oh, Rico, that's a disappointing effort in the field. It's not an easy catch from Santosh Maratha. It's probably his first appearance, I think, in the ECS, and had a great opportunity for a catch. Maybe should have left it to the Panda, who wasn't running back, but Either way, Sapru, disappointed. Not only they dropped the catch, but they've got Nawaz back on strike. Where's this going to go? Well, he's held his shape beautifully. He was beaten in flight by Sapru, but didn't take the big wafty swing. Has just kept crouched and drilled it straight back down the pitch. That is a superb bit of batting.
Yeah, just uses his feet really well, doesn't he? Hits it hard and straight. There is a man out there, as you see there, but he was never in the picture. That was struck so well. And, well, it's gone a long way behind us as well as the ball finally gets back onto the field of play. And this is a little bit of carnage happening here in this ground. The 100 is up already. And they're looking to put a huge score on the board here.
Sprue gets it outside off stump, popped over the top. Well, even when they beat him, he manages to get it to the boundary. Nawaz didn't deal well with the extra bit of jump off the deck from Sapru. It's a little bit top edgy, but gets it over the head of the fielder at backward point. I think that was Panda trying to drop back, but it's yet another 4, and Nawaz is almost in complete control.
Yeah, and he's just keeping them guessing where it's going to go. Sapro's been a bit unfortunate. It's a good comeback from him, and this time, well, look how quickly Kiani runs. Kiani says, "You're not running me out. I'm ready for you." And Sapro has a laugh about it. This is well bowled. It swings in, and I love the way Sapro gets into the line. He's ready. He's looking at where this is going to end up, and he's blocked out, and a nice little smile between Sapro and the two batters there, and that continues. Kiani now, he got lucky, he got dropped.
Good luck, Kiani getting strike in these last few overs. I suspect that Nawaz is going to try to suck up as many balls as possible. Sprue floats it up outside off stump. Umpire takes pity on him, keeps the arms down, and Sapru gets out of the over with only 1 and a dot off the last 2. But this is looking very, very nasty for the Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah, well, Kiani, he's stuck. He needs a little bit of WD-40. He can't move. And, well, fortunately, he's moving here now. He didn't move there in that position after missing out on that one. And the umpires have been pretty consistent with that one. But maybe that one just got away from the end of the over. And the score has raced on to 108 for 2. And at this point, you could see, certainly if they don't get these wickets, and bearing in mind you still have got the batting of Mohammed to come, who batted really well in that last match, in that very good partnership after Mohammed, 29-14, and he's still got the captain who hasn't shown up just yet.
Prabhu, nice ball. Just rolls the fingers over the top, gets a little bit of drift in, keeps Nawaz on strike.
Prabhu's another one, Andrew, that when we first saw the Stars, he was bowling right up at the top. He was one of the attacking bowlers. As he's been attacked now, as this one has been smashed away. Well, you can't even be a spectator and enjoy the cricket without seeing these coming at you. But he had to move pretty quickly. Thought that was in his direction. But then he's holding himself further back. And I think he needs to come a little bit forward. Now, look, this is what they were talking about. And I did say at the time that I think that's a little bit low. I think Evergreen were wanting to go further than that. So, well, the computer, the bat versus ball there. But against this one wrong. Maybe they forgot to put the one in. This one is hit down the ground and it will get fielded. That's well done. And that's Suha Shetty.
Yeah, they're still trying really hard, the Helsingborg Stars. They're throwing themselves around in the field and they're desperate to try to keep this total under some level of control, but they're just being done by the savage power and quality of Nawaz at the moment. He's up to 78 off 26 balls.
This is better. This is what we talked about earlier, that sometimes I don't think the batters know particularly what their role is. And I think that's a good demonstration from Kiani. It's a good ball that he knows that he probably can't pelt away to the boundary. Gets a single and says to Nawaz, there you go. Nawazi, 78 of 26. He's eyeing up a second century here.
Prabhu tries to spear it into his toes, but that is all class. just flicks it off the pads down to fine leg for a boundary. He is a top quality batsman, Nawaz, isn't he, Rico?
Oh, this is a lovely shot, isn't it? Just a little paddle, little tickle down on the leg side and says, there you go, that's 4 more. And he can be brutal when he has to, and he's demonstrated that in this innings already, but he can also be classy with a bit of finesse as well. That's a top-class shot.
Yeah, lovely manipulation of the wrist, just flicking the ball fine. And poor Prabhu probably thought he'd managed to spear in a ball at his pads, that he might just be able to get away with a single, but Nawaz had other ideas. He's up to 82 off 27, so on century watch, Rico. He's within 3 lusty blows. Wide ball, underwhelmingly just cut for a single.
Yeah, plays that away. Yesterday, brought up his century. My memory serves me right in around about, was it 36 deliveries, 102 not out in 36. As we have a look at this, the European Cricket Championship, that will be coming up in October. That's when all the action starts in the Cardamom Oval. So Cardamania coming your way again. A lot of people look at this and wondering where's England on that. Just to remind you that the England team, because they won the competition last year, they won't be featuring in the group stages, so we'll see them in finals week.
Yeah, absolutely. And have a look at Group C, actually. Malta playing there. It's a good chance to plug the fact that we've got the Valletta Cup T20 games coming up on the European Cricket Network next week.
Yeah, that has been something sensational. I know a lot of teams we've been to, Romania, of course, and to Bulgaria, and those nations are very excited about going to Malta. And we know Malta very well. We've got a lot of friends made in Malta. So hello to anyone that's watching from Malta, the likes of Lee Tuck and Indica Pereira, and also my dear friend Johnny Grimmer, who did the vocals and also the music to the European Cricketer song.
See Satish Kunja coming on to bowl, and that is about the easiest maximum that Umar Nawaz will hit all tournament. Kunja just looping a slow one onto leg stump, sits up, and that's batting practice for Nawaz. So go back to that European Cricketers song, Rico. From my understanding, you had quite a big hand in that. Yeah,
the lyrics were written by myself, and then got Johnny Grimmer involved, and with Mark Kashi as well, and we put it together. This is another one that sets a chance, and this time it's been taken. So, look, this is quite unbelievable. I'll tell you why this is unbelievable. Remember back to yesterday, 89, and he was dropped at 89 by the captain, Madan Pruba, in the last over, and then he went on to complete his century. And yet here on the same score, there's no mistakes from that fielder out there. That is a really good catch. Look, he must have been odds on to get his century. And yet, well, Satish Kunja bowls not a good delivery, and he manages to find the hands of the fielder. So he goes, but it's been a fine knock, 89. Well, if ever there was an opportunity to see a European cricketer making 2 centuries on the spin on 2 consecutive days, that was it. I don't think we've ever had that. I don't think we've had 2 centuries in a series by one player. He probably won't get a better chance, will he?
I don't know what's more phenomenal, Rico. The fact that Nawaz has not made his century, which I thought we just expected that he was rolling to, or that it was going to be the combination of Satish Kunja bowling his part-time leg spinners and the catching of Santosh Maratha, who had spilled a much easier chance earlier in the innings. And now Kunja is bowling Warne-esque leg spin, has spun one right past the bat of Aftab, who has just come to the batting crease. Well, the world has been turned off its axis.
You know one thing? He does get a lot of turn. I'll give him that. He gets a lot of turn. And now that you got Nawaz that's gone and the new batters are coming in, he's going to create some problems.
Just can't understand this, Rico. There's just too much happening. There are too many unexpected events, and Kunji's probably gone back to former touch. That's a dreadful looking ball, but it's been judged to have stayed inside the wide line, so you can argue that it's a sort of variety that he's keeping the batsman guessing.
I love the way he looks back at the umpire there. It says, that's all right, isn't it?
Well, it's another short one, but Aftab tries to swing it over the leg side, and well, Kunji is rewarded his captain with the bold decision to give him an over of his leg spin. The captain's congratulated him by giving him his cap back as he moves back towards his position in the infield. And Madan Prabhu coming back. The Evergreen Cricket Club, they are at a score of 127 for 3. Still 12 balls to go, so we'll see if they manage to exceed that that score that they put on against Seaside. I think Rico was 148 or 149. Yeah.
148, yeah. 148 is what they got to. That's the highest score in this series so far. And
see, the win probability has currently got the Helsingborg Stars at 7%. That's a gutsy call from our win probability analysis tool, but Prabhu coming on. That's swung to the leg side. It's high and it's long enough. The arms go up. That is a Maximo. And after coming back to the batting crease, sorry, actually that's Kiani.
yeah, Kiani finds the middle of his bat as that sails over to the boundary for 6 runs. So he's hit this pretty well. Aftab actually, he's come out, he swung and missed at 4 deliveries. And yet in that last match, he was quite sensational when he scored 29 of 14. Isn't it funny how things can turn around for you?
Prabhu.
Kiani goes big again. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna bada shaka. This is big, this is huge, and this is another one that goes all the way. And Kiani, you notice there that underneath that cap, he's done away with his normal headgear. And, well, there's no camel around today. It's just the power of Kiani as he's got a smile on his face.
Well, he's chuckling at the Rico chat, but he's enjoying those consecutive boundaries. Great start to this over. Prabhu getting smoked. And that, I think, has taken the outside edge of Kiani's bat, but the keeper, Rod, has dropped it.
Yeah, Chandrasekhar is not going to be happy about this. Well, you see, you got to do it the Suasheti way. You got to let it roll up your arm, give it a headbutt, and then bring it down into your gloves.
Better length ball from Prabhu. Just curling back into Kiani, and he pushes it out to cover for an easy single. Just settling down at this game now with Nawaz coming back to the pavilion, although Kiani's kept up the attack. Going to continue to swing hard, I suspect, in these remaining 8 balls. And he slapped that to the cover boundary. That's great striking. And Prabhu, who's been such an effective bowler for the Helsingborg Stars over this tournament, he's been torn apart.
Yeah, he has. And Aftab is back to what we saw him do in the first match. After those 4 dot balls, he sends his 5th to the boundary. It's a pretty nice shot as well. Just gets a little bit too much width. Prabhu is the captain. Madan Prabhu is struggling here.
Looks like almost half of the balls in this innings, Rico, have gone for boundaries as Rue comes in. Started wide of off stump, has just curled back a touch to avoid being called wide. That is the end of the over, and Evergreen are on 144 for 3 with still 6 balls to go.
It looks like they are definitely eyeing up the 150 in this one. I mean, they struggled, if that's the right word, I suppose, to get to it the last time when it looked odds on against Seaside. Look, one thing I will say, and in that match where they did score that 148 against Seaside, they didn't have it their own way because Seaside came out with a bang themselves. It was their captain, Umar Chowdhury, scored a magnificent 41 of 14 deliveries, and they were actually on for the win. They fell short by, see this one, it's a big full toss, and it deserved to go to the boundary.
Well, if it deserved to go to the boundary, Sachin Shetty has made sure it has by diving right over the top of it.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, it was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? And Kiani, he's hit it pretty well. The umpire had to wake up. Here comes the ball, and he just totally gets this wrong. And, well, the thing is, Sachin Shetty is probably one of their better fielders, so you won't like to see that again. Yeah, going back to what I was saying, the Seaside in that match, they ended up 24 short, so it was a really good match. And that's what the Stars have to do when they get out there. They're just got to be positive.
Well, it's another, not quite as Gundy as the previous Gundy ball. Gets to meet it on the full. Kiani swings it around. It's only going to be a single. much more secure bit of fielding on that occasion.
Yeah, plays that pretty well. I think that was okay height-wise. And they have now got past the 148 score, so the highest score in the series now.
It's a much better flighted leg spinner from Satish. Played away on the offside for a single. Nice interjection on that last ball from Parth Shogule, who's been brought into the side for this game. Managed to get a hand on it to help out Sachin Shetty in keeping it to 1. Satish, what can he produce? Goes for the quicker one, and he flummoxes Kiryani, who tries to swing it across. Great to see Kiryani not only wearing the sunglasses out there, but putting them on the top of his cap.
You know,
achieving absolutely nothing.
You know what he looks like? You remember the Crazy Frog? Doesn't he look like the Crazy Frog?
You're comparing him to an early 2000s ringtone.
Yeah. Well, that's... Maybe we can have a close-up.
Maybe we need to get an image of the Crazy Frog for any of our viewers over there who weren't partial to one of the early millennium phenomenons. Last ball coming up from Satish Kunjir against the bespectacled Kiryani. Floats it up. Kiryani takes a massive swing. Maybe the glare got in his eyes because he's not wearing the sunglasses, but it escapes the keeper. And that is all she wrote for this innings. The umpire calls by, and the Evergreen Cricket Club have cracked the 150 mark. They end up 151 for 3, Rico. No shortage of entertainment and no shortage of sartorial ridiculousness from Imran Kiani. He continues to contribute strongly in the clothing comedy area.
Yeah, he certainly does. He continues to get one nickname after another. Well, today, there's no camera around, so we got the frog. Look, it's the Crazy Frog. I can't remember. How did he used to go? Ding, 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 something like that. Anyway, the Crazy Frog, he's on his way out. But look, 150 is put on the board, the Evergreen, so they continue to show that they're a team that have got plenty of strength with their batting. Certainly, as we saw again today, once they're one of their upper order batsmen go, they are going to hit runs quickly all over the place. It started off with some nice shots actually from Aslan Ali. He played some lovely shots, and it looked like that these two, Ali and Nawaz, were going to go on to score a big partnership. But then something happened that stunned us all. But first of all, it was some nice shots that we were impressed with. The shots were good, the running not so good.
Yeah, and the big man, Omar Nawaz, he sent a few balls into the orbit around this Landskrona ground. As it was a run out, surprisingly, that Ali was sent packing after a sharp bit of work from the fielder coming in from point. But that did not stop his partner Nawaz from peppering all sections of this ground.
Yeah, peppered all sections, and there, well, MSP was smiling, but he did put the catch down. And right after that, there was an opportunity for the captain to take a catch, and he wasn't able to. But there was a catch, and it came in off the bowling of Rohit Sapra. He was good, but one man who was in awesome form was Umar Nawaz. I mean, he played some sensational shots all over the place, hitting the ball hard. Well, that was Kiani who got lucky early on. And here goes Sapro. Just floats this up. This one was thumped hard down the ground and almost into reaching distance for the fielder. They just needed a way to get him out. He was brutal at times. He was elegant at times. And you just thought that he was going to maybe go on and get his 100. Satish Kunjir came on, got a bit of turn, but he also got a bit of hitting as well. That one went all the way. And on 89, what he was dropped on yesterday before he went on to score his century, Nawaz was taken, and it was the unlikely man that took the catch, Maratha. And it was an excellent innings. It really was sensational. But not able to make back-to-back 100s. But the hitting didn't stop. It was Kiani who was able to hit big again. And there he is, the Crazy Frog. Yeah, give us some of that, Kiani. He's liking his new name. And this is another lap sent away. And this was not good fielding by Sachin Shetty. And it all ended the way it started with boundaries, 151 for 3. And I told you that these rates, the scores are going to go higher, and that's exactly what's happening here. But it's all about how the Stars can bounce back. Just have a quick look at that. I mean, Hassan Ali, he can't believe he's been run out by Nawaz, but Nawaz made up for it. 89 of 30 balls. He'd be disappointed he wasn't able to go all the way, but well done to Sadis Kunjir. That bowled well there towards the end. I think we should be seeing more of him. And Abdullah Mohammed this time wasn't able to get his range right, but good batting from Kiani. I like what Kiani did, and we know all about the abilities of Aftab Mohammed already. With the ball, they tried new things, didn't they? They tried different things. It didn't work. Shetty was expensive. He wasn't able to get going. And probably the captain as well there. Sadis Kunji, I think he did okay. Look, picked up 1 wicket. 12 is the best bowler out there. Panda only bowled his 1. But the only other wicket taker was Rohit Sapro. 1 for 26, but he was unlucky. There was that drop catch of his bowling as well. And 1 or 2, that could have gone anywhere. I think he's always going to give you something, Rohit. But I say again, I did like the introduction of Satya Kunjir. He's certainly somebody who could do something maybe later on. But later on, will it be a later on for the Helsingborg Stars? I mean, at the moment, they've got it all to do to try and get to 152 in this match. And if they're not able to do it, they do sort of leave the door open for Seaside, who could bounce back and maybe send the Stars out. It's everything to play for in this match, but the most important thing I think is though that's a huge score, is the Helsingborg Stars is the way that they go about it, and also they've got to be thinking, if we're going to lose, we can't lose bad. You have to lose well, because net run rate could be key. Rico Full here and Andrew Ryan, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the start of match number 18. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to this beautiful Landskrona cricket ground. The umpires, Rafi Ahmed and Ashish Sani, are out there and they're ready for proceedings. And two batsmen who are out there as well, and they need to go big right from the start, is Suhesh Shetty and also Madhyan Prabhu, who's the captain of the Stars. And, well, one thing they need to be is positive. It looks unlikely. It seems unlikely. 152. That'll be an amazing chase. It certainly would be. But the thing that they need to be thinking is net run rate. It's as simple as that. They are on 4 points, and the team that's below them, so the team that at the moment, if things stayed this way, that would be eliminated and not go into next Friday's quarterfinals. This Seaside, but Seaside, of course, will have 2 games to play, and we're going to see them later on today. And that's going to be a battle between them. As you see, the bowler just getting ready to bowl this first ball. But it's about making a positive intent here. You're playing really for your tournament lives, aren't you? I mean, the way that you go about these innings, if you can make it productive, if you can get close, and it's all going to benefit your net run rate. And then you got to really just sit back and see what happens in those matches later today, where the Seaside take on the Heterborough Royals. I mean, the Royals, to be fair, have not been at their best, though. You would see that Seaside maybe are going to go on to do what they need to, as we see the first one from Shetty put away. That's the area where you don't bowl to Shetty. And I think you need to have learnt that by now. After Mohammed, it's just gone very much the way it did in the first innings, in the first match between these two. The very first ball was sent to the boundary, and after that, Mohammed got his line right and didn't give Shetty another opportunity. Yeah, very warm welcome back to everybody that's on the chat. It's lovely to have you there. Thank you for all the conversation. Thank you all for the well wishes as well. We love having you there. Once more, and this one is played sort of flat, batted straight down the ground. No real power in the shot. And there's the man of the moment, Mark Nawaz, just falling short of what would have been another sensational century. He was out on 89, and by far the leading run scorer in the series now. And this one is played out beautifully. Nice shot. This is a lovely shot, and Prabhu showing that he is capable of playing shots on the offside. This is a lovely cut shot. Gets into position well. The hand speed is good. The power is good. 4 runs. Lovely shot. I'm talking about the run scorer. So Umar Nawaz is now just, well, a handful short of getting to 300. And Suhesh Shetty, he's the next highest run scorer. Started the day on 144 runs. And then you got to man who batted really well yesterday, Riaz Khan, on 133. As well, Mohammed gets ready for the next delivery. As we see Andrew Ryan coming back into the commentary box.
Yeah, good start here, and another flashed boundary. That's a super shot from the skipper, Madan Prabhu. Umpire signals 4, wouldn't have missed the Maximo line by too much, but great strike. Aftab just too short, giving the batsman room to swing. And well, if the Helsingborg Stars are going to chase down this total, then getting 13 runs off the first 4 balls is a pretty good way to start.
That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? That's the old uppercut. And, well, Madan Prabhu showing his intent. And this is what it's all about. It goes back to what I was talking about. Be positive, go for it, play your shots, try to get close, do the best you can for your net run rate. Or even surprise everybody and win the match.
Balls down the leg side. Maybe a little bit of pressure going on to the Evergreen bowling attack. Certainly, if they're going to chase this total down, Rico, they need a lot from this top order. And those eagle-eyed watchers of the ECS cricket might have noted that Devinder Singh's not in the lineup for this game. Saw that he was moving a bit gingerly in the field in the last game. Suspect he might have been left out with some injury concerns, but that's a big play to miss from the batting lineup. As Prabhu swings it over the leg side, didn't get a great piece of it, but enough to take it over the 30-metre circle. And Noaz shows some nifty footwork on the boundary.
Yeah, the fielder on the boundary on the 30-yard circle just overcommitted, I think, before that shot got played, and it doesn't go over him by much. But good work there from Noaz. He probably is a little tired. Not that he did too much running, actually. He probably hit the ball pretty well. But look, he's another one that's really stepped up for his captain when he's had to with the bat and also with his bowling, but makes a stop there, stops that one going to the boundary.
Yeah, if there's one man entitled to just stick his foot out in the field at the moment, it is Umar Noaz. He has been involved in a lot of the central action for his team Evergreeners. It goes around the wicket, not a great move. Madame Prabhu, he loves that area at square leg and yanks another boundary. That's a superb start for the Helsingborg Stars.
Oh, this is absolutely awesome. What a great shot this is. Smashes it to the boundary. They need something magical to happen, and a magical start is just what they needed, and that's what that was 20 off the first over. Well, the Helsingborg Stars, they know they're playing for their lives, and that's what they need. As we have a look at this statistic, well, the winning batting second is 10-7, and the Stars will be, well, they'll be encouraged by that. It's a lot of scores to get, but well, maybe, if you like, the statistics are on their side.
Well, statistics are on their side. Probably chasing such a hefty target is not on their side. 152 is the highest target that a team batting second has had to pursue here at ECS Landskrona this week. But they're going to give it an almighty swing, judging by that first over. 20 runs on the board. At the start of this innings, they required just a touch over 15 runs per over, so they put themselves in a decent position. Swain coming on to start the second. Full ball. Shetty swings it straight down the ground. It's just going to be a single. That man Noaz gingerly strides in from the long off position. Let's give it to one. Brings Prabhu on to strike. Shetty, if anything, has been a little bit subdued in his innings so far today. Arden Prabhu, on the other hand, has been smoking it. Absolutely smoking it to all corners or all curves of this Landskrona ground. Swain drifts into his hitting zone. He's gotten lucky. Prabhu decided to swing across the line. Probably needed to play a little bit straighter, but dicey stuff from Swain. Gets a little bit of kick off the pitch and goes through to the keeper. Another one of his exuberant dot balls celebration immediately afterwards. Who knows what's going to happen if he takes a wicket. Oh, drifts in the same sort of area, a little bit short of a length. Nice piece of bowling on that occasion. Couple of dot balls. Swings the pressure back on to the batsman. Prabhu maybe just trying to hit it a little bit hard. They've got some defensive presence on that leg side now. Fielder on the square leg boundary as well as Noaz here at long on. Swain, pretty good start to this over after they leaked a lot of runs in the first. That's wide, thrashed through the offside. It escapes the clutches of the fielder at cover, and that's a much needed boundary for the Stars. And Prabhu can't keep that man down for long. Just watches that cut shot evade the fielder, Abdullah Muhammad, and a much needed boundary for their total.
Yeah, boundaries is what they need. Just keep them flowing, keep them ticking, and just keep the charge going. That's what it's all about. Maybe have the luck of the green as well now and again.
Well, Prabhu's gone hard. He's gone high. Tracking back. Aftab does a pretty good job in slapping it back to his fielding companion. That's Awais Naeem. And they keep it 2-2. But Madame Prabhu, he is feeling it with the bat today. Even when he missed timing balls, still getting close to the boundary. He likes the look of what Swain is giving him. Swain's relocated outside the off stump those last two balls. Just off the over with a pretty short and wide one, but Prabhu can barely reach it and just mistimes it for a single. And that's the end of the over. Helsingborg Stars 28 for no wicket after the first two overs. And Rico, they're going at a reasonable rate, 14 and over, so they're keeping up with the required run rate.
Yeah, they're going well. I mean, that was not the best of overs in terms of after the 20 off the first. But still, look, it's all about staying up with the rate. It's all about keeping wickets in hand, and it's all about playing every ball on merit. This is why it's so important. They're there in third place at the moment, but you know that those two teams that are below them, the Royals are on level on points, but Seaside 2 points behind them. They're playing the final two matches here in Group A. And the importance of it, very simple. Top four we'll see again next Friday's quarterfinals. The team that finishes bottom in the group, we have to say goodbye to them. So this is going to go right down to maybe the last match to see who it's going to be. But net run rate is key. And the Stars, if they're not able to win this match, which seems unlikely, but anything is possible, they've got to concentrate on that rate being a good one.
Oh, the crazy frog. Imran Kiani has come in to change things up. A rare delivery in which he doesn't get the outswinger going, but big appeal from the keeper. The umpire's going to consult. There's a suggestion that it's an inside edge. It looked like there was a little bit of a gap between bat and ball, and Prabhu nodding his head, as batsmen have a tendency to do. He's never going to be nodding the head and saying, yes, please give me out. And sensible decision reached in the end. It's just a dot ball.
Yeah, just a dot ball. And once again, the umpires, I think the umpire on at the bowler's end there is probably very confident, but just goes and has a little chat. I don't mind that with his partner, and just saying, well, this is what I reckon. Anything for you to say differently? Well, talk about differently. This is a different outcome because this has been smashed out of there. It's time to put your hands up in the air. Well, he was shaking his head the first time saying not out, and now his hands up in the air because this is 6 carreras.
Yeah, Madan Prabhu continuing to keep his Helsingborg Stars in this contest. Kiriani losing his length, full toss, and Prabhu swings it to the leg side for a Maximo. Helsingborg Stars, I think up now to 34 for none after the first two balls of this over. And another couple of boundaries, and they will be feeling like they're within touching distance of chasing this target. Yanni, very deliberate at the top of his mark. Umpire's just double checking, I think, that ball did go for 6, and looks like it's been confirmed now. Ball from Kiriani, and Prabhu loves hitting through that region. Just a little bit squarer than he normally takes those balls on the offside, but lovely shot, opens the wrists up and thrashes Kiriani through the offside. 6 and a 4 the last two balls.
Yeah, 6 and 4 means he's after more. And Prabhu, he started the way that he did in the first match between these two. And they got off to a great start, 44 of 22 he made. But then they fell away in the second part of their innings. He'd be keen not to repeat that.
Well, Prabhu is the man dominating this partnership at the moment. It's 38 off 15. It's going at a rapid rate, but 31 the runs have come off his bat. Floats up, great bit of bowling from Kiriani. Put it on a length. Prabhu was induced to swing across the line, and it's beaten him all ends up, and the stumps have gone flying. Great bit of bowling from the Crazy Frog.
Yeah, the Crazy Frog. Well, there's not a bit of chuck there, but there is a little bit of bing, ding, 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 ding. How's that? And the castle gets raided. Good bowling, clever bowling. Just takes the pace right off this, and he draws Prabhu into playing the big shot, and he gets it all wrong, and the wicket goes down. And Kiani is all smiles once more, the captain. Well, he's had a good day out there. I mean, he's tried for his side, isn't he? He scored more than 50 runs in the day. That's not bad going, and he takes the congrats from his team. And he certainly played his part, but he'll be hoping that some of the other batters that go out there are able to do the same. So the new batter comes out and takes guard. And see there, probably 31 or 13. Unlucky 13 for him. Beautifully bowled, though, by Kiani. Kiani is just such a cunning, clever bowler. Took 3 for 9 in that first match. And he's being used much higher up the order this time. He came on and bowled the 8th and the last over. And this time around, well, like they did with his batting, he got promoted up the order for his batting, and he batted pretty well, you've got to say. And now he's trying to do it with the ball.
Going to insist on playing the Crazy Frog song as Kiani comes in to bowl his last ball. Ding, 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 as he's swung across the leg side. Crazy Frog inspiration hasn't done anything for him. Avinash Panda swings him to the mid-wicket boundary, and it goes ding, ding, ding on the score sheet as it's a 4 for the Panda to close the over. And Helsingborg Stars, they are fighting, and they are fighting hard. They would love for their captain, Madan Prabhu, to still be at the crease, but as it is, they've got a talented man in the form of the Panda there. They are 42 for 1 after the power play, and kicking along at 14 runs and over, Rico. It is not out of reach.
Yeah, that probability stays still at 7% for the Stars. 93 there for Evergreen to complete the victory. But, well, they're not paying any attention to that. And if Panda, if he can get going to what we've seen him do when he's at his best, well, it's going to be exciting. And the horses there at the moment, they're not too excited. They're busy just chomping away on whatever feeds and delights that they've got.
Horses are very big fans of the Mohammad Kadir left arm orthodox spin. Probably a big moment in this game, as we see Adnan just holding up play for a moment as he comes around in the golf buggy to deliver our lunch, and Kadir gives it a fair bit of flight. Suhar Shetty unsurprisingly swinging to the mid-wicket boundary. Makes reasonable contact. It's only a single though. But big moment in this game, Rico. Kadir feels like he's dropped in form a little bit over the last 2 days. If he comes up with a big bag, he could close this game for the Helsingborg Stars, but he could also be pumped, as we've seen on a couple of occasions. Nicely swung away from the Panda. So it's just been singles off the first 2 balls.
Yeah.
So just Shetty is going to go very hard these next couple.
Kadir again. He just has to stop for a minute while the field gets readjusted.
Well, it's an out. Big swing from Shetty. That was the complete opposite of what I expected to happen. It's gone through the keeper's gloves, and it will be 4 byes, I suspect. That is a very, very surprising outcome from that delivery.
Yeah, but it's a useful one, isn't it? It's 4 runs, 4 byes. The fielder कोशिश तो कितनी है, बड़ा चेस कितना बड़ा पज्जा पर लग गया चौका. Well, that'll help. And it doesn't matter how they get it, they just need to get him somehow.
Nice bit of bowling from Kadir. A little bit fuller, almost got under the bat of Shetty as he swings across the line, but gets enough wood on it to take it for a single.
Yeah, the sun starting to bless and caress this beautiful ground.
Wow, nice bit of bowling from Kadir. Maybe he's back in form. That's a big wicket, and Avinash Panda, he has swung hard as he had to do, but unfortunately it's gone straight through him. Lovely bit of left arm orthodox, and that's a key wicket back in the pavilion. The Stars lose their second, and Rico, they are now 49 for 2. They could ill afford to not have a big score from the Panda in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that they needed Panda to be at his best. If he could have just cranked a few boundaries and got him to a score very quickly of around 30 and 40, provide support, steady, anything was possible. Not to be, he goes. And Kadir, it does look like he's coming back to his best, and that's what he needs to do. If he can get back into the sort of line that he was bowling a bit earlier on, anything is possible. This one gets called wide.
Yeah, Mohammad Kadir shown great variation throughout this tournament. Nicely bowled, gives it a bit of a rip. Usually puts big side spin on a couple of balls each over, and as he's done, manages to finish the over very well. They are 49 for 2, and Rico, Helsingborg Stars, they're not out of this, but you get the feeling that with Prabhu and Panda back in the pavilion, it's going to be an uphill battle from here.
It certainly is. I mean, all right, Shetty is still there, and he hasn't really produced the sort of form that we saw him sort of 2 days ago, especially against Seaside when he was in good form. We're just having a look at some of those top scorers there. Nawaz there, look, he's way up there, 235. on the board. I suspect that that's a few more to add to that, top of my head. But look, Khan, 158 along with Shetty. So Shetty is key. We know he can do it. Prabhu, he's played a good part for his team. He now has to sort of watch. Well, this will sort of help. He's in the air. Is he going to get over the fielder? No, it's not. And he's put his foot on the line. That's 6 runs. That is the Crazy Frog. The Crazy Frog produces a bit of crazy action when he's smiling about it. I tell you who's not smiling about it is the bowler. Look, just at this point as he takes a catch, his foot is on the line. He's done this so many times before when he's taken a catch and he says, come and have a look. My foot is nowhere near the line. Well, this time it's on the line. 6 runs.
You can afford to smile when you've got a 151 runs to play with. That's another one that goes high. It's going deep. It's going long. It's consecutive maximums off the bat of Suhar Shetty, who has woken up from his hibernation. Basit Abdul has been launched for consecutive 6s.
Well, this is what they need. This is what keeps them in the game. Manos arriba from the umpire, and he hits this hard again down the leg side, and it's 4. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Así me gusta. No para, sigue, no para, sigue.
Well, Suhar Shetty going bam to bam to bam. The first 3 balls of this over, and Basit Abdul is getting a stern talking to by Umar Nawaz, who comes in from the long on boundary. Suhar Shetty is bringing this chase to life. The Helsingborg Stars up to 66 for 2. 3 balls into the 5th over.
Oh, this is more like it. And, well, look, all of a sudden, they're thinking, do we dream? Is it possible? Well, with hitting like that, it is.
Abdul goes around the wicket. Well, he's playing with fire. He's given him a short ball on leg stump. It is right in Suhar Shetty's zone. If that was his plan, that is gutsy bowling.
Well, yeah, I mean, this one is one that gets away from Suhar Shetty. Maybe just getting a little bit carried away, a little bit excited, misses out on it.
Well, he's gone back over the wicket, assuming the around the wicket was not part of the plan that Nawaz gave him. He's quickly shifted back. Another one short. Shetty swings hard, and he's done nothing but just pop it up. And the keeper, Ali, comes around and takes a relatively simple catch, and that is the end of Suhar Shetty. But he did shine very brightly in that over. The Helsingborg Stars, they are now 66 for 3.
Yeah, and this one, you see, just doesn't get his shape. He's not even, his head is nowhere when he plays that one. And it's a good catch taken by Amir Ali, the captain of Evergreen. And it's another big wicket that goes, and like his captain before him, Madam Prabhu, plays some nice shots, got his team going again, and then gets himself out. And look, yeah, that's nice. It's nice the captain's the first one to come to him and say, look, mate, great effort. 66 now, 3 wickets down.
Wide from Basit Abdul. It's just poked to the fielder coming around at the wide third man position. That's Mohammad Qadir down there. And they will keep it to a single. Well, no shortage of action in that first half of the innings. The Helsingborg Stars are now 67 for 3 after 5 overs. And tell you what, Rico, we've said it all along. They are close enough if they are good enough. And wouldn't they love to have the services of Devinder Singh coming in at this point?
I think they certainly would do. I mean, it's I know he's been unlucky. I know he hasn't really contributed in the last 3 innings as we have a look at that. I mean, Shetty, 28, Prabhu, 31. It looks pretty healthy. These 2 batters now, Kunjir and Gunnasan, have to put a good partnership on together. The other thing, you know, they'll look back on is the way that they started. You know, those losses that they had early on when they just were not, they weren't batting like this. They were batting like protecting their wickets. You remember those knocks when they were like chasing 90 from the Royals, Yotipura Royals. They finished 84 for 5, and then chasing 83, they finished 63 for 5. If they could only go back to that again and play the same sort of cricket that we've seen them play since then, they would not be in this situation.
Yeah, completely, Rico. And if they don't qualify for the final series, they will look back and rue those pair of losses against the Yitabori Royals on the first day. But it's not over yet. Kadir.
Oh, well, what's going to win the battle there is this. We always say the bat versus ball. The ball ends up being the winner by a photo finish.
Only just, though. The willow went flying, and he didn't time the shot particularly well. I'm assuming it's not sweat on the hands, given he's only been out there for a couple of deliveries. But fortunately, the square leg umpire takes quick, evasive action.
The umpire puts his hands up there, not for a 6, says, hey, take it easy, take it easy. I give up.
Nice ball from Kadir halfway down the track. You could envision that happening, and Gadasan trying to give himself room, maybe even to hit off the over the offside. But that's a lovely bit of bowling and an ominous sign for the rest of the competition. It feels like Kadir is finding his rage again. That's his second wicket.
Kadir is back, isn't he? This is what we saw him doing early on. We've been surprised when we've seen him the last 2 times where he just hasn't been at his best. But now he's got it right. He's getting the ball in the right zone. And once again, he's enjoying himself. That's his second wicket. Well bowled.
Yeah, excellent bowling. He's been one of our favourites to watch over the first 5 days of this ECS Landskrona tournament, brought to you by FanCode. And very, very happy welcome to everyone who's joining in on FanCode service across the Indian subcontinent. I hope you're enjoying the cricket here from southern Sweden, and of course everyone who's with us on the European Cricket Network on the ECN YouTube channel, as Kadir gives it some nice fly, squeezes through the offside. Pretty ordinary effort from Abdullah there, wide of point, and they'll scoot through for a single. Tish Kunjia now on strike. He's trying to match Kuyani. He's batting with the sunglasses. They're not on top of the head, so they're providing somewhat more utility value as Kadir spears it in, gets a dot ball for the last. Good figures for him, 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. And Helsingborg Stars, they are 70 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, good tight bit of bowling there from Kadir's back. He's getting the ball right up there again, isn't he? We saw him bowling short before, too much width, too much down towards the leg stick, but now he's got it spot on. And that's what's given him the reward. But those percentages have not changed at all. They stay at 7%. I'm just wondering if they're being updated, you know, because you would think that now with those 4 wickets down that it would be even more conclusive.
Swain comes in for his second over. Good ball just outside off stump. Swung around. Nicely struck, in fact, at Marathe. This is the first game we've seen him unleash for the Helsingborg Stars. He's already taken an excellent catch to deny Umar Nawaz a century and swings that first ball from Swain to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, Marathe hits that, and that's very much Suhesh Shetty style. Looks a very similar type of player to him as well. Not just in looks when he's out there, but also in the style that he plays.
That one's on leg stump. I think it's just taken the batsman's thigh pad. He gives it a good rub just in case the umpire was thinking of putting his finger up. And another wonderful celebration from Rajiv Swain after a dot ball.
Yeah, well, I think he gets his... I think it's a cheeky celebration because it's certainly off the cheek of the batsman.
I got a dot. I got a dot. I got a dot. It's almost up there with a Kiani crazy frog. Sure, the frog was in the background lurking around, giving him some support. Good length ball.
I do like it though. I mean, in terms of, there's nothing better, is there, to be seeing the cricketers out there not just performing, they're entertaining, and they're loving their moment out there, and they're enjoying themselves, and he enjoys himself.
It certainly does. I think he's been one of the cult heroes of this tournament, Rajiv Swain. His exuberant reactions to getting dot balls. No one's outside off stump. Swung hard straight down the ground. It's going to skip off the hard Landskrona turf and go for a second boundary this over. And, well, Marathe may be saying to the skipper, should have unleashed me earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, this is a nice shot again. It's in very similar territory as his first boundary. And nobody jumping up and down celebrating that one. Marathe hits his second boundary.
Doing a good job of just giving himself some steadiness at the crease, clearing the front leg, but keeping his eye on the ball. That one's short, and he's done the complete opposite of that, of swinging his head wildly around to backward square leg. But nonetheless, Disappointed not to have much of a reaction from Swain after that ball. Off-speed ball in which he's completely flummoxed the batsman. I expected the chainsaw to come out.
Yeah, this has been stopped by the pads of Mir Ali. He just thought, nah, I'm just going to put my feet together and hope that I'll stop it. He does. Well, this one, I think Marte will be looking to send to the boundary.
Well, he does try. He's only popped it up, and Swain fumbled. No! I couldn't have waited to see the reaction if he had have taken that catch. Stepping back, he's got a big smile on his face, and you can afford to do when you're defending 151 runs. But as it is, we get Maratha still out there for a few more balls yet. The Helsingborg Stars, they are continuing to throw the bat. They are 79 for 4 after 7.
Here we go. It's going to media, pitty, gear. Man, gear, ball we go, mammy gear. And he nearly finishes there doing the backward roll. Splendid bit of action there from who else but Rajiv Swain. And the nice thing about it is he gets up, he dusts himself down, and he says, I'm still smiling, baby. I'm still smiling.
Yeah, well, they'll be smiling after probably going through this qualification phase undefeated, but two teams who are definitely not going through undefeated. The Yetabori Royals and Seaside Cricket Club. Yetabori with the slight advantage going in today. They've got 2 wins versus Seaside with the 1. And we've got some off-spin coming in from the form of Saqib Latif, who went down with what looked like a shocking knee injury this morning, but he's managed to resurrect himself and has given away the gloves and is getting a stint at the bowling crease. That first one, a little bit short, spinning sideways though, as Satish Kunjiet says, I'll take every extra that you offer me at the moment.
Yeah, Latif just trying to get in on the wickets, no doubt. It's an opportunity though for Kunjiet to make him rue the decision to bowl Kenny, and he hits this pretty well. It'll just be a single though, and they think about 2. Well, he's certainly thinking about getting back there, but in comes the throw.
Wow. Tell you what, he may have been thinking about it. Maratha did not have a thought go through his mind that there was a 2 on offer there. He's pretty determined to face Latif and suspect eyeing up that leg side boundary. Floated outside off stump. Maratha swings hard, but this times it's straight. Just welcome Liam Day to the chat, one of our frequent, very high quality contributors to the YouTube chat here on the European Cricket Network. And he's just joined us, so he's had a look at what Umar Nawaz did with the bat earlier today, and he's asked the question, is Jonty Rhodes, the national coach for Sweden, watching Nawaz? As well, if Jonty's going to watch anything at the moment, he can watch Satish Kunjier launch a ball into orbit. Latif's been pumped for a Maximo.
What a nice shot this is. Uses his feet well, keeps his shape perfect, and smashes this big. That's a lovely shot from Kunjier.
Yeah, great shot from Kunjier. But back to Liam Day's comment. Liam's asking whether or not Jonty, the national coach of Sweden, has been watching Umar Nawaz over the last couple of days, because he is one quality player.
Yeah, he certainly is. And it tries to do the same again. Sliced up in the air, fielder comes through, and well, he does a little bit of the ballet dancing here. Forget the ballet dancing. He totally misses it. It goes down and he says, "Hi yaar, sat bhi lagi." I think he's saying that hurt.
I'm not sure why he's holding his elbow, Kadir. So, well, he certainly wouldn't be holding his hands. I'm not sure he even got a finger on that one. Absolutely confounds me as a fielder. He's clearly an exquisite and highly trained left-arm orthodox spinner, yet he's come up with a couple of ordinary efforts in the field. As, well, speaking of less than optimal efforts, although for a man who has been pretty good in the field, Umar Nawaz tries to swing that in with the left hand, but the power of Kunjier gets him another boundary and a very generous bit of bowling from Latif.
Yeah, he hits it well, and Kunjier says, okay, I'll take those. You can bowl me full tosses if you want to Latif. And this rate is improving. Look, they're getting up to the 100 mark. This is good from the Stars.
Another generous delivery, flighted outside off stump. Kunji's actually played it pretty well, and a nice bit of fielding from Aftab swinging around. Well, Latif's been knocked on his backside by the ball coming in from the fielder. That is a magic moment as Maratha, a man with not a huge appetite for twos, has managed to come back for a well-run second. Look at this, Latif. He's had a tough day. He's been cracked on the knee earlier, and now he's been sent on his backside. Can't complete the run out. They end up only with the two as Marath backs up quite a lot, and the Helsingborg Stars 98 for 4.
Well, look, I've never seen, I don't think, a player who ends up with his backside. It's almost like the Kookaburra knocked him out, and then next thing you know, he picks himself up and ends up on his front side. And, well, no change there in the percentages. I don't think they're going to change. But at the moment, it looks like that Evergreen can do this easily. But one thing that the Stars are doing is they are, as I always say, if you're going to lose, there he is. He's on his backside. Then he says, I like it better. I like it when I'm on top. So he goes on top, and he still misses.
Like a tortoise trying to swing off their shell to collect the ball.
98 for 4, 12 balls to go. And, well, you can take it from us. There's plenty more action and drama to come in this match. 98, the Stars trying to really up their net run rate to give them a chance, hopefully, to make it into the quarterfinals next week.
Well, so the Helsingborg Stars, they need 54 runs off 12 balls. They've got 2 of their middle order in, Rico. Do you agree that they've got a 7% win probability here?
7%? But he's going to be rubbing his legs here now. Well, we've already seen him rubbing his fingers, and now it's time to rub your legs. And well, he seems okay. He's got something to say about it. Well, 7%, yeah, okay. And
Bassett Abdul. To be fair, he's given away a fair few runs in his overs today. Bowled a succession of wides earlier on, so we never know. Helsingborg 53 needed alpha 11 now. That's nicely bowled, drilled into the toes, and it's just going to be driven nicely down the ground for a 1 to long on.
yeah, Abdul, he has picked up a wicket. Bassett Abdul, he does have the knack, doesn't he, to get wickets. We saw that yesterday when he picked up 4. And, well, there's every chance that he could try and get another hit. Got to bowl full and straight. Get a Yorker delivery in here, he's got a wicket.
On the inside edge, it's beaten the keeper. That's magnificent batting from Marathe, going to the one part of the field that's got no protection. That's 7% win probability. It might have crept up to 7.1% now, Rico. That's a handy boundary.
It's a handy boundary. It's not the ball that I was thinking that Abdul needs. He fires it down the leg side. The batter is running away from it, but still managed to get a bit of bats onto it. 4 runs, 104 on the board.
Arthur gives himself some room, cracks it down to long off. It's neatly fielded there from Aftab Kunjia. Desperately trying to get Maratha back on strike, but good piece of fielding from Aftab, keeps it to the 1.
Yeah, these two have done okay, haven't they? They've got that. I always say you need to get a partnership again. It's not been Blazing Saddles. And, maybe in the comedy aspect of things, it may have been Blazing Saddles out there. But in terms of runs coming off the bat, not maybe the same. But they've got the team to score off over 100. They're still there. They're still prepared to play the shots.
Marathe, he was alert for the second there. Kunjia down on his haunches. Had to run hard in this partnership. It's been a pretty handy partnership, though. Batted well, these two.
I wonder what Mohammed Aftab would have said to Abdul there. Has a cheeky word in his ear.
Well, he probably would have said hit it right in the hitting zone so the crazy frog could get involved, but ding, 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 he drops it. Might have a run-out opportunity, but Abdul's a little bit sloppy with the fielding, and they managed to scamper through for a 2. Nicely struck shot from Marathe, but put down by Kiani.
Well, Kiani, he always has something to say about it afterwards. Look, he keeps his hands together. Says, look, I did everything right. He just didn't want to stick. He's always laughing. And there he goes. He tells the story. Does the crazy frog, Kiani. Well, it's all happening out there at the moment. And this is why you got to love it. The European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series you're watching here in Landskrona in Sweden. There's always action. There's always entertainment. There's always drama. And this match has had it all.
Well, I wonder, so the Helsingborg Stars need 44 off 6, Rico. I wonder what our win probability is saying at the moment. They've got Kiryani, who's been very, very tight with his bowling across the tournament. Fairly frequent wicket taker as well. Just had a good event all round. He's standing at the top of his mark. Kunjir and Maratha, good partnership to date, but this feels like it might be a touch beyond them.
Yeah, the go to Kiani was an opportunity maybe to go to another maybe lesser known bowler, but Kiani wants to finish it off. He wants to get those wickets again. And he could get one here, goes high up in the air. Thank you very much. And Kiani says, that's another. It's hardly not surprising that he does get so many wickets. He comes on and he bowls. Normally it's the 8th and the 10th. And if the team's already lost a few wickets, that gives Kiani an opportunity to pick up a few more. So this one goes up, and there'll be more smiles on Kiani's face. Not that there is hardly a moment when there isn't.
No, he does enjoy his cricket. Imran Kiani sends Satish Kunjia back to the pavilion after a nice little innings from him. Helsingborg requiring 44 off 5 balls now. Certainly, Kiani, if we look at the best bowling averages up until this point, Kiani 8.6. He's neck and neck with Riaz Khan, who had a great day yesterday, and Nawaz, who's just joined the bowling attack for ECC. He's doing pretty well as well. Kiani, that one was short, it was wide, and it's been duly dispatched. That's a nice shot from the new batsman, who raises his bat in triumph to his teammates. It's nicely done. Couldn't ask for a much nicer introduction from that ball from Kiani.
Yeah, and look at that. There's a man out there signaling the 4 as well. And, well, he was out first ball in the first match. And this time he plays this one nicely for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Nicely played.
Past Chagule. He's getting into his work nicely here. He senses an opportunity against the Frog. Frog wide of off stump. Very full. Swings and misses. Opportunity for the run out as Marathe gets himself back on strike.
Yeah, off he goes, and it would have been close if this hits. Yeah, he would have been out, not close. Would have been well gone. So, Marathe gets an opportunity to finish with a bang.
Kiani still very deliberate at the top of his mark, as he always tends to be. Short ball, Marathe had the chance to swing it to square leg. Fortunately, cracks him in the torso. It's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, it's going to be the dot ball on the scorecard. It's also going to be a dot ball on his body. That one's going to leave a bruise.
Kiani's smile on his face, enjoying his cricket at the moment. That's wide ball. Clever stuff as Marathe took a step out to the leg side. Canny stuff from the Frog.
Yeah, showing all his experience. 2 for 18. He makes a habit of taking the 3 for. Let's see, ball to go.
Well, pitches it up for Marathe to take a big swing. Kadir, after his previous catching efforts, had no interest in having a crack at that one, but he does rack up a few fantasy fielding points courtesy of a run out with a nice throw into Crazy Frog, who goes ding, 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 and completes the run out at the bowler's end. And that is all she wrote for the Helsingborg Stars today. They have ended up 114 for 6. A brave chase of a total of 152, but ultimately, Rico, a fairly shoddy bowling effort from them meant they had far too much work to do.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. And it was nice there, I suppose, for the captain of Evergreen, a team that remains unbeaten. So they go through the group stages, winning all their matches, 8 from 8. And I think he took the opportunity just to try a few different bowlers there. And that's good because it just means that he kept himself. He didn't bat himself, did Amir Ali. Keeps himself fit, keeps 1 or 2 of these other key bowlers fit as well. Nice to see the 2 teams congratulating each other. That's the way, that's the spirit that this whole series has been played in. But despite the efforts early on of Shetty and also the captain, Pruva, they just really couldn't keep up with it. It started well, but you knew when those wickets fell, it was always going to be difficult. But we did see some fantastic shots from the captain, Mandu Prabhu, to start off with.
Yeah, he's been an absolute titan for the Helsingborg Stars over their 8 games in this tournament. Unfortunately, they will finish this group stage with only 2 wins, and they will need some sort of miracle to go through to the next round of games. Imran Kiani, he has continued to be a wicket taker and a miserly medium pace bowler. Key scalp of Madam Prabhu taunted him with the full ball and then just gets through the gate, and the skipper gets plenty of congratulations from his team. He has led them well this week. Muhammad Kadir, wasn't he back bowling well with his left arm orthodox? Avinash Panda started brightly, but once he was back in the sheds, then it was all a bit too much of a tough task for the Helsingborg Stars.
Yeah, but they had a good effort, and there's Kiani. He had a few issues in the field. There's that one, he steps over the line and goes for 6. He dropped a couple of catches as well, but he's always a key campaigner themselves. Yeah, I think Amir Ali be very happy with the way that certainly Kadir came back to his best. He'll still be a little bit concerned by some of the other bowlers, especially the youngsters, Naeem and also Abdul. Though they are picking up wickets, they're also bowling a lot of runs as well. And talking about runs with this one, watch out umpire, there's a bat coming your way.
It was flying. Unfortunately, the ball wasn't flying to the boundary just enough, but there was some big celebrations from Kadir as he got through the benches of Chandra Gyanasan, who swung wildly but not effectively, and he was on his way back to the pavilion. Rajiv Swain, didn't we want him to take this catch to see what he would unleash as celebration? But ultimately, he fumbled it, he went flying, and Marathe stayed at the wicket. Fairly comical effort from Mohammad Kadir, showing that he keeps his specialisation to the bowling, and man who might be sticking to his specialisation of wicket-keeping is Latif in future, as he was thrashed to the boundary on a couple of occasions and knocked to the ground.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of action there. The Kookaburra knocking out the bowler. The bowler still trying to keep himself in contention with the run out. There's another one that gets dropped by Kiani, and this one is safe hands. It was a good game, played with good spirit. We saw plenty of runs being scored again. We're certainly going to see the run rates just increase to go higher and higher. And as we look at the last part of this action, and we know that there's 2 more matches coming your way, and they're going to be very, very interesting matches as well. And I'm certainly that team there, and the team in the yellow there, the Helsingborg Stars, they will be watching with intent, because really they'll be hoping that the Royals can be the team that are victorious in both the matches coming up next, because that's the only way that they can make it into the quarterfinals. Seaside, if they get a victory here, or even if they win both of these, they will go through, and it will be the Stars that will not make it into the quarterfinals. What a big finish this is to the group.
It's making me nervous even talking about it, Rico. Just do not know what is going to happen, and you can bet that the cricket watching populations of both Helsingborg and Yetabore will be chewing their nails in anticipation of this one. A big inclusion for Seaside today in the form of Harinder Singh, and in addition to that, Shafat Ali Saeed, the left armour. That's a couple of huge inclusions for them.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, Shafat Ali Saeed, he was missing for the last couple of days. He had to go and deal with some personal issues, but he is back. Harinder Singh, they missed him yesterday. He's back. They're looking a good side. Now, look, without those 2 players, they put a superb fight in yesterday against Evergreen. So, you know what? They're looking pretty good. And they know that if they can get the points on the board, 2 points on the board, and improve their net run rate, they're going to be the team that goes through. But they're looking to do 2 out of 2. The Royals, well, they've had their struggles as well, haven't they?
Certainly have, and in fact they put in 2 of their most disappointing performances of the tournament in their 2 games against Jönköping yesterday, but they've got a couple of their stronger players on deck for today. They will be looking to secure their position in the finals playoffs for this ECS Landskrona tournament. They will be next week. We've still got plenty of great cricket today. 2 matches coming up to finish Day 5 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. I'm Andrew Ryan. I'm with Rico Full all day here on the European Cricket Network. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back with the next match in tick over 15 minutes. We look forward to you joining us then.
European cricket fans, welcome to Game 3 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. Two teams coming in who are absolutely fighting for their existence in this competition. It's the Göteborg Royals taking on Seaside Cricket Club. We'll hand over and we've got a special guest, Adnan, doing the toss for us for this Game 3.
Your call. Yep. Heads. It is head. Seaside won the toss. Yeah, we like to bat first.
Excellent toss there from Adnan, and it's particularly helpful for the Seaside Cricket Club. Their skipper, Adi Aurora, has won the toss and he is elected to bat first. I think that'll give him a boost of confidence, and they come into what is an absolutely must-win set of games for them. They've looked very, very strong at times throughout this tournament. They've got to get more from their second-tier players, though. Someone like Mutaba Hakim, he has been either really on or really off, in particular with his bowling, but he's made a couple of good contributions with his batting as well. But if he can step up and give them some extra oomph, it'll really benefit the side. Another thing, it's a huge inclusion for them today, is that Shafar Ali is back into the side, the left arm paceman and a very, very good batsman. He is a huge inclusion for Seaside today. As for the Göteborg Royals, they were incredibly disappointing in a pair of losses to Jönköping yesterday. They have had to have had their confidence knocked by what was a pair of extraordinarily big defeats, and it has done many, many bad things to their net run rate. Their skipper, Barrett Conker, he was in particular one of the disappointing players yesterday. He's much better than what he showed, and I expect him to come back with a vengeance at the bowling crease. The other man that I really need to step up, though, is Natarajan. He bats at the top of the order from them. He's a good quality player. He was a major part of their victories on day one. He needs to recapture some of that form if they're to have any hope of winning these games today. It's going to be a pair of solid contests, about two teams who are very, very well matched up. I think it's going to be two close games coming up. We're ready for Game 3, and I'll hand back to Rico Fool in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there. Rhino giving us a very comprehensive build up to this match. And as he said, it's very, very important because look, either one of these two teams could go through. And that will mean that the Stars that we saw being defeated twice by Evergreen will lose out on the quarterfinals. But so many things could happen, especially as net run rate comes into play, as we see that beautiful drone footage of this lovely ground here, Landskrona, which is on the southern tip of Sweden. And Seaside, they'll be happy to have Harinder Singh back in their side. And Shafat Ali Saeed, as you heard Andrew say, that is a big addition to their side, and they'll be hoping that them, with the likes of Yusuf, who really crunched the ball yesterday, and Malik, can really get them up and running. It's everything really for them to play for. And in terms of the Royals, they've been disappointing. Can their captain Conker get the likes of the best of someone like Vanupusa and also Natarajan? You heard that he was disappointing, but they've got Subramanian back in the side. That's going to be key for them as well. They haven't looked good since those two victories that they had right at the beginning on day one. They beat the Stars twice, and ever since then they haven't gone well. And this is what the bat versus Ward has to say. It's going with the Seaside to be the winners here. Seaside batting first here, and looking to see if they can get the runs on the board and winning the toss and going to bat. The only thing I can say to the Seaside, well, if you go about batting the way that they did in that first match yesterday, it was a defeat to Evergreen. Evergreen put on 148 on the board and Seaside 124 for 7, but it was a splendid effort. But one man that is missing from their team, and that's why Adi Aurora is the captain, is the man who was captaining them yesterday, and he was in fine form. And that was, of course, the man who scored brilliantly, and that was Umar Chaudhry. He's not in the side as you see this match start. So somebody's got to take his place, and they're hoping that it's going to be the man who's out there at the moment, Harinder Singh. They're off the mark. They're up and running. Big match. And I know there's a lot of people that be watching, see how this match goes, including the Stars that are still here. An appeal here. And nice to see a new face in the umpires lineup. We've got Ashisani who we've seen many a times. And then also, that man there standing at the bowler's end at the moment is our very own Bazza. Barry Eden making his intro. Has been one of the men in black, the umpiring team in this match. There he is, Bazza. It's just played back to the bowler. Good start from Sasidran. I think he's probably been the best player by far for the Göteborg Royals. He's bowled well, batted well, been involved in a lot of all-round performances, but some of his other teammates have let him down. He just strays down the leg side, looking to try and get the Yorker length delivery in. Field at the moment is the long off his back and third man. 3 men on the leg side, inside the ring. Bit of a swing and a miss there from Singh. We didn't see him yesterday, so he'll probably be a little bit rusty. But he's a good batter. When he gets going and he starts to play the ball, he plays some lovely strokes as well. Plays shots all around the ground. And this one was, he gets that foot planted down the wrong line, doesn't he? Needs to be a little bit wider. Play that shot. It's a bit of a risky one to play. This time he opts to go on the back foot to try and guide this. He's looking for that gap, isn't he, between the third man on the boundary and point. Very good afternoon to everybody who's on the YouTube chat, and once again, thank you from myself and Andrew for all the lovely comments and all the chat as well. We love the conversation. We love that you're involved with what's happening here in Landskrona. So Hindran once more, and that's not a bad delivery. It's quite a risky shot from Singh. He plants his foot right across the line here. Makes good contact. It's just as well he does. Look, here's the shuffle across. I think if this is hitting the pad, oh, you see, Sasidran is already ready to appeal. Plants the foot, and well, if that hits, it certainly go up. I mean, it may have just been drifting a little down the leg, but certainly worth a shout. But the batter gets plenty of bat onto it. There's a nice shot in the end from Singh. He backed himself to play it, gets himself off the mark. It's 6 off the over. So certainly a low-key start to the innings. We normally maybe be able to look at some of the scores of the first over, the average scores. And that's not certainly one of the better ones. I mean, certainly today there have been some big scores, and they're the first start of the games. Up in the air, and he gets lucky, going to get it over the field and all the way, I suppose. It's a nice shot to play in the power play from Naval, and he does it well. So he gets 4 runs. Yeah, just go to some of the scores that we're talking about. Look, we have scores of 14, 21, 20 and 19. That's been the sort of scores we've had first over. So 6 is certainly low key. But that boundary takes the total score to 10. Rajar. Not a good delivery actually down the leg, and the batter just needs to step inside this. Navali doesn't. Allows it to hit him, and single gets taken, so Singh now gets on strike. That wind has just picked up, feels just slightly chillier as the sun has disappeared for a while. In the air, doesn't time it well, tries to go straight down the ground, but gets enough of it. That's 4 more runs. Doesn't time this well at all, but it's enough to get past Planisami. It's just all about placement. Planisami, you see, just getting the end to your screenshot there. Just a little bit too short once again from Chandra Prabhat Jha. Played straight back down. And oh, well, they will think, oh, this could be suicide. It's going to be out. I think this is going to be out. They're going to go to the third umpire. But this is trouble. I can tell you that now. And Ashish Sani is the man who's going to be able to look at this at third. There's a call of maybe, and then it's up until here, everything's fine. Then just because of that throw, you see Singh deciding, yeah, let's go. But, well, let's see this side on. Yeah, he's a long way out. Yeah, have a look. Yeah, look, he's gone. That is really disappointing. It's not for the first time have we seen some, well, you've got to say, some very strange, ludicrous bit of running. And it's going to certainly let himself down. Not good at all. And you can see the old saying always goes, never run off a misfield. And that's what they did there. The throw was banged in. It hits that blue pitch and goes flying over the bowler. But a good bit of awareness from the fielder. Sees what's going on. And, well, picks it up well and gets a throw in to the keeper. Really good, and a good throw as well. Look at that. Right over the stumps. And Ravi Baka, he knows he's got his man. They're all smiles, and the umpire, that's good. I like that. When you've got the technology on these line calls, use it. And that's exactly what Baza does. Soft dismissal. And it is Mahesh Naval who has to depart. Yeah. He said the new batter will have to come in. For the first time, we've seen some crazy bit of running. Has to be said. Just adjusting this field now to the new batter because it is the left-hander that comes out. See, they're going to run out 6 of 3. He'll be very disappointing. It's well bowled. And it was Sidran, the key man. I've mentioned him, and I said he's my player by far off the team. Does it with the bat, does it with the ball, and does it in the field as well. And I know another man that really likes Sidran. He comes and joins us now. Is Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, sir.
Love a bit of Sasandra as that one's just mistimed. Fielded times 4. I think that's Sitter there at the mid-wicket position, but nice finish to the over from Chandrajar and Seaside. 15 for 1 after 2. They were sitting pretty halfway through that over before the run out, Rico, and then run out and then a dot and a dot to finish.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy run. It's one of those that where you just get this rush of blood, and that's what happened with Singh. He wanted to Singh, it was fielded, and then the throw comes in, hits the deck, flies over, and they say, yeah, let's go. Well, he said, yeah, let's go, and the only man that had to go was Navale. As we have a look how important a match this is.
Well, certainly the Yedaburi Royals absolutely need to win one of these 2 games, Rico, because their net run rate is deplorable, courtesy of those pair of thrashings yesterday, not to mention them being dismantled by Evergreen on day 2. So they desperately need a win out of one of these 2 games. Saying that, Seaside, they're the only team with only 1 win on the board as well, so they are fighting for their lives and need some strong performances, at least 1 if not 2 wins out of these 2 games.
Well bowled, gets it right across the right-hander. Singh, he's just got the habit of playing a shot and wanting to make something of it. Sometimes he just overcommits himself and can get himself in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Singh's certainly one of the more technically capable batsmen in this ECS Landskrona event. Very composed at the crease. He's a handy addition to their side for today.
It's up in the air, tries to catch it, and well, the fielder backs away. I can't believe this. You've got to go for the catch here. And, well, I'm not sure what he's thinking there. He decides he doesn't want it as we have a look at the batters, top batters. And match 19 at the moment. And the one thing I want to focus on is Singh. He's coming back into the team. And also Sasidran. I think they're going to be key. But Natarajan, he can do better, can't he?
He certainly can, but you can see at the top how much Seaside have lost from the fact that Mohammed and Chaudhry are not playing today. They've been the two top run scorers for the Seaside team as Ali swings it straight down the ground. Subash coming in from long on. Would have been a great catch. He's dived forward and has hit the front of his hands. They might rue that. Ali is such a good hitter of the ball. They would have loved to have him back to the pavilion early on.
Yeah, look, that was an opportunity to get him before he even registers run on the board. It's a very good effort from that man, Panisami. He's another one that's always in the action, diving forward, but not able to take the catch. So Ali survives, moves on to one. Both these batters living a little dangerously at the moment. Sliced up in the air. This one will race away, will it? And well, he does pretty well. Watches the spin, gets a hand onto it a couple of times. In comes the throw. It's a wild one, and it will be a single taken.
It's all happening in these early stages of this game. You can see two teams who are absolutely desperate to keep their European Cricket Series alive. They're throwing themselves around in the field. The Yetabori Royals just need a bit of composure. Conker, the skipper, he started well with the ball. Got pumped yesterday. It wasn't his happiest time at a cricket ground. Full ball, Ali swings around to the leg side. Subash takes a great grab. Unfortunately, he's completed it about a metre behind the boundary rope. And the arms go up for a 6. Nice strike from Ali.
Well, he's hit this really well. Ali, well, he's given two chances with both shots. This one, Panisami does hang on to it pretty well. But look, it comes out of his hands. That's the problem. The ball comes out of his hands. He takes it second time round, but takes it the wrong side off the rope. Oh, this is huge. Oh, that's absolutely huge. And that ball is going, and still going. What a big shot this is. He picks this up beautifully. And it's a case of wait for it. Boom. Shakalaka.
It's gone from an absolute rocket off Ali's bat. Just stand and deliver stuff. Barrett Conker probably just getting a little bit good length, so to speak, and allowed him to get under that ball and swing it hard to the mid-wicket boundary. Seaside there, 30 for 1 after 3. Pretty much honours even after the first 3 overs. Probably would have loved to have one of these two batsmen out. But see from the win probability chart, things still relatively even after the first 3. Who do you think would be the happiest side at the moment, Rico?
Look, at the moment, I think Seaside will be happy. They've made a pretty good start. They're going in around 10 and over. I think they'll be happy as well. They know that both these batters have given chances and they're still there. So maybe things are going to work in their favour. Singh, he's got to double figures, as has Ali Saeed, but both given opportunities.
Yeah, certainly have. Subash coming on to bowl. He was introduced to the bowling attack a couple of times yesterday. Effective on occasions. Certainly at least slows things down a little bit. They've got a pretty reasonable pace attack, the Royals. Sandra and Jar, Conker. And we'll probably see Siva later as well.
So Panisami certainly been involved in the action, hasn't he, already? In that long on position. And that position now has been taken up by the captain, Conker. And here we go. Singh hasn't looked in any sort of form at the moment. Been lucky. This probably find a bit of bat on this as Panisami is appealing. Just keep an eye on the umpire. Yeah, no signalling at all. Certainly heard and saw a fair bit of bat.
Well, Panisami might be well advised to keep an eye on the ball as well. The throw came in. Probably wasn't that far from being a run-out opportunity if he had been more alive to it, but back facing, just trying to get back to his mark. Not exactly the longest trip that he has back for his 6-step run-up of bowling off spin either.
Saeed facing now the left-hander. And this is not the best of shots from him, and they've got a wicket. He is going to be so disappointed with himself. I mean, it wasn't a good ball. It needed to be put away, and somehow he's managed to get the back of the bat. It goes all the way to the man at third, who snaps the catch. Have a look at this. It was a Gundy ball, really. It just needs to be put away. It gets the back of the bat. It goes where he doesn't want it to go. The man at fine says, thank you very much.
Well, imagine such a prolific batsman who's scored runs frequently in this event. Safat Ali has somehow managed to get the back end of the bat, and it's a well-taken catch down there at third man, but just an extraordinary dismissal for such a high-quality cricketer. And Subhash Palanasamy probably should have been expecting that ball to be smoked to the backward square boundary. As it was, he'd ended up with a wicket, and probably the key wicket in this batting lineup for Seaside. Ali, he's sent packing, and that is a huge scalp.
Yeah, big wicket, and it's come from nowhere. And what you have to say, it's come from nowhere. That's 2 wickets that have come from nowhere. And we saw the run out, and then that one. So obviously, you were asking me earlier who's the happier side. Well, I think with that happening, things might just change a little bit. Wicket goes.
Fielding manoeuvres all over the place at the moment. And push back to the backward square.
It's a nice looking shot at times as well. Chase on for the fielder. And he does well. He's going to be in the action, isn't he, that man today? That's a nice throw from him, though. Certainly have to hustle to get themselves in. The new batter is out there now. It's now Harif.
A lot rests with these two batters, doesn't it, Rico? See, the ball's just popped out of the gloves. If he had have taken it cleanly, very well could have been a second run out for the innings, but these two batsmen, probably the last two, I guess what you'd call top-tier batters for the Seaside. They've got some good hitters that come in underneath them, but need a good partnership here. We're only 3.5 overs into the innings. Subhash standing at the top of his mark. Trying to move the field around once again. Man's been brought up from deep backward square for a reef.
That's a good delivery, isn't it? Just what we found there is, and this is with Sapro bowling as well in the earlier match, anything that sort of pitch is there and you're going back foot to is certainly going to come up on you. And you see there the carry through from that to delivery from Palanasamy. Makes a bit of room for himself. Strokes is out onto the offside to get the single.
Palanasamy getting through this over nicely. 1 for 4 so far. He's got one more delivery to go. Just when Seaside looked like they were building a bit of momentum, the batting crease, this has been a nice intervention from the off spinner.
It's another not such a good delivery. It's called a wide, and that's going to be 5 runs. So I suppose he's done pretty well that he does miss this, because if he does hit it, it would have been 4. By missing it and getting nothing on it at all, it's going to go down as being 5. So nothing really the keeper Bucker could do there. Valuable runs. They're finding it difficult to get boundaries themselves, especially you've seen those 2 wickets go down, and Singh just doesn't seem to be in any sort of rhythm here at the moment at all. Well, that will help. It's a Gundy ball, it's a half tracker, and it gets put away and just falling short of the boundary, 4 runs. And not helping himself here is the bowler, and that's not a good finish to the over. He was looking pretty good until then in the last couple of deliveries, and well, that sort of gets them up to into the 40s. Hello to everybody, and thank you again for joining us here at Landskrona. One big thing for me is for Seaside. We know that they've had some good performances, but how much in this match and on this day, these 2 matches, are they going to miss Umair Chaudhry, who was captaining them yesterday, and he was a man who was batting really well.
Yeah, he batted superbly, Chaudhry. I mean, the fact that he almost took them to victory in that first chase of chasing 150 odd against the strength of the Evergreen bowling lineup, they will certainly miss him. And it's actually the double loss of experience with Naiz Muhammad as well, who's contributed pretty strongly for them throughout this tournament. So we said a lot rests on the 2 men at the crease at the moment. Harinder Singh is looking pretty average for those last couple of balls, and We see Sasendra come in nice, wide Yorker in, outside of off stump. How much things can turn quickly. Palanisamy had actually bowled a really good over up until the point that he sent a half tracker down the leg side, which went for 5 wides, and then bowled almost precisely the same ball, swung to the boundary by Singh. So what was an ascended position quickly turned in the space of 2 deliveries to one where Seaside probably pretty happy going into 11 or so and over.
It's been hit pretty well by a front. Take the single.
Slightly concerned that Nathu Sasendran seems to have lost his outswinger since he had his haircut mid-tournament.
It's been played pretty well. To be fair to him, and after some of your comments about his hair, no wonder he got it cut. It's amazing just
I thought he had great hair.
Well, we did say it was lovely here, yeah, so we were actually complimenting him on his hair, but he's had it cut now, and though it looks pretty slick, it certainly hasn't helped him with his bowling. Maybe it's a bit of the hair is giving him the strength. This has been absolutely clubbed away, but straight to the fielder, and well fielded there as well.
I'll tell you what, something else that's maybe hindering him. I'm extremely happy that I don't play for the Iddawari Royal side. They seem to have a great deal of love for extremely tight trousers. Sasendra, maybe he's feeling a bit restricted by the fact that he's wearing under 16 size gear. That one's thrashed off the outside edge and goes through to the 3rd man boundary for a 4, but looking around.
That's Victor Meldrew there. That's Victor Meldrew.
That's a random call, Rico. It's a great one.
Look, here we go, Victor Meldrew. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There he is. Hello, Victor. Well, we get some celebs coming and watching the cricket sometimes as well. But look, it's another boundary for Singh. He's got 20 runs, but really, he hasn't looked the part at all at the moment. And sometimes, though, as they say, if you can score runs when you're not at your best, well, things could be looking up for you. That's good delivery. Right up there, so Sidran, that's what you expect from him. He's a, well, top campaigner, isn't he? We've already seen him involved in the field with that run out and throw. Now gets a good York and length delivery. So he finishes his over well. He's bowled himself out now, so he's gone for 13 off his 2. The score moves on to 50.
Yeah, Sasendra bowling well in spite of the fact that his trousers have been painted on today. Seaside, they are kicking along pretty nicely, 50 for 2. I'd still say honours even at the moment. Harinder Singh, as you say, hasn't looked particularly fluent, but innings of 21 off of 15 today. Arif has been manipulating the strike pretty well, trying to get Singh on as much as possible. He's the partner who's been out there far longer, and we see the introduction now of Siva Venapusa. He's been one of your favourites for this Iddawari Royals bowling attack, hasn't he, Rico?
Yeah, he has, Venapusa, and I'm still a believer because of the amount of pace that he gets on the ball, and he hits the ball deck hard. I like to see him opening up with the ball. I think he's a good opening bowler, and he doesn't seem to have, I'm going to say it, you know what's going to happen, but I'm going to say it, doesn't seem to have too much trouble getting the ball in the right areas. Let's see how this goes. He's just making a change in the field.
Gee, you've set him up for failure now, haven't you, Rico?
Yeah, I backed myself though. There you go.
He's just punted his worst ball of the tournament. Not even a half track, a quarter tracker down the leg side. That is horrendous.
I was still hopeful he was going to get away with it. I thought, well, keep going straight, just don't go down the leg side. But look, you know, I know it happens, but I did stick to my guns. But I was thinking it, and I said it. Anyway, can he come back well? No, he can't, and this has been uppercut. But luckily, he does manage to get a bat onto it. He gets to a single. Look, it's going to be 2. Poor, very poor.
Well, no less than that ball deserved, frankly. That was almost worse than the first one, except for the fact that at least it was straight.
Yeah, well, you were in this corner yesterday, and everything you said sort of went the opposite way. So maybe I'm going to turn around and say, right, this next delivery of his is going to be shocking. Let's see. That's okay, but it's a lovely shot. Oh, this is played beautifully off the back foot, and that's been stroked away. What a nice shot this is. Just waits for the ball to come, gets himself into position, Look at that, just opening the blade of the bat, 4 runs.
It's actually a really, really good cricket shot, Rico. As you say, just opened the bat face, played it behind point, and that's what Siva gets for finally landing one on a good spot.
Up in the air. Oh, well, this was hit pretty hard. That was a spicy one, wasn't it? And jumping up in the air, trying to take the catch was Natarajan. And it just stuck for a few seconds, and then it just dropped out of the sky like a giant snowball. And he's very unlucky. Really is.
Very unlucky indeed. He timed his jump pretty well. The ball put outside off stump, swung around to the leg side. And Chanu Jar tries to slap it back. Unfortunately, doesn't get enough hand on it, and it's a boundary for Arif. He tries to give some explanation to the Seaside tent as to how he generously had that one to slip through his grasp.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're seeing already the difference between the fielding of the first 2 teams that we've seen and the Royals. The Royals, this is where they let themselves down on many occasions. Full toss, and the bowler gets his foot on it, and now it's stinging. I don't know if he gets the reaction off him straight away. You'll probably find the camera is on the ball, but the reaction, look, it gets thumped, puts his foot there, which you should never do. That's always going to hurt. Then just watch a few seconds, then he says, oh, teri, hey, Sadalangi. That's the way you break your foot. You can't be doing that. You've got to try and get your hands down to it.
Well, ever since you wrapped him up, Rika, he's bowled an absolute shocker of an over, a bunch of half-trackers, and that's been pumped for a Maximo. It's his 3rd half-tracker of the over. The last ball was a full toss. He's probably got a broken foot. This couldn't be going much worse for him.
No, and I built him up so well. I'm never going to do that again, as this one has been sent away. And that's in the direction of that banner there. European Cricket Network, we grow together. We certainly do grow together. And the umpire's arms there are growing pretty high as well. As he says, that's out of here. That's 6 runs. Manos arriba. And it wasn't a good over from my man Manapusa. And maybe that's why I say he should be opening. He does much better with the new ball, you know.
I'm going to wholeheartedly disagree with you for possibly the first time ever there, Rico. Given you've got Sasendra and Jar, who are both very, very good bowlers and swing the ball nicely at the top of the innings, I think Siva's bowling in precisely the right place. He just hasn't delivered after you've trumpeted his skills to the world. Seaside, helped along by that 6 off the last ball. They are sitting in a pretty position at the moment as they bring Chandu Jara back onto bowl. He's dropped short. He's also been heaved to the leg side. Consecutive Maximos.
Yeah, they bring back the opening bowler to try and maybe just put a stop to this flow of runs. And he bowls this one at the same sort of length as what Vanapusa did. And he gets the same treatment. And it's not going well here at the moment. The acceleration is coming now. Both these batters, Singh and Arif, are starting to open up. They're starting to open their shoulders. This bowling's got to get better. Not sure why. Chandu's actually got a big smile on his face. Got to get a ball right up there. Let's see what the reply is going to be. It's on the legs once more. It's turned away. Fielder sort of half-heartedly stops it, and it will stay at just 1. Of course it will, because Singh is probably thinking, no, I'll have some of this if that's where they're going to bowl it. He's very strong on his legs, is Singh, and he's played the short ball well, pretty good as well. Just starting to come into his own now, Harpinder Singh. Short, and this is into his body. It's a very, very optimistic appeal, and no signal from Barry. So we'll be off the bat. 1 more to Singh.
Barry just showing absolute disdain for the fact that there was an appeal there.
Seaside, they want a big score on the board. They want a victory. They want to be in the quarterfinals. This is well hit, and nobody's going to stop this. It's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. It's all about the line here. Everything is into the pads, and gets himself in really good position and plays that away. It's well, it's not happening here at the moment for the Royals. They got away with a lot of these earlier on, and they were gifted and have been gifted with both the wickets that have fallen. And now Seaside is saying we're not going to give away any more freebies, no more charity from us, as they've started to pin the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit out of hand for the Royals now. Seaside 82 for 2.
Oh, this is big, up in the air, but Fielder getting underneath it and spills a catch. Down it goes. It's another opportunity, and Vanapusa, the man who really just wants to disappear and bury himself somewhere. He doesn't want to be seen anymore. First of all, he was taken apart with the ball, and now the catch comes out of his hands, and it's turning out to be a miserable first match for him. Oh, this is not a good delivery down the leg side. The batters think the toy with the idea of making that 1 into 2.
Like the fact that he's just practiced the scoop there, as if he had any hope of reaching that ball, went down about a metre down leg side. This feels like after I interviewed Sami Ibrahim Kill the other day, Rico, after he scored a blazing innings at the top. Couldn't score a run for about 3 games. Feels like exactly the same thing is happening to Venapusa here. After you've given him a rap. Can't land a ball in the front half of the pitch. Can't catch. It's just all gone downhill for the young man.
End of the over, and just have a look at the schedule. So we are, of course, in Landskrona. We've still got this week to complete, and a week to next week as well, before we then wrap up things and we'll move to Stockholm, staying in Sweden. And then right after that, we've got FanCode European Cricket Series in Prague, Budapest, and also in Vienna. Plenty of cricket coming your way, and don't forget, we also have the 5-week European Cricket Series. It's going to be the Italian summer. That's where we're going to be. That's going to be concluded by the Super Series, and the winner of that Super Series will be the team that represents Italy in the European Cricket League. So plenty of action and entertainment still to come your way.
Well, plenty to talk about for people who love cricket in context, isn't it, Rico? That 5-week Italian tour, all culminating in determining who the final representative, and they did very well. Their representative at the ECL this year, Brescia, made it through to 3rd place eventually and played some stunning cricket. Almost unlucky not to make the final in the end.
Well, the umpire may have a think about this, decides not. It's worth looking at this again.
I think it hit him about half a foot outside off stump, but nicely flighted ball nonetheless.
Yeah, outside the line, and the umpire, a little shake of the head. But that's good. Like the length, like the idea here. In the air, and he gets enough of this, I think. It's a fielder out there, but can't do anything about it. It's 6 runs. It's shaka time. Well, they like it. They said, yeah, what a lovely shot it was, and it was a little bit like that. Just all about the timing. And Harinder Singh is starting to get a move on. And is that some foot fielding now from MSP?
Or was that MSP or Matt Letitia out there trying to take a ball on a half volley with the foot? That is a disgrace from the Austrian superstar. I know his hands have let him down on, 3 out of 4 occasions over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
But even so.
You were bigging him up, weren't you, when he took that catch? You were saying, well, there he is.
Despondent. Absolutely despondent.
He knows we're talking about him, doesn't he? His ears are burning. You said, and you were saying, well, didn't you say, I wonder if his coach from Vienna is watching and blah, blah, blah. Well, he's probably thinking now, I hope that one was not on camera. Well, it is. It was shocking.
It certainly is. I mean, he's a shell of his former self in the outfield. As we see that one, he edged through the keeper. Not much he could do about it. But Simpson Parker, he's got to collect himself and get his mind back in the game.
That's nicely played. He's going to have a go, isn't he? Oh, well, he holds on to it. The batter running to the danger end of Harinder Singh. He thought it was coming his way. What? He's running here. Bowler gets the ball. Harinder says, oh no. He starts to protect the back of his head.
Protects the one part of his body that's got a hard shell out of casing.
Shot. He loses his feet absolutely beautifully as this is lofted away. What a lovely shot that is. And just look at this lovely footwork. Gets it a bit, boom! Shaka-lugya!
Tell you what, Rico, the commentator's curse even extends to thoughts. I was about to compliment Rag for the fact that he'd bowled a pretty decent over up until that point with some nice flight, a little bit of side spin, and then he got unceremoniously dispatched for a 6, and I'm so happy that I didn't utter those words before the final ball of the over was bowled. Seaside have made their way now to 3 figures. They are 100 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, 100 for 2 after 8. It's absolutely what they wanted to do. So they've got 12 deliveries now to certainly get themselves to the 120 mark. And Seaside, well, they've certainly prompted the win probability to meter to give them the 80% chance of going on to win this match. Runs on the board, that's what it's about. Yeah, they'll definitely want 10 and over here to take the 120. They'll be looking for more. Singh, well, he'll be looking for more. He'll be looking for a half century. Oh, that is a terrible delivery. That is just stays on the mat. I think the what's going to be the signal? Will it be a? Yeah, it's a wide. Only just wicket keeper. Baka does really well here. This I thought was going to be 5. Really does well. Good stop.
Were you thinking about complimenting Conker before that delivery, Rico?
Not anymore. My lips were sealed. They really were. Captain. Smashed! Adios, pelota! Balle, balle, balle! Ginna sona, ginna bada shaka! It's a full toss and it's been sent out of here. That is huge.
Well, call up the boys from Bizaway Travel Services. We'll need to get an express delivery of that ball back to Landskrona. It's gone a long, long way. You can see what Conker's trying to do. He's trying to revert back to his successful approach on day 1 of spearing in the in-swinging Yorker, but hasn't got his length right.
Moves early, the batter, to give himself room, a riff. But not able to. Gets a single, so single going strike. What a good partnership it has been between these two. They came together when the score was on 31 for 2, when Saeed got out in unfortunate circumstances for him. And he's sitting there watching this, and I bet he's really kicking himself or getting himself out. Punches this out onto the offside. They'll take the 1. It's been fielded well by Panisami, who's done well. He's been sensible out there. Doesn't fire this in. He knows that the batters are looking for the opportunity to take 2. Just a nice, easy throw for his captain to deal with. Keeps him to 1.
So it was a nice shot, though. Really punched hard off the back foot by Singh.
Oh, down the ground it goes. Watch out, Karina. It's coming your way. 6 more. Manos arriba, Mitro. Manos arriba porque eso es 6 carreras.
Karina up on the third floor, I should say, of our scaffolding, had a heart in the mouth for a moment. That was hit very nice, very straight and very high. And Seaside, for a team who desperately needed to win this game, they are doing everything right with the bat so far.
Well, I said they definitely want 10 and over to get to the 120. It looks like they're going to get to the 120 in this one. Going to try around the wicket. I don't think this will help. Oh, well, I didn't see that being the result when I said I don't think it will help. Talk about getting an overcompensation in here. Well, that was a gundy ball, and well, no bat is going to reach this, I suppose. That's one thing about it. And it goes through the keeper, and they do rotate the strike.
So he's just trying a little bit too hard to generate pace now. Barrett Conker got to the delivery point there and thrust his entire upper body into it. Lost all sense of balance and tracking of the stumps.
Singh plays this one nicely down the ground. Nobody there. It's 4 runs as he gets closer to his 50. That takes him to 49. Nicely played shot. Just keeps himself nice and still until the last moment. And then I love the way the bat comes through over the shoulder as he plays his shots. And One bounce and over it goes, and this time MSB is thinking, I'm getting nowhere near it, I'll just let it go past.
Yeah, such a good timer of the ball, Harinder Singh. He's an excellent batsman, one of the classiest strikers in this ECS Landskrona event. Guarantee after these 2 days, Bharat Konkar won't be challenging Kirani for the Economy Rate Award.
That one finally is in the right spot, and there you go. And Harinder Singh gets a well-earned and well-deserved 50, and that's just all about a batter that started. He looked at all at sea, didn't he? Couldn't get a shot together. Looked like he was struggling to get his eye in, but he stuck with it. They bowled him a few shocking deliveries, which helped him to get into the 20s. Once he got into the 20s, he never looked back. Good 50 for him. Well batted. Ball badaiyan. Harinder Singh nu apni 50 puri kar li.
Yeah, and he's done it off only 28 balls. In fairness, he's had the majority of the strike in recent times. His partner, Arif, batting very well too. He's got 42 off 17. Bharat Konkar, after such a promising start to this tournament, he's been pumped for 38 off his 2 overs today. He will be bitterly disappointed, the skipper, of his bowling performances over today and yesterday. He's still got one more game coming up this afternoon to redeem himself, but boy, some pressure on now on Subhash Palanasamy with his gentle right arm off spinner. He's got 2 rampaging batsmen at the crease, and he's come on to bowl the 10th.
He's picked up beautifully, but there is a fielder there, and just one bounce, and in comes the throw.
What do you think, Rico? Is it worth the fielder charging in from deep square leg to make a play on that, sending Harinder Singh? It might be the 10th over, but he can still do some damage.
Yeah, certainly can. Palanasamy. Well, this is sometimes this is the sort of day you have as that makes his way to the boundary. Once again, you see Irfan Harif just step across right in front of his stumps. Somehow manages to get a little nurdle on this, the inside edge, and misses the stumps and goes all the way to the boundary. It's 4 more runs.
As you say, Rico, when it's your day, things are going right, and even when the ball's not coming off the meat of the seaside, batters Willow, it's still going for 4.
Gets a dot ball in there, Palanasamy. He's certainly, giving 100% out there, isn't he, for his team. Not had all the luck. He was very close to taking his spectacular catch. He's fielded well, done his bit with the ball as well. And this will be a wicket, and he deserves that. So Palanasamy gives the keeper, Ravi Barker, a little clap. And I think they're checking something here. I think they're checking that the wicket keeper doesn't encroach. Does he have the ball?
I think he's fumbled
Does he
it,
have the
Rico.
ball? He doesn't have the ball, I don't think.
That is about the messiest stumping for a simple take you could imagine, and I think he's collapsed the stumps with his gloves before the ball would probably have hit them as he's thrust it forward out of his gloves, but I suspect this is going to be given not out.
Yeah, that's not out, because I was going to say if the ball had remained in contact with the gloves, maybe, but it doesn't. He sort of chested out. Well, the applause that Palanasamy was giving to the keeper there, Barker, will change to something else.
Change to an ironic applause for the fact that he hasn't been able to complete the dismissal.
Oh, that is so disappointing for Palanasamy. He deserved that as well. And then the next one gets edged, and the fielder does pretty well, gets his body behind it. And he says, yeah, मैं stop the कर देती पर मेरे ball ने बूथी दे थप्पड़ भी मारिया. He takes one on the face here. Look at this. It rolls and smack on the side of the chin. He decides to give it a rub and then says, I better get the ball in as well. He does well there. Takes one for his team.
Yeah, heads up play from Vivek Sharma. Palanasamy standing at the top of his mark. Final ball. Partnership up to 98.
Plays it away, and it's going to be 100 partnership. And it also deserves a goal. Is it going to go in the net as well? Oh, just wide of the net, but 4 runs. 102 partnership. The 130 also comes up. And well batted to both of these batters. That's the first 100 partnership that comes up in this series. And they were gifted by some, wayward bowling. Now, talking about gifted, well, Seaside gifted 2 wickets away to the Royals, but then after that they thought, well, we better keep some intact, and they kept the ones intact of Harinder Singh. 55 not out for him, and then Arif as well, 47 not out. Well batted to you, gentlemen, and also well batted and well done to Seaside. Seaside, they're looking to get the points on the board. They're the team sitting at the foot of the table at the moment, and they put themselves in a very, very good position.
Yeah, certainly. It was pretty good batting innings all round. Nice little start for them. Balls flicked away behind square, bringing them some early boundaries. And they always looked in control of this batting effort. It was only an unexpected run out. Great bit of work from Sasendra. He's got a rocket of an arm, and the opener was caught short of his ground. Backer did well, taking the ball cleanly. And they were cock-a-hoop at getting the early wicket. Chandru bowled a pretty good second over. Harinder Singh disappointed to see his partner heading back to the pavilion. That brought Shafat Ali to the crease. He made a couple of big swings early on. One of the most talented batsmen in this tournament. That was a superb blow over the deep mid-wicket boundary from him, but he didn't last too much longer. It was an awful ball from Palanisamy, which eventually got him. Just came off the back of the bat and looped to third man. We thought at that stage, Rico, that they were up against it, Seaside. 2 of their best batsmen back in the pavilion early.
Yeah, we certainly did, and we thought they were giving their wicket away. And early on, as I said, Singh himself just didn't look to be in any sort of form. He was really struggling, Harinder Singh. And there's a chance there. That was a spicy one, wasn't it? The ball was hit very hard. But as we so often say, that these little chances, if they get taken, anything can happen. And they weren't taken. Well, that one would have hurt Siva. And it was smashed right back at him. And, well, he didn't have the best of days, did he? Manapusa as well. I certainly put the mockers on him. But it was all after that. Once Singh got going and also got partnered well by Arif, there was nothing really going their way. And nothing really going much MSP's way ever since he took that one catch we've seen him take. And the ball was sailing over the boundary rope in all kinds of directions. That was a dirty full toss that also got put away. And Harinder Singh and Arfan Arif we're having some fun, and this day continues to be a day which is dominated by the teams doing the batting and cranking up the runs. Well, this was one that was totally messed up, and I think Ravi Baka had a bit of guilt about him all the way along with that one. I don't think he knew it was out. One man that wasn't very impressed was Palanisamy, and the very last ball of the innings when 98 was the partnership was a short one down the leg side. It was all smiles and all laughs, especially from Harinder Singh. And those two batters there, Harinder Singh and Arfan Arif, put together a very fine partnership of 102 runs. And in doing so, have put their team in a very strong position, 133 for 2. As we have a look at that scorecard, and it was dominated really by those batters. 2 men that missed out. Nawal being run out. You couldn't believe that. And then also Shafat Saad Ali, somehow a ball that was way down the leg side, he managed to get the back of the bat onto it as it was caught beautifully by Subesh. And then there was that partnership. Singh and Arif said, okay, we've given 2 wickets away. That's enough of that. And well, after that, it was all plain sailing. It's been a day of big scores. I'm not saying that this score is not gettable, but Yotibora Royals have to be at their best. They certainly weren't with the bowling. Sasidran, well, you can't take anything away from him. He bowled well. I think also Pranasamy bowled pretty well without too much luck. And Ragul just got the one over in that went for 15. But look, main bowlers like Bharat Konka and also my man Vanapusa, you got to bowl better than that in these situations. So they put themselves under a lot of pressure. So we just have a look at the win probability there. Well, they're saying that runs on the board, Seaside. We've seen this graph so many times before. Do you keep putting the same one back up? Come on, admit it. 93% is 7. Well, this time the 7% is for the Royals. But look, you know what? It's all about the power play for me. Get a good power play in. Get that score to about 40, 45 in the power play. And I think the Royals will, well, they'll be on the up. And all the pressure will be on the Seaside. Well, at the moment, we all do like to be beside the seaside because, well, that's what the win probability says. It likes to be by the seaside because it's saying that the seaside went on to go on to win this match. As we have a look at that innings summary, Harinder Singh's 55 and Afran Arif 47 and 102 partnership has put them in a very strong position. But are we going to see a surprise? Are we going to see the Royals come back to their best and knock these runs off? 134 required by them. Rico Full here in the house and alongside me, Andrew Ryan. Join us in 10 minutes time as we come to the conclusion of match number 19. Hasta pronto. Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back, and welcome to cricket lovers all around the world that have tuned in to the Group A session of this Landskrona European Cricket Series. This is the final day of Group A, and we see two teams here. They're going to be wrestling with each other in a tussle to see which one of them will go through into the quarterfinals, Friday quarterfinals next week. Seaside are a team currently at the foot of the table. They showed plenty of spirit and fire yesterday in their matches against Evergreen, but came up second best. And they're looking to improve on that here and defend 133 that they put on the board, courtesy of Harinder Singh's 55 of 30 in that partnership of 102 with Arfan Arif, who got 47 of 21. The umpires made their way out there. There's umpire Barry Eaton along with Rafi Ahmed. And, the team that follows them is the Seaside. Now they know we've got to bowl well. Got to get the ball up on the stumps. We haven't seen too many bowlers be at the best here today. One or two have impressed, but most of them have been a little bit too short or too much down the leg side. That is resulting in a day where we've seen some big scores. Batters that have all the work to do is Vivek Sharma and Ragul Subramanian. They're hoping to get a good partnership started here in the power play for their team. Got a fair bit to do because that rate is already starting at 13, and I think that's why this power play is key. If it can be a good one, if it can be sort of in the 50s, then they're up and running, but they don't want to lose too many wickets either. You've got to try and find a way to put a bit of pressure on the on the Seaside fielders. See if they can get them to make some mistakes. Going to be starting right arm over, and they'll get an extra straight away. It's Hussain Ashik. Gets the first one just to swing a bit too far wide, but he'll be encouraged with that swing movement. If you can get the ball in the right place, that could turn out to be the key. Here he comes again. And this one he gets in. Bazza keeps his arms down. Rico Full here, enjoying the cricket and enjoying the company, not just the company of everybody there on the chat, but enjoying the company of the man standing next to me, Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much for that warm and wonderful introduction, Rico. It's always an absolute pleasure to be with you here on the European Cricket Network as Sharma's swung that ball down to backward of square. Thinking about the second, but they'll use their discretion and just take the one. Rico, this is delicately poised, this contest. The Royals haven't shown a huge amount with the bat the last few days. Still need about 132 runs. Figure that they probably leaked about 25 more runs than they would have been comfortable chasing, but
sure.
Good start here.
Yeah, they need a good start. Just that one there, I think you got to. That one for me is always 2. You've got to make it 2. The fielder's chasing after the ball. You've got to be sort of there and back before he gets it. They didn't run it very well. He's been guided away, and the fielder makes a very good stop. Says, I'm not chasing after it this time. I'm going to stop it there. Does well. Get a single.
Bit of a change to their top order too. Opening up with Sharma and Rag Subramanian, who we saw at the bowling crease earlier today, bowling his off spinners. A couple of nice deliveries, also a couple that were deposited over the boundary.
Charges that there as well. I don't know if this is a charge, or this is like he's off the blocks like a 100-meter sprinter. How quickly he goes after this. Watch him go, what? Out he goes. And he tries to get himself into position, but he's already by then lost his balance and his shape. Dot ball.
The wild swing, whatever it was he was trying to do. Good start of this over from Hussain, recovering well from the wide first ball.
It's another big wild swing. These aren't going anywhere. It's just going. If he does manage to get bat onto him, if you look at the shape of the batter, look, he's the head. Watch the head. Head is already gone. His ball is just going up in the air, and third man is already back. So it could be one of those that goes a long way up, but not really too much distance on him. This one, he follows him. It's good bowling from Hussain. He knows what Sharma is trying to do. Angles it into him, and after a lot of swinging and missing, it ends up being quite a low-key start. It's not the start they needed. 3 without loss.
And the stats gun does tell the tail of the tape across the first part of this 2022 event here at Landskrona. Team batting first have won 8 of the games, and the team batting second have won 10. Certainly with the score that the Royals are chasing here, you'd have to suggest that it's probably a pretty good chance for that team batting first to catch up and bring the gap down to 1 game between those 2 stats. Plenty of time to go though. Yetapuri Royals, Gatsy side, now going to face the left arm pace of Anil Gadaraya. He was pretty impressive when we saw him previously in the tournament, Rico.
Yeah, he was. This one's up in the air. It's a full toss. The catch has been taken. And it's an easy dismissal.
It's an easy dismissal, and the commentator's curse has finally been lifted. Anil Gadaraya gets a wrap before the over. Bowls was a bit of a garbage delivery, but it's ended up straight in the hands of the fielder at long off, and that's a pretty nice start for Seaside. Hittabori Royals there, 3 for 1.
Yeah, no mistakes there from the catcher. And that's Shafqat Ali. And they get a wicket straight away, and a little bit of the commentator's kiss there. Well, there's always the commentator's curse. With that one, the commentator's kiss, and Galaraya. It's not the sort of delivery that does normally get him wickets. The one that he's very good on is when he gets that sort of, toe-crunching Yorker coming in. This was a full toss. And I think for the first time, rather than batter trying to hit the ball across the line, trying to hit the ball straight, it was the downfall.
Serves him right, trying to play a proper cricket shot, Rico. It's it straight down the throat of Shafqat Ali, who's a good cricketer. He's not going to drop a simple catch like that. Royals already 1 wicket down, and Gadaraya sitting pretty at 1 for none. He's bowling now to Rishi Natarajan, who's down to number 3 in the order.
It's not a good delivery. It's wide ball, and cheeky little flick back from the keeper. Harvinder Singh makes a nice stop.
Natarajan been pushed down a spot, gave him the opportunity to just come in when the ball's a couple of overs old. Hasn't worked. He's in the second ball of the first over. Started off the tournament very, very well with the bat, but progressively struggled, and yesterday really couldn't get his strike rate up at all.
He couldn't indeed, and it was one of those, when you got somebody who is a classy player and things just aren't happening from it. It was frustrating to watch, and he just couldn't get going. It's a little bit like Harvinder Singh, but at least Singh was able to get going, and then all of a sudden we saw his class in the innings of Seaside. But Natarajan really couldn't get going. They think about taking the bye, decide against it.
Yeah, nice ball from Gadaraya. He's a little bit inside out with his action, but he still manages to generate a pretty decent bit of pace, and the ball to the right-handers, shifting it across them. He's bowled a pretty decent line for the most part this over. Always handy to have a left armour in your side, particularly bowling the top order batsman. Gets his line right, gets it outside of the hitting zone.
Short, and well, this one is struck him hard and quick. He says he's okay, and I think that might have been in an area where you got to protect your furniture, because I think this goes, oh, ouch.
I think that's definitely struck him in the Natarajan's.
Yeah.
No two ways about it.
That one, he's going to feel that for a bit, isn't he? And, yeah, just taking a bit of time to, well, there's no way you're going to, he doesn't want his lid. He says to take the helmet away.
I was going to say, I'm hoping the 12th man's not coming out to apply a bit of physical treatment to the area that was just struck. We might have ended up having to go off air for a few moments. But
that's what was worrying me. I was thinking he'd just been hit in the, looks like the old baby maker. Maybe he was coming out, because maybe sometimes the nuts can get rusty. He was coming out with some WD-40 or something. This one's been played out. Yeah, we don't need the freeze spray for it. WD-40 works much better in those regions, but scramble through, and he looks all right because he runs through and takes a single. So he's fine.
It's probably not an area you'd be begging for the cold spray to be applied to, would you? Magic ice.
No, definitely not.
That sort of treatment at the moment, probably just as good to jump in the Helsingborg Sea of an evening. Gadaraya comes in and try to finish what's been a good over. Another ball in the block hole. Just driven straight down to mid-on, and there's no run. That's an excellent start for Seaside. The Royals, they're 5 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, and there's me saying that they need to be this power play. Sort of they want it to be 45-50. And in the end, they're just on 5. And look at that rate, how quickly it's going to get higher and higher. Seaside, they're looking to move off the foot of the table. And if they're to win this one, you're going to see 3 teams on the same number of points. But, well, one of these two, the Royals or Seaside in the next match, would have the opportunity to get to 6. And that means net run rate will be deciding who goes and stays in and who goes out. It's nicely played. Chase them for the fielder. Can't get there 4 runs. That's what they need, and they need him fast, and they need him to start now with that rate around about 16.
Yeah, nice shot from Natarajan. In fact, I'd recommend that he does this a little bit more. He's gotten into a mode of just trying to charge down the pitch, try to create room for himself and slogging to the leg side. Much better batsman than that, and he showed it on that occasion. Just Steps the back foot across, pokes the ball wide of third man, races away to the boundary. He's got plenty of shots in his armoury, just needs to pick the right ball.
Yeah, Hussein bowling the third, so he'll be bowling himself out.
Nice conditions for cricket here at the moment, isn't it, Rico? It's warmed up a little bit, still a little bit of chill in the air, but not too bad. A little bit of wind to assist the bowlers, probably the in-swingers at the moment.
This is hit nice, straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 more. The back-to-back boundaries now. So Nanarajan, after finding the middle of his bat, he goes for another one. Just held the pace off this, Hussein. It was the slower delivery, but Nanarajan, he held his shape well. Watches it, and gets enough onto it as it goes over. Power play stats for now. Let's have a quick look, and you can see that the Royals, they haven't really been setting the world alight, have they? The average of 7, the lowest was of 7. You can say that looking to motor along here, certainly when it was 5 of 2, it could have also been a nasty one. The fielder with his hands on his head, but have a look at where Seaside are on that as well. So we had a quick, there we go. Seaside, they certainly did improve their statistics yesterday. So average of 32, they're low of 24 now, and 52 is their high, and I think they demonstrated that with their batting in their first innings. And it's a short delivery, gets enough on it, and this is going to go to the boundary. It's 4 more, and the run's starting finally to float, and there's both batters have been in the act now, and this is turn for Vivek Sharma to get his first boundary.
Well, I can only suggest that's tactically with fielders at backward point and third man on the fence, that a half tracker at the chest onto the leg side's probably not what Hussein was intending to bowl. That's a pretty ordinary delivery, and it's put away by Sharma.
Slaps is hard, but straight at the fielder, makes no mistake. There's a good catch taken by Gadaraya. Follows up his good first over, where he conceded just 2 runs and then takes the catch. And was firmly struck, flat batted, but it was in the air long enough for the catch to be taken. So to get the breakthrough, though it was an expensive over, this second one from Hussein, he does get rewarded with a wicket.
Yeah, nice catch from Gadaraya. Safe pair of hands there at mid-on. It was actually nicely struck from Sharma, trying to make something happen, stepping away to leg, but he goes down. The second wicket in the hatch for the Yetabori Royals, and his task has just gotten a little bit tougher for them. They're 18 for 2.
18 for 2. But maybe they've just decided, look, if you're going to get close, if you're going to win this match, you've got to be brave, you've got to throw the bat at everything. And that wouldn't be a bad approach. But on this point, they managed to find somebody who takes a really good catch. Gadaraya taking a good one. Sharma goes 5. 8 deliveries. And this one is just a gentle delivery outside the off stump to the new batter Jar. It's a dot ball. Here's another one. I mean, trying to probably Jar that comes in. When we saw him early on, especially on opening day when they had those back-to-back victories over the Stars, he really shone. He looked like a class act with the ball and with the bat. And he's another one, it has to be said, one of many of the Royals that since then just has not produced.
No, he certainly hasn't. He's a talented all-round cricketer. Probably stronger in the bowling department than he's batting, to be honest, but he's played some excellent shots on the opening day, but very similar to a few of his teammates, actually, who really, really looked sharp on day 1 here at Landskrona, and things have just gone a little bit downhill from then. The Royals just need a momentum changer.
Full toss, and it was a full toss that got him that first wicket. And this time, though it's swung at pretty hard, doesn't really go anywhere, just the dot.
Yeah, sometimes that low full toss is actually a harder ball to hit, particularly if it's outside off stump. You might expect, and Gadaraya sending it through with a decent bit of pace.
Gets plenty of bat on this, has to be fielded, and has been done well. That's all what you'd expect from Hussein. Both these two, Sane and Gadaraya, one does the bowling, one does the fielding. That's the way they work. Bit of teamwork between the two.
Almost a two-man game out there at the moment. Still almost a lull in proceedings at the moment, isn't there, Rico? The Royals just struggling to find the boundary.
Well, this is hit well. There's a fielder out there. And he's waited patiently for something to come his way. And when it does, he makes no mistakes. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good outfielding positions given the Anil is coming from fairly wide of the crease, the left arm pushing it across the right-handed batters, and they've got the outfielders down there at deep point and another one at third man on the boundary as well. It's good defensive positioning from the skipper.
It's a nice looking shot. That fielder out there coming to play again. It's playing an important part out there. And that's Manoj Jadvest.
Nice over again from Gadaraya. Not doing anything particularly special, just keeping the ball in the right spot, not allowing the batsman to free their arms too much, forcing the hit through that point region where he's got protection. Tell you what, Rico, there could be a no ball here. We've got a third fielder. Sorry, actually we're into the 4th over now. Well, there's absolutely no ball. There's just been stumps taken out by Gadaraya, and that's another excellent piece of bowling from him. Less than optimal piece of commentary from me. But as it is, the third man back in the sheds for the Yetabore Royals. They're on a one-way walk down Struggle Street, 21 for 3.
Now this is what we saw Gadaraya do when we first saw him. It's that delivery. I said it's the toe cruncher. He sort of angles it into the pads, and if you're not very strong in that area, you're going to get in trouble. I think you see there that just catches the pad, and that's also a nice touch. The batter, as he's making his way out, he shakes hands with the bowler and then one or two of the fielders as well. And like I say, it's just the way the cricket has been played here. It's been played in a marvellous spirit. All of these guys really good friends off the field of play. They're going to be competitive out there. But look, you just see this. He's got the wicket, and you see, look, a shake of hands there between the two oppositions. Oh, that's a good ball, isn't it? To new batter right across him. He does do that really well, doesn't he, Gadaraya? I think a lot of the times when you see the right-hander coming around the wicket, the one thing that he's trying to do, the reason why he's trying to do it, if there is a plan there at all, and there has to be a plan, is he's trying to imitate the angle of a left arm over coming in, and he does that so well.
Yeah, it's a nice line he's bowled today. In fact, the pair of really good overs. I think he's ended up for 2 for 5 off his 2 overs. And tell you what, this Seaside lineup, Rico, they're probably a little bit like the Helsingborg Stars in a way, actually. They've got a decent amount of depth. They've got pretty handy, varied bowling attack. They've got some good strikers of a cricket ball. Yeah. If they can get themselves through to next week, it wouldn't surprise me for them to pull an upset in the quarterfinals.
I think if they have all the players available that we've seen, I mean, we've seen a few times that somebody comes in for another, etc., and they don't have the depth. I mean, for example, you imagine this side when they've got Umar Chaudhry in there as well. They're a good team, and they're going to cause problems. We've seen already that they can score big runs, and with the likes of Gadaraya doing the bowling as well, there's another genuine left armer now comes in the bowl. And this man, he's certainly one that they'd be pleased to have back. And Shafaqat Ali Saeed, he's been good. And he's going to get into some momentum as well. So, yeah, they are looking the part. And all of a sudden, I think both these teams, I mean, Seaside as well as the Stars, they just didn't make a good start. And they could, really, we don't know yet, but that could be the thing that cost them getting into the quarterfinals. And Saeed short and a little bit too quick and spicy for Natarajan, who does get back onto ball. Remember, Natarajan did do away with his helmet sort of around about 10 balls ago, and this one is right at him, and he's probably quite lucky that he doesn't get any better contact with the bat on that. That could have been quite an easy catch. No power in the shot. He just worked away quite nicely, you have to say, by Bobby Barker. The fielder, the thrower ends up on the floor, and the man doing the backing up also ends up on the floor. Plenty of action there. Here we go. There's the pick up and throw as he slides. And then there's some more sliding and slithering down at the other end. The man who does the backing up.
Short ball, not sure what Natarajan was trying to do with that delivery. He gave himself a bit of space, and Ali's followed him out there. Very, very unusual looking stroke. Looks like he just got cramped up and has tried to make a late decision to flick it around to the leg side. He's had a few sensitive parts of the body attacked today, hasn't he? Natarajan almost got cracked on the head just then, and ironically for a man playing for a team named the Royals, he had the crown jewels cracked earlier in the game.
Yeah, but he's still there, still fighting fit. Might be talking a bit funny. He drops the bat on this one as tries to get this Yorker through. It's almost like he starts to decide he's going to come down and play the shot straight over the bowler's back over the bowler's head, and then stops himself and decides just to dig it out. And it's I think another deliberate attempt to get the ball into the body of Natarajan, the short one, but this time he does manage to work this away. I think if this is what you're going to bowl, that's fine, but then at least set yourself a field for it. The field's not set for it, and you can see Natarajan, rather than, he's not trying to hit this ball hard, he's just literally trying to just play it away. So you can afford to set a field to that, and that's the only thing that'll be disappointing there for Ali Saeed. But even with that boundary, they're well below where they need to be.
Yeah, they certainly are. The Royals 27 for 3 to 5 overs, chasing a pretty hefty target of 134 to win this game. Seaside well in control, and skipper Adi Aurora bringing himself on for the first time in a while. He was in the bowling attack for the early stages of this tournament.
And this one was a Gandhi ball, and it gets put away. 4 runs, and just banged in short down the middle of the track, and the batter has plenty of time to rock back and send it away, and that'll help. And so Barker registers his first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot from Barker. He showed some glimpses of form with the bat yesterday. Surprised he's been left this far down the order. Would have thought that getting him to opener at number 3 is probably the Royals' best bet, chasing such a hefty target.
Slow ball attempted, ends up being a full toss, and it's out of here. Balle, Kinnasona, Shaka hits this hard, and well, not only has it been hit hard, but once again, MSP, he's back to doing what he does well, and I think that was probably the officials, the third umpire, just thanking him there, because I think he was in a spot of danger. This one, it was there for the shot, just misses out on it. If he got himself in the right position, I think it was another one that was coming this way, Ravi Barker. You see there, big swing, but just doesn't get himself in the right position for that. Certainly was on for that shot.
Well, we're just waiting for the stumps to be reset. Big hello in the YouTube chat to our afternoon crew. We've got Helix, Luke Belgium still there as always. Great supporter of the European Cricket Network. Graham Holmes has come in to join us. Neville Russ is in the chat. Ricky's in there. It's just the whole crew. Gang, James Stewart. Lily Panda joined us as normally does at this time of the day. Great to have you with us, Lily. Fantastic to have such a enthusiastic crew of European Cricket Network supporters in there.
Well, this is all about, this is why they're there, because of the action, the entertainment. This is all about the in and then the out, and then the in, out, and shake it all about. They do eventually get the single.
Yeah, well, looks like Backer doing his best impersonation of a rock set number. Looked for the run and then just saying na 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 na, and his partner just goes sprinting back to the other end.
And there we go, Timber, Jagade Pate, bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, and he's knocking them out. And there you go, Ryder. It's not just you. Well, Rhino thinks he's the only one that can do the karaoke. Well, Rico Full in the house as well.
How long have you been waiting to pull that out?
It just comes to me naturally. What can I say? Sometimes it's just there and it has to come out. And that's well bowled. Knocks them over. They get a, just as we saw the acceleration come through. There go the wickets. Timber.
Oh, Lily Panda loving your musical stylings on the chat. That's a great intervention from Rico Full. I mean, the man who is responsible for the European Cricketers song, I would expect absolutely no less from. But good bit of bowling from the skipper, Adi Adora. And he struggles with the ball at times in this tournament, but he's happy to see the stumps go flying.
So just lead out to the third man area. They're going to probably have a look at this upstairs. Looking at it first time round, I think maybe he's in, but look, it's worth having another look. It's all about when he slides the bat in. Here comes the throw, and very, very close.
I wouldn't mind seeing another replay of that one, Rico. It wasn't the best bat slide of all time.
And keep an eye on it. Bat goes down there. Maybe. I mean, that bat, I take it is being slid along the ground. Very tight call. I think he's probably just going to make it in. Bazza is waiting for the third umpire to give some. Yeah, I think he's just there. Just makes it very, very close. And let's see if the third umpire and the officials agree with my assessment of it. The man who's having a good look at that is going to be, I think that's Ashish Sani back there. And still nothing. You want to have a look at it one more time. I think probably just there you see the bats down before the bails come off.
I say benefit of the doubt, Rico. Let's get on with this show. The Yidabori Royals, 38 for 4 before that final delivery.
Yeah, they're still looking at it. I would have thought they've seen that enough times. I mean, for me, he's made it. It's very close.
To be honest, if the bat ever pops up at any stage, I think it's after the stumps have already been broken, and I think he was securely in his crease before then.
Yeah. So we have the confirmation of that. It's just not out as we have a nice look at this ground again. And seeing all of those trees and well, whatever's beyond there, the forest, if you like, just reminds me that when I was looking up some information about Sweden, that more than half of the country is actually greenery and forest, which is quite amazing. And you certainly do notice that when we have that short 20-minute drive from here to the hotel where we're based at. A lot of lovely landscape, greenery, a lot of trees.
A lot of nature.
A lot of nature, yeah. And a lot of nature around where we are here, of course. It's a lovely facility. All sorts of sporting venues around us here in Landskrona. We've got the football pitch and also the Landskrona main stadium. You can see it in front of us there with the floodlights. We've also got the athletics track behind us. And of course, loving the horses and the horse stables. Oh, this is well bowled, and this one just does a little bit too much, doesn't it? Too much movement. Otherwise, Ali Saeed would have picked up his first wicket.
You got to say, Rick, I don't know if you have the same thing. Every now and then a ball's halfway down the track and you think it's going to take out the stumps. That was my feeling on that ball from Ali. Just swung a touch late.
This one was the slower delivery, cleverly disguised, but well watched by Conker. Gets the single.
Chat is absolutely loving your musical contributions today, Rico. Lily Panda, musical comms today, loving it. Ricky Adams, Rico is on fire, and I have actually requested Kings of Leon Sex on Fire from you at the karaoke venue tomorrow night. Graham Holmes, Rico is on excellent form today. The chat group is absolutely endemically endeavoured to Rico's form.
We got to say though, Andrew, isn't it so true that we're inspired by all of you guys as well, and knowing that you're there and all the conversation and the chat there, and while you're there giving it up, we're here doing our bit as well. So a bit of teamwork between the chat and the commentators as well, as this one is another decent delivery, but it's been hit pretty well. The fielder gets the dive in, and unfortunately they can only parry it over the line. And well, Anna Gururaya here, he tries to stop this in the Bizaway landing, lands pretty well, but not able to keep the ball in play. It was a very, very good effort. You can see throwing himself at it. Nice to see him going hands first, and though he does get hands to it, couldn't stop it going over the rope.
Thought he was mentally preparing to put in the big dive when he was making the last couple of steps. Great to see someone throw themselves at the ball.
Yeah, this is a wide, and somebody else throwing themselves at the ball now is Harinder Singh. What a good take that is as well. They're flying through the air, Singh. And, what a good day that he's had. बहुत अच्छी विकेट कीपिंग हरिंदर सिंह ने की थे जितना मैं कह रहा हूँ ना सवेरे सवेरे आलू परोंठे खा के आया करो, and that's what Singh has done here because he's batted really well and then takes a really good stop. Muy bien, chico, muy bien. Oh, well.
That's a good ball. Late swinger. Great length from Ali. He deserves a wicket from this over. It's been a very, very good one. I just had a reminder on the chat from Helix that it's Friday Fun Day. I feel like we've almost gone ultra conservative, maybe in trying to get a departure from the Maximo-inspired day-by-day fashion choices. But I might actually bring out my best Maximo-esque shirt for tomorrow.
Okay, for Saturday? So we're going to make Saturday as the fun day then? Oh, this has been absolutely crunched, and this was the non-striker that was in trouble. Well, Barker nearly knocks out Conker, and I don't know.
Barker nearly knocked out Conker. That just has a rhythm to it.
It does, and this is Matrix style. Look at this. Whoa, there we go.
It's amazing athleticism from the Royals captain. That's the end of the over. The Yetabori boys are on 46 for 4. I suspect they're going to go into this final game and having to win it to keep their tournament alive. At least the way things are panning out in this one. That top order, Rishi Natarajan, Ravi Barker, they're going to have to start contributing more heavily. The Seaside boys, they seem to have their prime movers in the side, all regaining form at the right time. Adil Gadarai, he's been great with the ball today.
Short, and well, nothing from it. Does get stopped. You get the feeling that the Yetabora Royals are exactly in the same place where the likes of the Stars and the Seaside were when they played the first 2 games. But both those teams were able to change up the way they batted. They understood that they have to throw the bat at everything in T10. They understood that it's all important to play your shots and not worry about losing wickets. Well, this is about 2 batters nearly losing their blocks because one of them has to commit. It should have been stopped, and in the end, they end up having a bit of a wrestling match with each other. Look, they both stop and watch the ball go by. Then a very limp effort from the fielder there, putting his foot in the way. That is not good, and that's not going to help matters at all. And you see, they're still at it, the two of them. Manju, well,
seem to be the magnetic forces of 82 and 83 coming together. And force is with the batsman on that occasion. Barker saying to the captain, get me at the top of the order. He's now up to 27 and has been the absolute backbone of this chase.
Well, this time the other fielder that was involved in that little tussle with Manju decides, and that's Hussain Ashik, says, well, I'll leave you to it then, mate. It's all yours. Oh, look, what's happened? The captain say these two, they're going to get into a bit of a tug of war. There might be some
like at school when you get separated from your best mate to stop you talking.
The naughty corner.
Separate you two from long on and long off.
Well, here we go. Is it going to be... Oh, is he going to keep his balance? Yes, he does. Well, there you go. And that's the case of, I think, Ashik saying, well, you get Manju away from me and I'll take the catches. That's a really good catch taken. In fact, it is Manju that takes the catch. It's Ashik that got sent packing.
I hate to burst your bubble, Rico, but he's stepped on the
He didn't,
the rope.
did he?
He has.
Oh, he did. Oh, look, he cheekily then moves his foot out of the way there at the last moment. You naughty boy. Send him to the naughty corner as well. So, next, please.
In defence of him, he's actually put the hands up, not just to keep his balance, but also signal it was a 6. So excellent sportsmanship from the Seaside team, but another good strike from Barker.
And this time it probably just dropped short of the same fielder that's been in the action. They take one. And they keep it to 1. Yeah, you see, this sort of, again, sums up what I'm saying. You've got to, the Royals had to learn early that you've got to go out there, play your shots. No point worrying about keeping wickets in hand because you're keeping in hand for nothing. And you can see that they've got hitters out there. Go out with that mindset. Go out to attack. If you lose some early wickets, it doesn't matter. Just keep attacking, and then you're going to get to these scores. Up in the air. That will definitely be 1. The fielder comes in and gets a good throw in. Never short of action, are we, on this European Cricket Network? There's always something going on.
Well, we'll be short of action for about the next minute. It's the end of the over. Yidabori Royals, they are 64 for 4 after 8. Just swinging back to a place where there is plenty of action. Rico, the YouTube chat, thanks very much for your kind words. Ricky Adams, Rico and I loving working with you on the chat as well. I'm glad to know that we've made this week extra special. Helix saying it's all been great fun this week. Helix, great to have your contributions. And in an immense piece of comedy, Lily Panda has switched her name on YouTube to Rico Fanda. If that is not dedication to the man who is full by name and full of comedy, then I don't know what is.
Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm loving that. I always love the Panda, you know that, but Fanda, okay, nice.
Rico Fanda. Unfortunately, Neville Russ noting that he won't be able to join us for karaoke tomorrow night. Neville, that's very unfortunate. I'm sure we'll get a video of Rico doing his best Kings of Leon impersonation up on stage, dancing and all. It's been a wonderful couple of contributions from you, Neville. Great to have you in the chat today. Ninja's just joined us as well as Steve Cook. So if you're sitting at home, a little bit bored, looking for a bit of community, looking for a bit of interaction, just jump onto the YouTube feed for the European Cricket Network. The whole gang is there.
This one was pretty wide. Shot to catch it. Single taken. Yeah, that one you just leave alone. Okay, so where do we go from here, Andrew? So we know that this one is only going one way. It's going to be Seaside. Seaside are going to get themselves 2 points. We're now going to have 3 teams that are going to be on 4 points. So the next match, we know whoever wins out of the next match will be seen next Friday. As this is up in the air, this one should be taken. Catch gaya, Uppur and Farlia. Shaba, Shaba. And well done to Adita there. And that's Eddie Aurora taking the catch. So they do send one back. And it gives us a bit more time to discuss this. So we're going to see now 3 teams on the same number of points. Net run rate, we'll wait to see how that looks. And I suspect that Seaside's net run rate will probably be better than that of those other sides. So the next match, whoever wins it between these two will be coming back here on Friday. But that's going to leave things very nervy for the loser of the match and also for the Stars. Which way do you see it going? What's your feeling?
Well, imagine there's some nervous twitching from the Stars back in their Helsingborg base as they get ready to watch this next game. Seaside have done what they need to do. As you say, their net run rate should be in a fairly respectable position at the moment. We'll get an update at the end of this game just to see how things look, but could not have planned it in any better in terms of creating some drama for the end of Group A as Alec shifts that one down the leg side. It might have just clipped the thigh pad of the batsman, the umpire. Barry Eaton, who's had a pretty good game. Big Baz at the top end. He keeps the arms down.
Yeah, old Bazza there. So maybe a wide, and it is. Bazza signalling. It's good to see Bazza. I mean, when he's out there as the umpire, he's got to be all serious, isn't he? He's got to be serious and proper.
It's just good to have him umpiring so that he doesn't come in here and try to chat to us in between the moments in the game when we're trying to concentrate on bringing some wonderful oratory descriptions of what's happening out in the Landskrona field. And the skipper, Adiadora, has just taken his 2nd catch in the last over. That ball's just come high off the bat. Pretty easy grab, but he takes it very, very safely. Yet another Yidabori Royals batter back in the hatch. That's their 5th wicket down. They are 66 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good catch, isn't it? He's backpedaling, but he's called it. He wants it and takes it. Good catch, safe hands, and no mistakes from him. 2 from 2. As we see another big man coming out there. And it's Palanisami. He can give the ball a fair crack. We saw him sort of go up and down the order at times. They've brought him up sometimes to go big in the power play. It hasn't always worked. Certainly gives the ball a good crunch, as he does there. Gets himself off the mark straight away.
Pretty good over there from Yasir Malik. 2 for 3 to open his bowling account today. The Edinburgh Royals, they get off 6-6-6 pretty quickly. They are 67 for 6 after 9 overs. Just one last deviation to the chat, Rico. Neville's asked for a video from tomorrow night's karaoke activities. I will promise to get you some footage, Neville and Ricky Adams. Barry is love, Barry is life. You clearly haven't met Barry Eaton in person, Ricky.
Yeah, that's well said. Bazza.
Big Baz. He's a funny man, isn't he?
He's a lovely guy, is Bazza. And, we had the opportunity just to have him on comms briefly yesterday. Gave me a chance to take his ride. And yeah, it's a nice ride.
That does remind me, there is a sensational bit of footage on the Instagram account of European cricket of Big Bad Barry going around in his Pope mobile yesterday afternoon as the first over. I think this is Yusuf who's come on to the final over of this game. He's got a fair few runs to play with, 67 in the hatch. It's unlikely to be threatened no matter how ordinary the rest of his over is.
Was that the video where Bazza stops and he picks up Diana Horace, the photographer? That's absolutely, yeah, that was top notch. It really was.
The Pope and the Queen in the Pope mobile together. Yusuf doing his best to keep the Edinburgh Royals in this contest with a couple of wides to start. Still hasn't bowled a legitimate ball, but jump onto Instagram, check out the European cricket stories up the top of the feed, and you'll get to see Barry in the Pope mobile.
Sit down the ground, and well, that's nicely dealt with. So I've got Ali Saeed making the stop. I think he's somebody he'd be looking forward to make a better impact with the bat in the next match, won't he?
Certainly will. Quality performer. There's a ball from Yusuf. Oh, misfielded. Probably the worst bit of fielding we've seen today, and that's a competitive landscape. The skipper, Adiadora, should be yelling at himself. Failed to get down with any legitimate attempt to stop the single.
I think he's apologising there, and then saying to the fielders, no, stay out. Big heave at this. That should be stopped. It is. They're going for 2. He's going to be in trouble here. And, well, how about this for a bit of wicket keeping? Rather than take a couple of steps and take the bails off, he just throws the ball. He sort of flicks it onto the stump. Well, that man, he can't do anything wrong here today, can he? Harinder Singh. Just watch this. He says, it's just easy as that, he says. Oh, there's some fine work here. Look, he goes, makes his way to the throat and sees, okay, that'll do. Thank you very much. And Palanisami, he just has to walk back and say, did you see that? Is he allowed to do that?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rico, as a dedicated indoor cricketer from yesteryear, much like Mr. Maximo, I am absolutely heartened to see the little reverse flick come out from the wicketkeeper. Great bit of work. It was a nice throw coming in from the boundary. Powerful and flat. Just took him away from the stumps a couple of metres, and he's gone for the reverse and run out Palanisami, who wasn't quite hustling as much as he should have to get the 2. But as it is, lovely bit of work from Harinder Singh. He's had a cracking game.
He certainly has. And there he is, the man we're talking about again. And you know what I say, a lot of these Punjabi boys, they have the right breakfast in the morning. Forget the cereals, forget the fruit. It's paranthas, that's what you need. And when you've had your fair share of paranthas, you're going to perform well. And we know that it was the paranthas that maybe, we don't know yet, that have got the Stars in a good position when they needed to come up with some wins. And Harinder Singh, well, he had a day off, and maybe he had a feast of paranthas, because he's come out. Not only is he all smiles today, but he's certainly performed really well with the bat. And we've seen him do some great work there behind the stumps as well, Harinder Singh. And we've seen great work there from Seaside. Seaside have finally gone back to winning ways when they have to. And the big thing about this is that it's a big win. It's going to really help them in their net run rate. It's not going to help the Royals.
No, the Royals have been slapped down for yet another game. They have really struggled in the back end of this tournament. They are facing an uphill battle to take this final contest and secure their spot in the quarterfinals. It all started pretty badly for them, and El Gadaraya, full toss that just ended up in the hands of mid-off, and you got from that point the feeling that it was all going to go the way of the Seaside team. A ball that was just slapped across to Gadaraya, this time doing his work in the field. A couple of nice moments from Nadaranjan. He waited on the ball probably more effectively today than he did in the last couple of games. Gadaraya just holding on to that one from the reverse angle. It brought Chandu Jar to the crease, and the big hitting all-rounder, he was smoked out as he was castled by Gadaraya, the left-hander, after he speared one into his pads, and unlucky it came back and deflected onto the stumps, and from that point on felt it was all one-way traffic.
Yeah, it certainly was, and well, that man came out there, see if he could do something. There was some good hitting there. There was also some good fielding. He's had a mixed day out there, hasn't he, MSP? He's been good and he's been bad. But that one was one of few boundaries that were hit. There was a lot of playing and missing. There was a lot of damage being done. And the captain there, Eddie Aurora, he did well. Not only was he knocking the stumps over, he took some good catches towards the end as well. And he's missed a couple of games, hasn't he? And he's come back strong. But this was a fine effort from the fielder to try and stop this one sliding in. It wasn't to be. And, well, this was that Matrix moment. That was Conker. And this was an almost Tonka toys. Remember those? Where these two are bashing into each other. They had to be separated. And then we saw a catch coming up, which was, well, it was well taken. But the foot just went on the line. There we go, look. And then cheekily moves it back there. But good on the fielder afterwards, saying actually no, it's not out, because he says that is 6. My heel just touches the line. We like to see that. And we also like to see this, the captain in the act with the catching, not just 1 but 2.
And there wasn't too much from down the order of the batting lineup of the Yetabori Royals. They just lost wickets at a continuous rate. The skipper, Adi Adora, he's had his struggles at the bowling crease, but took a couple of nice catches today. And speaking of nice, what a stellar piece of work from Harinder Singh, who had a superb game for the Seaside Cricket Club. Palinasamy won't be wanting to watch that on the replay. He was a bit sluggish getting back for the second, and it was high fives and low slaps all round for Seaside Cricket Club as they have completed the first half of their equation to qualify for the quarterfinals. And we have a look at the teams coming up for this second game. Hopefully we'll get a look at the table before we depart. But the Yetabori Royals, they desperately need to win this next contest. They have a horrendous net run rate. They need to pick up their third win, but they are up against it, against a rampaging Seaside team who have found some form over their last couple of games, and they've got some of their best players back today. Rico, it is going to be very hard for to stop their momentum. The Yetabori Royals, can they do it, as we have a look at their batting card?
Yeah, look, we've seen some change in fortunes, but I mean, really, the way they're looking out there, I just can't see it happening. There was Ali Ravi Baka there that really showed any sort of backbone and fight when he scored 34 of 16. There was a little bit there for Nadaranjan, but he hasn't been anywhere near the sort of quality batter he looked when we saw him first time around. They're just all over the place at the moment, and I think even with the extras that they received, they're still not able to get to anywhere near the 80, 71 for 7. And it's just their all-round game is just not happening. They're looking a team that don't seem to be playing as a team, and everything they try doesn't seem to be working. And look at the bowling figures there. Only one man, Aurora himself. He went for 30, though he did pick up that 1 wicket, but everything else nice and tidy. Yusuf bowled well, but what about those figures from Yasir Malik? It's 2 wickets from him, only conceding 3 runs, but they're right at the top. Gedi Raya, he's going to be so difficult to get away. 2 wickets for 5. They're looking good, and well, bearing in mind that they're a side, I think that will be bolstered even further with some good players coming their way. So every opportunity for them to just get better and better.
Yeah, I've just had a look at the standings, Rico. It hasn't been updated from that last win. We'll try to get you that sometime during the final match. But the Helsingborg Stars were in a slightly improved position over Seaside before the start of that match. But I think with that comprehensive win, the Seaside's probably likely to overtake them as far as net rate, run rate goes. And as we've said before, those three teams, the Helsingborg Stars, the Göteborg Royals and Seaside, are all tied on 2 wins apiece. So the winner of this next match, so let's go through the equations. If Seaside wins this next match, then the Helsingborg Stars are through because the Göteborg Royals net run rate is absolutely deplorable. If the Royals win this next match, they will go through to 3 wins, and amazingly, they'll actually finish 3rd in the group, given how their tournament has rolled for the last couple of days. And then it will come down to Seaside versus Helsingborg. If Seaside has crept ahead of Helsingborg on net run rate for courtesy of this game, then it will depend how much they get beaten by if the Royals win this next contest. So hopefully all of the mathematicians in our YouTube chat are ready to get their calculators out and track what's happening in this next contest. We will be back in just a tick over 10 minutes to take you through Game 4 here today. It's the final game of Group A at ECS Landskrona. We're in southern Sweden. I am Andrew Ryan. With me, Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. It's a final match thriller coming up. Seaside versus the Göteborg Royals. Please join us then.
European cricket fans, welcome back here to the Landskrona Cricket Club. It's time for the final game of this day 5 of ECS Landskrona. It's the final game of Group A as well. It's the second clash of the Göteborg Royals up against a Seaside Cricket Club. We'll hand over to the man with the wristiest toss in all of European cricket. It's Sir Rob Kemming.
It's up there, you say. Okay. Heads. Heads is called. Hits. Will that. Will that. Okay.
So there you have it. We've managed to split the tosses in both of these two matchups today. The Göteborg Royals successful in that one, and the skipper Barrett Conker has decided to bat first. I think that's a good selection for him. His bowling lineup just struggled again in that last matchup. Feels like nothing that Conker has tried in terms of the bowl and the fielding has worked particularly effectively the last couple of days, and he in particular has been a barometer of how that bowling side has gone. He was hit for a number of boundaries in the middle overs just to stop being able to land his Yorker, and the opposition batsmen have taken their full toll, and that 100-run partnership towards the back end of the Seaside 10 overs really exemplified how much of a struggle it was for the Göteborg Royals to stem the runs. But they really do want to win this second game. There's just about every permutation possible. Seaside also desperate for a win. This is going to be a huge contest. Their superstar Shafat Ali, he could be a big contributor in this game as well, and Harinder Singh, can he keep on the batting form that he showed in the first game today? It's going to be an immense clash between these two popular sides. We'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary area to get us started.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, giving us in-depth detail of these teams as we have a look at this lovely setting here in this beautiful Landskrona cricket ground. It's absolutely beautiful. You see there to your left the horses and horse stables. They've certainly enjoyed the cricket here today, I'm sure. They're always by the fence trying to look over and see what's going on. And there's that lovely blue pitch, which has played brilliantly well. It has to be said, I think there's been something in there for the batters and the bowlers. As we have a look at these two teams once more. So it's going to be the Royals are going to bat first. They're going to try something new. What I like to see from them is that they just go out there and think, right, okay, look, let's just go out there and have a blast. If we are to make it through in the quarterfinals, we have to win this match. Let's not leave it to net run rate. Let's try and go out there and win. Let's try and do it big, and I think the likes of Nataraja has got to be key for them. Sasidran, I think if he plays at his best, something will happen. Barrett Conker, the captain, and well, maybe there can be some big hitting there for one or two of the other batters. They've just got to be right up for it, and I think Hegde, he's in the team as well. Seaside are picked to do it, and picked to do it by a fair margin. And that's that's exactly what the bat versus ball all says as well, 110 to 75. And you see the average runs for and against for the two teams there. It's it's all looking in favour of Seaside, it has to be said, and that's why I think that the Royals, they have to be very brave. They have to play with no risk. They have to back themselves. Well, let's see how this goes. They know where it stands. It's in their hands. It comes down to this final match. And quite fittingly, as we get ready for the start, as the umpires go out there, Ashish Sani and Sagar Hanif, the sun comes out as well. It's going to be Hussain to bowl the first. Well, pretty well, didn't he? Pretty well, pretty tight. His first over was pretty good. He went for a few in his second. They still managed to contain the Royals to a very low score. There we go, get ready. Harinder Singh behind the stumps once more. He's going to be key. First ball is just kept inside the line. Top ball to start. Yeah, that's good. Good areas from Hussain. Barker. It's the one man who did bat well. As this one is played beautifully, chase on for the fielder, will not get there. 4 runs. Barker made 34-16 in that 71 for the Royals, so you can see what a big contribution that was, and that's a nice start by him. Lovely shot played. They just need to be positive, don't they? Need to be positive. They need to try and get plenty of runs on the ball, because they know that the Seaside have got strong players, strong hitters in their squad. So a score of around 70 or 80 just won't do it. I mean, they lost that last match by 62 runs, so that gives you an idea of the sort of score they need to be at. And this one comes off the top of the bat. They come through for a single. Good backing up from Rajan. I'm glad to see him up there as well. They've moved him up and down the order, but I think he is your opener, and you've just got to leave him up there. That on the onside, quick running, and wanting the throw to come in. Around this round once more. Nice to see a few people have come by and enjoying the cricket that's been played here. Slower ball, but this has been absolutely pelted, and that fielder that's out there, he's running from one end to the other. And we saw one, Judves had to run to his left to try and stop it, so they moved him slightly more towards the left, patrolling that offside boundary, and this time it's been smashed to the right of him. So he's the lone ranger out there, but he can't make any stops. Some nice shots played by Barker. This one's that slower ball. He drags it out on the onside. It's a misfield, and he's going to go for 4 runs. So maybe it's that rub of the green that they need. Look, they're anxiously looking on, aren't they? The Yetiboya players. And this one was no real power in the shot, really, from Ravi Barker, but made a complete mess of that, did Gadaraya. He's normally very good, and he's probably going to be the one who's going to take the ball for this next over. Yeah, it is Gadaraya now gets the ball. So that first over is a good one. 14. It's much better. This is where they have to be, and just to remind you, that first over gone 14. There were 3 off the first, 5. This is the total score of the second, and then 18 for 2 at the end of their power play. That's how it finished last time, so you can see already it's a much better start from them. This is a man that needs to be watched, Gadaraya. Get that ball to go right across you. And he's also got that lethal Yorker delivery, which it sort of starts on the leg stick, and then he gets it angled in, sort of middle leg. Just losing his run up there. Wouldn't this be a great moment for him to find his form again? Let's place this out. We're happy to drop the bat on it and take the single, and give the strike back to Barker, who seems to be the batter who's seen the ball well, the more in form of the two, the way things are at the moment. There's that Yorker delivery, and this time it's well played. Very close field in on the onside. No protection out there at all in the deep. The 2 fielders that are out. Oh, we've got the man that's been patrolling the boundary on the offside, and third man. This is that big swing. Then checks his shot afterwards after playing it back up. Goes for the swing straight across the line. It didn't really get his body in the right place. It's a shot to play, I think. Probably doesn't have to try and get as much power in the shot. Just if he gets himself in the position and makes good contact with those fielders in, he's always going to clear them. And, well, that's played with lovely soft hands as it's guided down to third man. So gets a single, probably a little unlucky not to have done better, or not to get more rewards from that shot. Nicely played, takes him to 14 off the 8 deliveries that he's faced. Full toss, this is high, it's got to be called. It has, and the fielders, they take the 1 and 2 taken as the throw comes in. The ball is still travelling, but has been backed up. So free hit coming up. Good umpiring. This is called straight away, called early. Nice to see that from Ashisani. And there's the free hit signal from Sagar Hanif, the umpire standing at the bowler's end. Free hit. Firmly hit. It's a good delivery. Yorker had to be dug out, so the bowler comes back well at the end of the over. Yeah, just to mention to all the umpires as well, I think it's very important to recognise their involvement and impact in these series, and the men here have been absolutely superb. The 2 men out there, Shitsani and Sagar Hanif, led brilliantly by Rob Kemin, the tournament referee, as we have a look at what's at stake. Look, 3 teams, same number of points. The Stars, at the moment, they're holding the 3rd place, but of course they won't do, because whoever wins out of this match will. But what that tells you is that the Royals, they need to win, basically, because they're not going to improve their net run rate if they don't win this match. Not enough to overtake the Stars. So as it stands at the moment, the Stars, who failed to get a victory against the very strong and undefeated Evergreen in the 2 matches this morning, they'll be watching closely, and they'll be the happier group of men at the moment. But of course, the Royals batting first. If they can get a win, they know that could all change. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Andrew Ryan. Rhino, very interesting match this one.
Yeah, it's certainly a better start for the Yetabori Royals than they've had with the bat. And a couple of their previous encounters, Narajan putting himself under pressure there, going for a run, and his partner just standing absolutely motionless at the non-striker's end despite the fumble. Rico, we're just having a look at the, we've now got the updated table for Group A as well. The 2 teams playing here, currently sitting at 4th and 5th in the table. So Seaside with 2 wins, and Helsingborg with 2 wins, and the Yetabori Royals with 2 wins. So Seaside's actually got a very, very good bump from that last game. They're actually just sitting at minus .004 as far as the net run rate goes, which is a much healthier position than the Helsingborg Stars. So even if Seaside lose this game, it's going to take a pretty comprehensive win by the Yetabori Royals for them to end up with a net run rate position worse than the Helsingborg Stars. So Seaside are looking pretty comfortable for qualification. The Yetabori Royals, their net run rate is minus 3.7, which is, for a team that has won 2 of their 7 games, pretty appalling situation. But if they win this game, they're into the finals no matter what.
Yeah, and if they win this game, I think depending on how badly, I suppose, the Seaside lose it by, if it stays as it is, it looks like Seaside will hold on to that 4th place because of the net run rate, and it will be the Stars that go. So a number of things could happen here. Of course, the Royals, they'll be thinking, well, it's in our hands. Our fate is in our hands in this series. If we want it, then we've got to show it and we've got to perform. And they're trying to do it with the bat here. Certainly the intent is there. It is a much better start from them. But once more, you're seeing that the bowling from Seaside has been very good. We've just seen another good over there from Kadaraya, and though he let himself down with that 1-4 bunga, no ball, and then this man back into the side. So I've got Ali Saeed.
He's on the verge of a maiden here,
Yeah.
Rico.
This is quite amazing, really. And there you go, it's a maiden. It's unbelievable bit of bowling from Saeed. It was 20, 14 of the first, 20, then 6 added from Gadaraya to take it to 20 of 2, and then the maiden. So all the hard work, really, that was put in those first 2 overs been undone there. But again, it's just very good bowling, and you'd have to say, though, that when you've got a batter like that in there, if that's what the line's being bowled, you've got to adjust yourself. No adjustment was made there at all, and that's win probability at the moment on heavily in the favour of Seaside.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's an outstanding over from Saeed. It's one thing to bowl a maiden maybe at the 9th or the 10th over if you're bowling to the lower order, but against 2 batsmen who have actually started off pretty well, keep in mind. Scored 14 runs off the first over, but from that point on, the total has just hit the skids. They took 6 off the over of Gadaraya, and then obviously the maiden from Shafat Ali Saeed. So total of 20 off 3 after a fairly positive start. It's not looking quite as good as it once was, but a new bowler coming into the attack, Amit Jain, who we haven't seen at the bowling crease this week.
Now this looks interesting. Looks like he's going to bowl a bit of spin, and you know what? What that maiden has created is that this next ball I think is going to be crucial, because I think Barker, knowing that they got nothing for the last 6 deliveries, I think he's going to go after this, whatever it is, because he feels that he has to. Been put under a bit of pressure. Let's see.
Amit Jain coming into bowl. Right arm over the wicket. Bit of a way swing. The umpire's arms go out. He just stood there and tried to thrash it over the offside, but it's swung a decent way, taking it outside the wide line.
Yeah, huge amount of swing there.
Much better line. No swing, but straight over the bat. Backer, as you said, Rico, sort of been put in the position now where he really does have to start thrashing a bit harder.
Yeah, this is they're having a go, but Barker gets back okay. So a wide and a dot to start with. And this will probably be another wide. Yes, it will.
Generous bowling from Jain so far. Hard to get yourself into a tournament after your teammates have been out here for a number of days. This is the first time he's stepped up to the bowling crease and just has the radar touch off at the moment. That's a better length ball. Line just inside the wide too. So strategically, he's doing the right thing. He's ensuring that he's forcing back at a play, a cut shot if possible. They've got protection out there on the deep point boundary, and they've also got Manoj here at long off. Ball on the offside. It's exactly what he wants. Cut shot just going out to the deep fielder for a single.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, again, I've referred to this a number of times. I mean, that shot's played out. Okay, fair enough. It should only be a single, but they're not even running. They walk it. You've got to run hard. Put the pressure on the fielders. Let them know that you're there to put pressure on them. This has been hit hard in the air, and it's being taken. No mistakes this time for Manoj Jadvest. He's certainly very good out there, and it's a wicket to Amit Jain. He's absolutely delighted about it. Comes into the team, takes a wicket in his first over, and that's thanks to the good hands once more of a man who's been very sporting as well. And Jadvest, he did take one in the last match, and he had sort of signalled straight away to the officials that his foot had touched the line, and there he is. Remember him? He's the man who likes to fire the bow and arrow.
Yeah, certainly pretty good result for Amit Jain too. Small things can make a big difference to your bowling performance. If that had crept another metre, then it probably would have been a maximo, and he would have been under a little bit of pressure, as it turned out though. Very, very safe pair of hands. Manoj Jadvest down here on the boundary line. Very relaxed, very calm, well taken by the young man. And that's the loss of the first wicket. So surprisingly, given the score's only on 23 after almost completing this fourth over, I'm not too far away from it anyway. The first wicket down, and after those 3 boundaries in the first over, Rico, we haven't seen another one get to the fence.
No, it's like I say, it was a positive start, but now Falling away again. It's gone right across here. And I think it was always going down the leg side. Going for some Marnian to come in here now. And, once again, you see here, you've got to be trying to really, just trying to let it clip it away. Maybe it is because it's just the first delivery, but you've got to try and get some intent and some power into the shots.
Nice ball from Jane. A bit of a waste swing. Ooh, the umpire stretches the arms out. He's trying to sell it with a peel for a potential catch.
Yeah, it's a good call, though. I think that for me, it just shows again the consistency that we've seen for the umpires, and they've done a great job. The men in black, and that's a good finish to the over, and that's well bowled. So Amit Jan has done well, and the runs are dried up once again. It was a positive start, wasn't it? And the first over went well. But I'd just like to see a little bit more intent, I think, from the Royals. They know that they're fighting here for their tournament lives. Go out there, throw the bat at everything, run hard, try to put pressure on Seaside. Seaside at the moment, it's almost like they're at the Seaside. They're having fun. They're just enjoying themselves. They're just, it's all like a day out for them. I think they know in the back of their minds, they probably had a look at those tables where they stand. And they're playing this game with no pressure. The pressure is all on the Royals, and I think it's about time they try to change that around and swift the balance a bit. Put pressure on Seaside.
Yeah, certainly. In fact, Seaside looked a much buzzier team, the one that's in control of this game, and particularly after the fast start, the Royals should have been able to build on that. They've done nothing of the sort. It's been overs of 6-0 and 4 since then. Now they've got Ali coming in. They still can't get bat onto his balls. What a tremendous seed. Tailing back to the batsman's pads, swung late and at some pace. Filthy mind of Rico Full, taking something not only completely out of context, but adding a layer of adults only filth on top of it. At least one of us is still in control as they come steaming in. Perfect follow-up ball, considering what was just going through your head, Rico.
Yes, it certainly was. Yeah, look, he's getting this swing. They're not able to get in line with it. Giving the ball a bit of a polish. And, again, abiding by the new regs, you can use your sweat, but of course no saliva can be used on the balls anymore. Nice little backflip again from Harinder Singh. That's well. He does like, I mean, every time he gets this, he's very quick to flick it back. I'm just wondering if there's one or two batters that'll be watching what he does here and just be thinking, okay, well, maybe we need to be a little bit alert. And as soon as he does it, we're ready to go.
Yeah, it's a nice skill to have. He's a very talented player, Singh. We saw him. Great batting innings. Saeed has 9 consecutive balls without being scored off. This has surely got to almost be some sort of record. That's come back off the batsman's way. I thought it actually hit his pad rather than his bat. We'll get to see on the replay, but it's a pretty aggressive appeal from the Seaside team, and Ali Saeed, after a succession of dots, is finally rewarded with a wicket. Thought that one did squeeze past the bat and the gloves, but they've sold it. Harinder Singh was pretty pleased with himself, and the umpire's finger goes up.
Yeah, I think it's a tight call. I mean, it's very difficult to tell on the replay. Maybe if we see it again, you can see the batter looked a bit surprised, but fair play to the batter. He just goes straight away. He's not there to contest or argue. If this helps, yeah, I think that's just come off his body. But the umpire is pretty convinced that it's going to touch. But this ball, well, the figure, I mean, it was still a good ball. It was, I mean, regardless of the wicket, it was still going to be no runs. We're going to, at the moment, we're looking at a two overspell here, which has produced a wicket. But so far, no runs. What a fine bit of bowling it is.
Dead set, Rico. After 14 runs in the first over, they've almost gone backwards from that point. 24 runs on the board since that point. Shafat Ali Saeed has bowled 10 deliveries in this game. They still haven't scored off him. So 2 balls to go. Can he bowl a pair of maidens? Well, he's on for it. It's 11 balls and counting. He's got an opportunity to bowl a pair of maidens in a T10 game. And I know I shouldn't be one-sided in these things. I'd love to see him do it. Come on, Shafat Ali, Saeed. Get another dot ball and have figures of 2 overs for no runs.
Yeah, and don't forget that one wicket as well. Is this something that me and you together saw when we were in Portugal? Didn't Conrad Greenshields do something similar in one of the matches that we did together in Portugal?
If anyone could do it, it would certainly be Conrad Greenshields. Here he comes in, Ali Saeed. Ah, they finally got bat on ball for congratulations to the Royals side. It's only going to be a single, but that messes up his otherwise perfect game, to use some baseball parlance. The hands on the hips from Ali Saeed. He knew he was a fingernail away from creating history. He gets a high five from his teammates and ends up with figures of 1 for 1 after 2 overs. And the Yedabori Royals, they are 25 for 2 after 5. And Rico, this is not a pretty looking batting card.
No, certainly not. And I think you said it. It seems like after that first over, they started to go in reverse. And the thing is, it all goes back to what I said before. It's only 2 wickets down. And this is why they need to say, right, 2 wickets down. So basically, we've got 6 overs here. We've got 36 balls coming up. We got to make it count. If you go at 2 a ball from there, okay, you're getting yourself to at least a score. And they can't really be looking to settle for anything less than 80. Got to really start going after this.
I mean, good length ball from man playing his first game within, at least first spot of the bowling crease within ECS Landskrona. He's been pretty good today. Just got the late outswing is working. Obviously helps when the batsman is taking a stride 1 metre outside of leg stump. Another big swing and a miss, just tickling inside the wide line. He's racking up the dot balls at the moment. This looks like Morse code on the scorecard of the Yedabori Royals.
Up in the air, and is that man coming over again? Jadverstan takes a... Oh, no, he spills it. Well, looks like he had it, but as he's rolled, he's... he says that hurts. That was a bit of a scream from him. He's not dislocated that, is he? He's not pushing it back in, is he? I don't know. He may be. Well, now he's... I think he may have done. I mean, this looks like that's in his hands there, and then as we see him roll, we just see a glimpse of the ball on the ground. So it goes down, and I think he may... Yeah, I think he may... That thumb may have popped out of his socket. You see him there trying to get it back. And, yeah, it is. It's been popped out. The thumb is popped out.
Well, that's a shame for the young man. He's been so good in the field over the course of it. I thought for certain he'd taken that catch, Rico, because he actually made excellent ground around from the long off position and looked very, very well balanced.
Yeah.
Actually, I was ready to launch into what a catch type mode, but unfortunately he's done himself a bit of an injury and a fair bit of concern from both sides for his well-being.
Yeah, I mean, he's around some people there who may be able to get him sorted out. But look, he did ever so well, didn't he? Made up a lot of ground, diving forward, and all I can imagine is maybe at some point that, because it looked like he did take it cleanly in his hands, and maybe at some point when he's rolled. And, well, I'm going to cringe a minute because I can just hear some screens even with these on. So I think somebody just popped it back in. So
have you ever dislocated a finger, Rico?
No, I haven't. Look, at some point, and I think it's that discomfort and pain. Well, there you go. You see, it's showing it there for us there. He's holding it straight away. And somebody is sorting him out there. That's it. It looks like we get ready to carry on with the action.
What is there anything that Adnan can't do? He umpires, he does the toss, he drives cars, he sorts out our coffee, he runs the event, and now he's popping a thumb back into place.
Yeah, you can just see it in the background happening there. You can close your eyes if you want. Well, yes, here he's on the field, the 12th man.
Well, doesn't seem to have worried Jane whatsoever. He just continues on his merry way, bowling dot balls.
Yeah, well, he's probably thinking it serves you right for dropping a catch on my bowling. He said, what an introduction it could have been for me here. Could have had a second. And then oh, wow. This is just amazing bit of action. I mean, does he get anything on this at all? Or does he do a bit of a matrix and avoid being hit by the ball? Here we go, watch this, bang, and, well, he tries, but, well, his hands and body, the upper half was going one way, the bottom half going the other, and it looks like he bangs his head just for a good measure on that blue pitch. And this will be called a wide, I think. Yes, it does.
Well, it all seemed to happen in slow motion, that return catch, didn't it, Rico? It hit the bottom end of the batsman's stick and just floated back to Jane, and he didn't quite have the dexterity to get back, probably not helped by losing his footing. He's got one ball left in his second over. That drifts onto the leg stump. It's nicely flicked over the top of the 30-metre circle. Bit of indecision from the batters. They were looking to come back for the second, but at the end of the day, Sharma decides better of it. Harag Subramanian gets off the mark. He's 1 off 3, Sharma 4 off 7, and the Itabori Royals, they're 32 after 6.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me, I've never dislocated any part of my body, whether it's the shoulder, the hand, or whatever. I know a lot of people that do, and I know one guy in particular played cricket with him for a number of years, and it just habit. It pops up, then he finds a wall. That's his shoulder. He finds a wall, he bangs into it, puts it back, and he comes back out again. What about you?
No, never broken a few bones playing various sports over the years, but thankfully had a few fingers bent out of place, but never anything dislocated. I did used to do this little trick back in primary school where I could get the thumb to go all the way back to the hand, but as old age has sort of taken over in the last sort of 20 or something years, it's become a bit less flexible than it used to be. But no, thankfully no dislocations. No, my twin brother actually did it during an indoor cricket game one day. We were at the state championships back in Queensland when we were teenagers, and we just see Yusuf come in to bowl his first ball that's just punched down the crease. And for those of you who have played indoor cricket, I'm sure many of you follow the Cricket Australia indoor cricket page, which is absolutely infatuated with Vinny Mr. Maximo Sandhu and some of his wicket-keeping exploits from yesteryear. But it's got high-tension nets all around the court. And he went to field a ball and managed to get his thumb stuck in one of the holes in the nets, and the rest of his not insubstantial body at the time went in the complete opposite direction.
Ow.
The thumb was dislocated, but we didn't have a reserve player for that tournament, so he went to the hospital, got strapped up. We put about 67 Panadol in him to work as painkillers, and he was back out in the field for the next game.
That's the way it's got to be done. I mean, I haven't ever dislocated. Split my webbing a number of times. And that happened to me once. We were playing at San Pedro at the Pinatar. Split my webbing and had to go and get it stitched up. Came back. And a match we should have won easily. We were 8 wickets down, so I had to go out there. I couldn't wear a glove, so I went out there without gloves. And basically, won the match though. So that's something that I remember for a while. Hit the ball straight over for 4 runs. Won the match and thought, there you go, job done. But, it's the things that we do.
That's a heroic story.
That we do.
Heroic story.
Yeah, it certainly is. The thing is also, I had to walk up to the medical centre and walk back because nobody knew where it was. We didn't have a 12th man. But this is played out and it will take some stopping. It's well done. And they're still struggling to find a boundary here. It's all tiki-taka. It's, as I would say, they're just going in the tuk-tuk at the moment. They need to really change up. But this tuk-tuk, the Royals, it might be called the Royals, but their mode of transport is anything but royal. They stick to the 2-cylinder tuk-tuk. There's more dots.
It's looking more like a horse-drawn carriage than a Ferrari at the moment at the run rate they've gone. Keep in mind they went for 14 off the first over. So from that point on, they've only scored 18 in around 5.5 overs.
And this is again just nice, tidy bowling from Yusuf, but you're just not seeing any creativeness from the batters. Yusuf once again.
Bowled pretty well in this over so far, Yusuf. Kept the ball nice and tight. Full ball, just hits the bottom of the bat. They'll push it out, probably at least a single. Sharma, once again, proactively looking for the second, but no misfield, so they'll just have to take the one. Yeah. It's the end of a pretty good over from Yusuf, and we have a look. Tomorrow, Rico, we get to learn about and greet a whole new group of teams.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Start of Group B tomorrow. So, Malmahus, we know them, and Ariana CC from last year, and Hissingens as well. This is going to be also an exciting group. A lot of players that I've spoken to Group A, they believe that this Group B, this is where some of the big hitters, the big batters, if you like, the Master Blasters have been hiding. So,
tell you what, there is one in those first two games. My boy Nusratullah Sultan, the best name in ECS cricket and one of the most brutal hitters in this part of the world. Hopefully we get to see him unleash a few times throughout the tournament.
Well, this has gone up in the air a long way. No fielder there. Watch for the bounce, and it goes over the boundary. I don't think it goes for 6. They're just going to have to check. Well, the fielder says no, and I think the square leg umpire just also giving the signal to the umpire standing at the bowler's end. And 4 runs given. It certainly goes a long way up. You see there, the umpire nearly pops his neck there, just bouncing before the boundary line. There you go.
Yeah, they've been good this week, the umpires, haven't they? A lot of tough calls with the balls just bouncing just over or inside the boundary rope. Done a solid job, Hussain coming in. Gone for a bit of punishment so far.
This one's up in the air, fielder coming across, adjusts himself really well, and that's a really good catch there taken by Galaraya. No mistakes at all. This is all about getting himself in the right position, making it look easy. So another wicket goes. And this is Subramanian finally departs. He's decided at that point, probably a bit late in the day, that it's time to start trying to take a few chances and play a few big shots. So he loses his wicket for 7 of 9 deliveries. It's now 37 for 3.
So we had a 4 off the first ball of this over, Rico. Before that, there was not a single boundary since the first over. That is incredible, and a credit to how well the Seaside team have bowled in this game. So the skipper, Barrett Conkers, come out here to face the music. Saying happy to get a wicket in the books. Nicely played out to deep cover region. Fielder coming in, it's a misfield. I managed to scoot through for a second. Probably won't make the skipper too happy. Does make the opposition skipper, Barrett Conker, reasonably happy. He's got a strike rate of 200 off his first ball. Yeah,
I think he's come in a little bit low from you, Conker, but that's been, you're absolutely right. The bowling has been very, very good from Seaside. I'm not going to take anything away from them, and we've seen that all the way through. They are a very good, strong bowling side. As Hussain comes back again and tries to get funky, and then not really looking or watching what the non-striker is doing, but the batting again from the Royals, it's just been surprising because, like you said, look, up until we're now in the 8th over and they've just lost the 3rd wicket. And for me, it's simply not good enough. I think when you're out there, you know that runs are difficult to come by. The bowling is good, but you try things, you take it on. Like I say, if they're at this point 39 for 7, at least you're able to say, look, we did try, we threw everything at it, we lost our wickets. But to be 3 wickets down, coming up to the end of this over, no, I mean, they just really haven't got going. There's been too much of this, too much of taking themselves away from the ball. But their fate is in their hands. And of course, the thing about this is, if they don't get a big score on the board and the runs are knocked off easily, it's not going to do them any favours at all. This one's high up in the air as well. That's a really good catch taken from the captain. And Eddie Aurora, he's been so good taking these catches. That's probably the 3rd one that we've seen him take with the ball sort of going over his head. He's a tall man and he can reach pretty high. And the bowler just says, well, okay, thanks, Skip. I can have my cap back now.
Yeah, pretty good finish to his spell, actually, from Hussain. Copped a bit of tap in his first over, but has come back nicely in this second. 2 wickets, and that's a really, really nice catch. Difficult one. Keep the captain showing his experience and some level of flexibility to take a good grab, and yet another wicket back in the hatch for the Itabori Royals. They are 39 for 4 after 8. And Rico, they just look like a beaten side, don't they, at the moment? They only needed to win one of the 2 contests here today, and against a side that previously has only won 1 game out of the 6 that they've played. Yeah,
but isn't it fair to say, I mean, I don't like to sound like I'm being very hard on the Royals, but after their amazing first day when they got those 2 victories over the Helsingborg Stars, when they came back to play Evergreen, from that moment on, for some reason, even after having 2 victories on the run, 2 out of 2, and they finished the day. Let's remember this as well.
It's run out time, Rico, as Subramanian Palasamnami has just sprinted down the striker's end. His partner had absolutely no interest in the run. That was a monumental miscommunication. Nice bit of fielding from the skipper, Aurora. He continues to build up the fantasy points, and if there was one thing that the Royals did not need there, it was a run out.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I was just going to finish all what I was saying. If you remember back to that day when they had those back-to-back victories, they finished the day top of the group, but they came back like they were a team that were at the bottom and were down and out, and they played that way ever since. I mean, those 2 matches against Evergreen were not good, they've never really recovered from it.
No, certainly haven't. Probably needed some nutritional advice from Rico Full to get them through the later stages of this tournament. They clearly haven't listened. They haven't been watching what the other teams have been doing, and it has shown in their performances in their final 6 games. They're not completely out of this one yet. Seaside still have to chase this target down, no matter how relatively mediocre it will be in terms of the scores that we've had this week in Landskrona. He's a nice ball. He's found a reasonable length, and for a guy who the first time we saw him, Rico, didn't look like he was going to be a particularly substantial contributor to this team. Actually, he's shown a fair bit of nous with both bat and ball.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Yusuf, we know that when the top order of Seaside wasn't firing, he was one man that was still able to come out and give the ball a fair crack. And, here he is. They don't try to do anything. Look, they don't have like a Zadran in their side, do they, who comes charging in and really gets a lot of pace in the ball. But what they do have, they have bowlers that just bowl a good, nice, tidy line. As we do see a boundary, that's one of few that we've had in this innings. Is that the 3rd or 4th boundary?
I'll go one more, Rico. It's the 5th boundary, but it's only the 2nd one since the 1st over.
Yeah.
But you're completely right in your analysis of the Seaside bowling. They essentially ask questions of the batsman, and if the batsmen are good enough, they might be able to find the boundary with regularity, but otherwise they're essentially just saying, we are waiting for you to make an error with the bat, and we'll capitalise when you do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's tidy stuff, and the captain's very clever as well, sets the right field. The fielders in general do their job and do it well. And that's a good example there of that ball. I mean, there's no real pace on it. He's not trying to do anything special with it. And I think we saw the introduction of Amit Jan, who bowled his 2 overs and picked up wickets as well. Not trying to do anything special, apart from just getting the ball on a good length. And they've got the batters to make the mistake.
Yep, and the Yetabori Royals, they're 44 for 5 after 9 with a bit of luck and some big swinging. They might be able to crack the half century as a team in this final over. Sharma's at the crease, he's 6 off 10. Siva Venapusa, Rico's favourite, he is 4 off 4 with a bit of luck. See him at the bowling crease later today, and if Rico gets his wish, he might even get into the opening bowling slot. To be honest, actually, the top of the bowling order has not been their problem. They've had Sasandran and at times Jar, who have actually been very good. Speaking of opening bowlers, this man's impressed me today. Oh, Dedarai, he's been very, very useful with his left arm pace.
Here comes the ball back to him. And Dedarai, yeah, I mean, I think of all the bowlers, he's the one that may be slightly disappointed when I'm saying they don't really have an out-and-out quick bowler. He's the only one really that does try and put something into it. But he's a good bowler. He's a clever bowler. Gets the ball in the right areas.
Tell you what, with that slightly inside-out action that he's got, he comes very wide of the crease, and then he must have one of the widest slant angles for a bowler I have come across. Look, this is he's striding in. He'll end up very, very wide of the return crease and leaning across. When he pushes across off stump, that is a really, really high angle the batsman's working with.
Yeah, it's a good observation. And you see that on his run-up when he's running in, that he seems so wide that he just gets himself inside where he needs to be to deliver. So he certainly does make the most of his left arm action. hit fairly well. They'll take one, may think about two. They think about it, but don't go for it. And that's a very good bit of fielding there once more. Good throw right over the stumps.
They are in danger of getting to the half century here, Rico. 2 balls to go. They're on 48. Gatteraya steaming in with his left arm pace. Sharma on strike. Takes a big swing. Enough contact with the pad to ensure that they can get through for what's called a leg by the umpire. And so that leaves your boy, Venapusa, on strike for the final ball of the innings to see if they can reach the 50. Rico, are you backing them?
Well, they will be running. If they're not, I'll be very surprised. And you see that Gatteraya saying, yeah, 1 ball to go. Yeah, I'm backing them. Maybe they'll do it the hard way, but I'm backing them. Well, this is being hit pretty firmly, and they do get to the 50. They're coming back for the second. I'm quite surprised that, oh, well, I'm not only I'm backing them, this could go all the way to the boundary. How many have they run here?
Get there, ball. Get there. Ah. Thought we'd have another boundary to add to the total courtesy of the overthrow, but it's pulled up just short on a nice bit of running. Nice bit of hustling from Sharma and Venapusa on that last ball, and so they do successfully get past the 50 mark.
This was pretty high for me as well, you know, when the ball is bowled.
Yeah, tough call from the umpires, 50-51, waist high, but nonetheless they did manage to escape through for a few runs there, Rico, and maybe a bit of that hustle earlier in the innings would have got them to a higher target.
Yeah, that would be. What did they run here? Did they run 4 in the end or 3?
I think it was 3.
3. Okay, fair enough. We'll see that.
Well, it must have been 4. No, the score is keeping a much closer eye than we were, going back and forth. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Venapusa ended up back at the striker's end, which would have made, they would have got 4. So, well, they ran 4 in the end. They weren't hitting too many boundaries, so they thought we might as well run the 4 instead. All started so well, didn't it? 14 came off that first over from Hussain. There was a few blips in the field, and we thought, well, hello. The Royals look like they're finally woken up. But it wasn't to last long, because even though they managed to get 6 runs of Gatteraya, that man there was in the action. Well, we're going to see him in the action a bit more here. He's firing the bow and arrow, but unfortunately the arrow landed on him a little bit later on when he had to come off with a dislocated thumb. But he seems to be okay. It looks like it was popped back. And that one was a difficult one for me. I think this one has hit the body. And he's sort of been triggered here. I think that's one that the umpires have got wrong. They don't get too many wrong, I'm in black. But that one was. But from there on in, they just couldn't get any runs on the ball. This was the one which I was talking about, where you saw Jadves unfortunately dislocating his thumb. That hurt. And, well, it didn't hurt as much as Adnan Gill trying to sort him out. This one hurt as well. And it was a diving effort from that man, Gill, trying to stop it, wasn't able to. This one goes up in the air a long way. That was one boundary they did get, but there weren't too many that came their way.
No, they certainly weren't. They weren't troubling the fence too often in this game, but they also were giving plenty of catching practice for the Seaside outfielders, and they looked very strong and secure. They certainly, Rico, do not look like a team who before today had only won 1 game.
No, they certainly don't. And if there's been one team that's made huge improvements, I mean, Seaside are one of them. I mean, I'd say the same with also Helsingborg Stars. They've improved an immense amount as well. But Seaside, they showed a lot of grit and determination yesterday, even though they got those 2 defeats against Evergreen. The way that they played, the way that they stuck to the task, and that's even without that man in their side, Umar Chaudhry, who I think will be looking to come back into the equation when Seaside, and if Seaside, I have to still say if Seaside make it into the quarterfinals. And this was the action there towards the end. Run, rabbit, run, and they did finish 4. There you go, 4 runs taken there right at the end, and that was important. But it did get them over the 50 mark, which we were wondering if it was going to happen. It did happen, but they had to run them because they couldn't really get the boundaries. And we're going to see from the scorecard, it's not a good scorecard. It's not one that they'd be very proud of. Once more, the Royals struggled with the bat, and it was Ravi Baka who once more was the man scoring the runs. 15 he got. That ended up being the highest score but nobody else had to contribute. The key factor for me is, once again, a low score, only 5 wickets down. They're just not getting it.
Well, I'm going to try to pluck out a positive here for you, Rico. Your boy, Siva Venapusa, you've been wrapping him up all week. He is the only one of the 7 batsmen on that scorecard who have managed a strike rate in excess of 100. Are you calling for him to be pushed up the order on the proviso that the Royals do play another game, which is looking unlikely?
What, on the batting order? Yeah, look, why not? And I just think it should open the bowling as well.
Yep. Just basically get him to do everything.
Get him to do everything. Why not? Why not, indeed?
Give him the pads. Give him the keeping gloves.
No, not the gloves. The gloves has got to be Singh. Singh is on fire with the gloves. I know that one man who's as close to us here will like his keeping, and that's Barry. Bazza did a fair bit of keeping himself. I remember it myself in Valencia. But let's have a look at these bowling figures. I mean, Hussain, he went for 20 runs but did pick up 2 wickets. But Shafaqat Ali Saeed, what about that? I mean, he was on course to have no runs scored off him and the 1 wicket, but they did get a run from him and ruined his figures. 2 overs, 1 wicket for 1 run.
Yeah, it's funny, Rico, I often look at the bowling scorecards and wonder why we have the superfluous maidens column in there, but Shafaqat Ali Saeed has justified its inclusion within the bowling card. That was a tremendous 2-over spell from him. Only go for a single run off his final ball. The win probability team, it's looking Seaside as fairly certain winners here. They've got a 95% probability. Remarkably, the Royals are still seen as a 5% chance of taking this game. They would have to bowl like the wind and get all the top order of the Seaside team if they're to do that. Probably got a little bit of a break before the second innings coming up here. Few minutes break. The Yetabori Royals, they scored 53 for 5. They will be trying to defend that fairly paltry total against a powerful Seaside batting lineup. If Seaside win, they guarantee themselves a spot in the finals, and the Helsingborg Stars will be cheering them on as well. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network here with Rico Full. We'll be back for the concluding stages of this final game of Group A very, very shortly. Please join us then.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the final time today in this Super Friday, if you like, because this is where we learn which 4 teams from Group A we will be seeing again and which one we'll be saying adios to. There's still plenty here to play for, but we need to see something incredible from the Royals. If they're to keep their hopes alive, they've got to fight, and they've got to fight hard, because they've got to basically be looking to stop Seaside getting these runs really quickly for a number of reasons. One is that, well, if they can win it, if they can do what would seem the impossible, and somebody always says there's nothing impossible. Well, there isn't. We've seen that in the European Cricket Network. Remember, we've seen teams being bowled out for 6. I was there in Malta. Gozo, hello Gozo. Hope you're well. So it can happen. It seems unlikely, but it can happen. But it's about taking this match as deep as they can, because it looks like net run rate could be the key here. And if Seaside win this and win it quickly, which is what you'd expect, then it's not going to be, it's not going to look good for the Royals. And they've had their issues, haven't they? No change in the openers. You can see that Singh is at the non-striker's end. Yes, that is a gundy ball. Oh, what a start This is not what they need. They need special things to happen, not Gundy things to happen. This is really wide, and well, there's no way that the wicketkeeper is going to be able to stop that. Forget it. And Vivek Sharma is behind the stumps for this one, and he's probably thinking, you know what? You can have the gloves back. If this is what you're going to fire at me, I don't want them anymore. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Not a good start at all. And you know what? Just keep Andrew Ryan away. Don't let him see who's bowling. If he comes into the commentary box and he realises that Venapusa bowled the first ball and it went for a massive Gundy 5 wides, well, I'm done for. This one is played down and it's going to get past the fielders. 4 runs, so basically the first ball has gone for 9 runs. Don't do it to me. And MSP there in the action once more, and oh dear.
Well, Rico, I was going to take a seat for the first over by not letting this opportunity pass by. I don't know if we've just seen MSP almost dislocate his own finger with a fairly shabby bit of fielding. Your man Siva's finally been given the no ball, and this is going awfully. That ball's gone 1.5 meters down leg side. This is precisely why I advised against giving him the new pill, but you were adamant.
Well, it's just a bad day, just for him and for the team. What can you say? What can I say? Well, that's my coaching days over, I suppose.
10 off 1 ball. Make it 11.
11 off 1 ball. It's just going to keep going up. And come on, Venapusa, you can do it. Listen to me. You can do it. Get back to your mark. Head down. Charge in. Bang it into the deck.
Well, your old mate...
Hang on. What's going on here? He's not asking to be taken off already, is he?
Surely not. Your old mate V. Sandhu is in the chat trying to say that he's getting some good movement at least. That is clutching at straws.
Here we go. Oh, what a good ball that was. Our best ball of the day from Venapusa.
Clutching at straws again, Rico Full. Look at the top bowlers here in match 20. It sure is not the man at the bowling crease at the moment, given what he's exhibited. But I wouldn't have picked Malik to necessarily be the highest wicket taker from this group. But has been useful at times throughout this tournament as the ball is pushed down to fielder coming around from third man. It'll just be a single. And well, Siv has managed to get through the last couple of deliveries without giving away a wide or a boundary. So context of his performance with the ball, Rico's got to be happy.
Oh, that's 4 runs.
Oh, that's 4.
That's 4 runs. That's got to be 4 runs.
Might see if the score has changed that, as that is pumped backward of square, and Rico Fall's call of getting Siva onto the open the bowling is just looking more and more ill-judged with every delivery.
Well, you know, there are some that are saying it's a good shot. There are some that are saying, well done, Rico, because it means that we might go home early. So it's not everybody that's thinking it's a bad call. If you just have a look at that again, and top bowlers in this match, so Malik has been good. Gararaya, and he's been sensational. I liked his bowling. And then, well, what can you say about Syed Ali Saeed? He's been pretty good as well. And Conker, if anyone's been a highlight for the Royals, I suppose it's been him. Better delivery, but even the better deliveries are working its way to the boundary. This one has been stopped and thrown in. And oh, well,
this one goes for overthrows just to add to the trauma for poor Venapusa.
Yeah, I mean, we may find that score probably gets updated. Perhaps has that 4 been put on? Can you see from? Mind you, I don't know. You can see there's probably not enough room to get everything in this over, is there?
Not after this ball, there won't. Almost bowls another leg side wide, just tickled on to the short leg position, and they'll run through for a single, and Venapusa's finally gotten through that over. It goes for 20, and it goes for plenty. And speaking of plenty, haven't the run rates increased by a day, Rico?
Yeah, superb. Right, at least that's one thing I've got right. I was saying that these runs, the rate is going to go up higher and higher and higher, and they have. Look, it's at the moment, I think if it goes at this point, we're going to see around the average of 10. And you can see that the last 3 days, look, just going up all the time, 10.4, 10.7. And today, well, because of the high scores we've seen, not in this match particularly, it won't be, but around 11.4.
Well, certainly the Göteborg Royals have done their best to negate the gains that have come from the rest of the batting outfits in this game, managing to scramble their way to 53 in the first innings as Arthur Sanderson comes into bowl, spears a Yorker into off stump, nicely bowled.
Yeah, gets a valuable dot ball in there. It's a hard life, isn't it, being a bowler? You probably think, I mean, Venapusa, you know, he's I've been calling him for him to get the ball, and they give it to him when they put on probably such a small amount of runs on the board that he's got no runs to play with.
Is that what you think his issue was in that first over, the fact that he had insufficient runs to deal with?
I think he was overtired playing the second match. The poor guy was out there playing a mammoth innings with the bat as well, and then as soon as he comes off doing a great bit of batting, I think he was 4 not out, he then has to go out and do the bowling. It's just unfair, isn't it? It's just not right. But anyway, Venapusa, I'm with you, buddy. Don't worry, I'm with you.
I'm with him, Rico. I just think keeping the middle overs, you've got this man who bowls some more than adequate pace swing bowling.
Yeah.
Generally had Chandu Jha to work with. He's not with them for this final game. You've got Bharat Congo, who has admittedly struggled at times over the last couple of days with his in-swingers, whereas Venapusa's pretty useful in those middle overs, just bowling stump to stump. And speaking of useful, this man's had a nice little cameo at the top of the innings. Navale swings it straight down the wicket, a little shy at the stumps from Sanderson, but there's no single that comes.
Yeah, Navale. I remember, look, going back to the last match, these two batted very well together until Singh ran him out. And, they never looked like they were going to get that wicket. Navale was the one that was run out in surprising circumstances by Singh.
Oh, Sanderson puts up a half volley. There's no swing for him today, and the only swing is happening from the bat of Navale. He's heaved him over, long on from Maximo.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, isn't it? He just waits for it, keeps his shape pretty well, doesn't try to hit it too hard, keeps his head nice and straight as well, and over it goes. No MSP this time. He's left his place vacant. So where he's disappeared to.
Absolutely no movement from Barry or Adnan, the Pope Mobile either. Arthur just giving the ball back to the umpire. They're checking it's still in reasonable condition. Of course, with the wonderful construction of these high-quality Kookaburra cricket balls, there's certainly no issues with the quality of equipment we've got as Arthur comes in to try to finish off his over. Another ball that he's pitched on half volley length, but he actually gets that one to move away a touch. Nice piece of swing bowling for him to finish off the over. And Seaside at 28 for none after 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the key man, hasn't he, for the Royals. I think there's been a couple that you have to highlight. Sasidran has certainly been one. I think Conquer the other. Right, this is important. Let's have a look at this. So the Stars still keeping and holding that third place. And
not for much longer.
Not for much longer. That will change because the point system, and then it's all going to be net run rate. And the way things are looking, I think the team we're going to be saying adios to are going to be the team, the Royals. And as we see Adnan go by, Adnan doing excellent work around the ground, ferrying us to and fro, and 2 of these 7 kids made it through to the ground to join the spectators. Helmet time, which is interesting. It's probably more for the wicket keeper than the batters. It is.
I would have been surprised if, seeing Palanasamy at the bowling crease, that they decided to switch from the cap to their helmet, but as you say, it's for the wicket keeper, giving the opportunity for Vivek Sharma, who's got the gloves, to come up to the stumps and put a bit of pressure onto Harinder Singh. He's a good quality batsman, isn't he, Rico?
Yes, it is, yeah. Palanasamy coming on to bowl. Yeah, Singh looks class. He's 1 of 1. Just had the 1 ball so far compared to the 11 that Naval has had. That's well bowled. It's good delivery.
Palanasamy, he's taken a few wickets across this tournament. Certainly can be one of the Royals bowlers that can hold his head up high. Probably hasn't had as much success with the bat as he might have hoped. Started off in the top order. Just hasn't been able to find consistency with the Willets. Decent length ball, just swung around to fielder there at short mid-wicket. There's no run, so a couple of dot balls to start off this over.
It's just a question maybe of how long really, isn't it? That's the required rate is just over 3. Makes an initial movement forward, then rocks back and beautifully plays this, cuts it away through the gap, and that's 4 runs, nicely done. And just dispatches it again effortlessly. Love that little play on the wrist as he guides his ball in between those 2 fielders.
Yeah, nicely timed, nicely placed from Harinder Singh. He's a class batsman. Seen a few examples today of batters like Umar Nawaz, and Singh's a good example, who are just actually able to play shots all around the wicket. They're playing the ball on its merits, not just heaving to the leg side every delivery. It's a pleasure to watch. Comes down the wicket to Subhash and deposits him straight back over his head for another boundary, and they are racing along to this target. And Rico, we might just say hello to our folks in the YouTube chat for what will probably be the last time today, given that Seaside is zooming along. It's obviously great to have Lily Panda and Maya still in there. Steve Cook's been joining us, and obviously hello to our great friend Vinny Mr. Maximo Sandu, who is back in Perth at the moment, I think doing some autograph sessions for the locals out there. He's many fans in the Western Australian state.
Yeah, hello to Maximo. Vinny Sandu just enjoying some time with his family at wicket. And, well, there's a moment still to get a brief highlight for the Royals. And it's Palansami who gets a wicket. Nice catch held there by the fielder. And that's Balji. That's really well. It's a good delivery, just high up on Singh. He's tried to whip this over square leg. He doesn't. And that's the first time that he's been dismissed today. So there is some highlight. They managed to get Singh out, but it's all happening all too little too late. Yeah, Vinny Sandu there back in Australia, spending some time with his family. I'm sure he's enjoying time with his lovely 2 kids, his daughter Audrey and son Zach. So hello to you guys.
They're big European Cricket Series fans, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. And so it gives Mr. Maximo a bit of time to spend with them before he comes back, and he'll be joining me in Sweden as we start in well, just over a week's time in Stockholm. Short. And
well, Subhash is asking for trouble, but the new batsman has just played it very gently back down the pitch. Hakim so didn't want any risk of a golden duck. And we turn our thoughts to Group B, and kicking off things tomorrow, it is Malmöhus against Ariana Cricket Club. Many of you will remember Ariana. They've been one of the most consistent teams here over the last couple of years at the ECS Malmö events. They have some big hitters, in particular the form of Nusratullah Sultan, and they have some pace bowling as well. They will be worth tuning in for, but they will have a big contest against Malmöhus, who will also be one of the favourites for that Group B. And then when we get to match 23 and 24, we have Hisingen against the creatively known United Cricket Club. Yeah, something to tune in for.
Looking forward to those. I mean, you mentioned a man that you said he has the best name ever, Sultan, and he, I can tell you, was one of the top run scorers here. Scored 418 runs, and that's why everybody's looking forward to him. 1 or 2 other names that come to mind is that Dabachan Dash. He was very good, 334. And Raheem Safi, remember Safi? The good all-rounder. This one bobbles away, and he gets fielded.
Gingerly fielded by Bharat Conker, coming in from the long-on boundary. Vamsi Krishna getting the opportunity to roll his arm over. Seaside requiring only 17 runs from 41 balls, so you have to say the run rate is in their favour at the moment. Hakim takes a big swing after defending conservatively his first ball, and the top edge goes flying along to the boundary. Nothing much the wicket-keeper Vivek Sharma could do about that. A big swing. And Hakim, he who dares wins. He's profited. And yet another boundary in the books for Seaside Cricket Club.
Yeah, he's certainly all about the action, and you can see there He's thinking he's going to pick up a wicket there. Is Vamsi Krishna. Yeah, I'm liking it. He's trying to make this his moment. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could pick up a wicket there? He's a bit unlucky there, isn't he, that edge? But here he comes.
Another big swing across the line. Krishna's managed to get that one a decent way outside off stump, and Conker, just to add to his traumas as skipper for the Edinburgh Royals, he looks like he might have slightly twinged his ankle on that occasion as he's sprinted in to try to cut off the second. Nicely bowled, just a little bit of drift away from Krishna. Getting a nice bit of flex in that right arm. Vale been very composed in this innings to date. A couple of dot balls that he's racking up though there. Seaside only needing 12. So they're inching towards this target.
Come on, Krishna. Krishna for a wicket.
Floated up. Navale's gone hard. He's given it a lot of air. Conker comes in. He's decided to chest it down. Get through for the single.
How could you? How could you ride and call? I was trying to get the Commodores Kiss involved here, and Krishna had the opportunity. Down it goes. No.
Well, he's lucky he hasn't dislocated something himself there, Rico, but that tells the story of the Helsingborg Royals last couple of days, and you haven't just got two pretty faces here, you've got Barry Eaton. How quick is he? He was here one moment, and then now he's gone.
Gone one moment, gone another. And look, yeah, opportunity looks for us to once again thank everybody that's been involved in the chat. Thank you all very much. Been absolutely lovely. Great to have your comments as always. And, well, it's been a good day of cricket. It's going to be entertaining finish to this group. Certainly looking forward to the start of Group B tomorrow.
Yeah, love seeing new teams come out, and a few that we're familiar with from previous ECS event,
yeah.
Rico, but also a few that are new, and we'll give you plenty of information about those teams as we go through the previews tomorrow. But it's been a bit of a damp squib, this conclusion to Group A. It was all set up for a fantastic clash to try to bring one of these teams into the final series, but as it is, Royals have not brought their A game. In fact, they haven't brought their B and C game as well. They've just been absolutely pumped.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I was really expecting to see a big fight from the Royals, and it just hasn't happened. And the team that's taken full advantage of it is Seaside.
Army, another short ball. Worked wrists on top of the ball. It's a nice shot from Navale. He's timed it well out to square leg. That's a super stroke, and he is racing along. He's now got 26 off 17.
Yeah, and just going to show that if one of the openers doesn't get going, well, one will, and in this case, Singh was the one that's gone early. And in the previous match, it was Navale who was the one to go. But here he is playing some nice shots.
Oh, 7 runs to go. He's asking for the bowler to just hold on for a moment. Subhash standing at the top of his mark. His figure's not too bad at the moment in the context of that game. Short ball outside off stump, and it's played to a man fielding in somewhat of a halfway position between the 30-metre circle and the cover boundary. Not sure what he's doing there, but either way, I'm sure Ravi's completely on top of the strategic approach in the field.
Hakeem probably want to try and go pretty big, but that's not quite in the area he wants it. He's quite happy just to guide this down. Good bit of work there from the Lion. Certainly got the mane of a lion, hasn't he? There's our man Krishna. I've liked Krishna as well. I'm glad that he's managed to get a bowl. He's somebody that's always been throwing himself around for his team from the very first day we saw him. We remember he took one in his chest, diving around trying to stop the ball, and then he took one on his leg as well. He was hobbling around, and so he's certainly been in the wars for his side, but maybe if everybody had the fighting attitude that he did in his side, things could have been perhaps slightly different. That one's
gutsy appeal from Palanasamy there. Ball was probably only going about a foot over the top of the stumps, but may as well ask the question of the umpire, and Vale probably should have put that one away to the boundary, but as it is, Palanasamy trying to finish through his over here. He's 1 for 14. Short ball, it does give Navali a chance to swing it around. He's taken a catch. Well, he's been dismissed with only 5 runs needed off the board. And amazingly, the fielder looks like he's injured his shoulder, celebrating.
I thought we were going to get another dislocation here. I thought he's pulled his shoulder out. Look, he's standing there doing the double teapot. And then he thinks, hang on a minute, I've got a chance here. Takes a catch, and then watch for the throw there. And then watch here. He goes, ouch. What have I done here? The shoulder's been popped out, but he seems to be okay. Here's another highlight, and one thing we're never short of here on the European Cricket Network is highlights. So the Royals, they pick up another wicket. There's only 5 runs required for victory for Seaside, but they're giving the Royals an opportunity perhaps just to get another wicket. Interesting who's going to come in here now. Whether they will actually go with Saeed. Probably not. Probably give someone else a chance to go out and have a hit.
Tell you what, Rico, could anything have encapsulated the Royals' day better than a player being injured, celebrating one of their rare wickets, as Hakeem has finished things off with a brutal strike over the cover boundary. What a shot, and showing that he has some power in that bat. That is a magnificent strike, and for a game that never reached any great heights, certainly from the Yetabori Royals perspective, that is a fantastic way to finish.
Yeah, Hakeem, we know about his power. We've seen it before when he's gone out there. He hit 6s for fun, and he just wanted to finish that off in style, and it was Ali Saeed that goes out there. Just doesn't have to do anything apart from stand there for 1 ball, because that's all it took, as Hakeem hits Krishna's 7th ball for a big 6 out on the offside, and that's a very good day for the Seaside. It's always good to be at the Seaside, and it was good to be in the Seaside here today, because they were good and they were pumped. They knew what they had to do. They had to win, and they were playing for their lives. At one point, they wanted to be in the quarterfinals. Things weren't going their way at the beginning. They played really well yesterday against the team Evergreen that remained unbeaten in the group. But they came back with the same positive attitude, and even when they had Umair Chaudhry, who led them really well yesterday, wasn't in the team, they were still able to perform. And, well, it's nice to see that our man Jadvest is there after being treated for that dislocated thumb. A good performance from them, but not a good one for the Royals. And I think everybody's waiting to see the tables, but what I think that would tell you, especially with the way that finished, I mean, that was a really poor bit of fielding, wasn't it? And I think that also went unnoticed as well, amazingly enough. But yeah, all waiting to see the tables, but you'll probably find that the Royals are the team. Not only were they disappointing out there, they're going to be disappointed as well, because I don't think we're going to see them again.
No, we certainly were, but I think actually, Rico, fair to say that probably the best 4 teams have qualified for this group. The Royals were very, very good on Monday, but since then they really haven't looked particularly competitive in most of their games. Not sure what has gone wrong with them. Maybe just a few of their top players going off the boil and then not having enough bench strength to pick up the slack. But as it was, they still had a few good contributors. Subhash Palanisamy, he's tried hard throughout this week in Landskrona. That man Krishna looked to get an outside edge off Hakeem, but that went flying to the boundary, and the poor keeper, Vivek Sharma, well, it almost took his head off. But as it was, they had more troubles in the field. The skipper, Bharat Conker, his day goes from bad to worse, and after a great start to the tournament, he has had an unfortunate last couple of days, but no one was less fortunate than Balaji Gujara, who's almost taken his shoulder out of the socket, celebrating what was a rare wicket for the Yetabori Royals. But in the end, plenty of entertainment on show today, and Seaside have thoroughly deserved their qualification from this group. And remarkably, after the tough start that they've had, they will qualify 3rd for the quarterfinals, which is helpful for them just in terms of crossover positioning.
Yeah, they certainly will. As we have a quick look once more at what's happening tomorrow, it's going to be the start of Group B. So Malmahus will come in against Arena, and 2 matches there. First off, match 21 and 22. Then Helsingin playing United. So we're going to see and have a look for the first time some of the teams in Group B. Some of those players we will have seen before. Some of them will be new, but they're going to be coming out here and to see just how they compare to what we've seen also from the teams in Group A. So Group B action starts tomorrow. And remember, once again, like in Group A, the 5 teams that will be taking part in Group B, all trying to make it in the top 4. The team that finishes 5th will be eliminated out of the series going into next Friday's quarter-finals day. And in Group A, as we're going to have a look at the scorecard here, it's been done pretty easily. There was no joy this time for Harinder Singh. They do manage to get him out. They couldn't in the first match as he went got his 50 and stayed unbeaten. But, well, when one opener doesn't succeed, Mahesh Navas took his opportunity and he batted really well, 27 to 30 before he was caught. Quite well there by Bali G. But then Hakeem came out, and we know he's a strong hitter of the ball. And Ali Saeed there didn't really get going. And don't forget, we also know that the likes of Yusuf can give it a fair crunch. And also, when we see him next week, they're going to have Umar Chowdhury back in their side as well. I think when they're back to the best and they've got all of their available players, they are going to be a good team. And the bowling, well, we won't focus on the first player. He just didn't get going here today. It was an unlucky day for him. Sasidaran, I think he's always performed well. And 2 wickets there for Palanisamy. I think you pointed out pretty well that he's one man that has always tried for his side, and he's always got something happening, whether it's in the field or with the ball. And Krishna, he'd be disappointed. He should have had his European Cricket Series wicket as well.
Yeah, well, certainly Siva Venapusa is looking for a transfer out to Spain, where skipper Rico is going to give him the new ball for each game that he plays this season. But apart from that, pretty tough day at the office for the Yetabori Royals. It's a shame, Rico, because they have given us some entertaining moments over the course of these 5 days with Group A, but ultimately they probably looked like the least capable side in terms of challenging for the final spots. And I think it's a good thing for the competition that the Stars have gotten through as well. They were probably competitive in all of their games, including they gave Evergreen a great run, particularly in that first game this morning. And I think they're actually pretty well equipped to potentially cause an upset in the quarterfinals next week.
Yeah, look, I think you're absolutely right. And I don't think that just them. I think you could say the same about Seaside as well. Yon Shopping. Well, all of these teams that we've seen today, I think they're all teams that we haven't seen them. And I think this is the same, Andrew, for even Evergreen, that have been unbeaten all the way through. I think from all of the 4 teams that we're going to see again in the quarterfinals, we haven't seen the best of them. We have, for example, Evergreen. They've though 1 or 2 players have performed, and once again today it was Nawaz who was in excellent form with the bat. But we haven't seen them all perform at the same time. Yon Shopping as well. I think that we still haven't seen the best of Sami Ibrahim Kil. And it's the same, I think, with the Stars. They get him early all the time, and Seaside as well. I think we're going to see the best of them when they come together again. They're going to have match practice. We do know that some of these teams that are in Group A is not the case that we're not going to play any more cricket. They've got league fixtures coming up this weekend, so they're going to be playing cricket. When we see them again, I think they're going to be better. And I think it just means that this competition, when it comes to next Friday, we're going to see the best 8 teams come together. And I think it's going to be an electrifying finale to the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, watch out for that Seaside group. They've come up with 2 comprehensive wins today.
Yeah.
They've done it without Niaz Muhammad, without Umar Chaudhry, who was really important for them yesterday. They get those 2 back, and then you add Navala into that group. You've got Harinder Singh, who batted exquisitely earlier today. That's actually a pretty deep batting lineup, but one that's got a class that means that they can deal with the better bowling attacks that are in this competition. So I think they're a big show of causing one of the upsets in those quarterfinals group. Certainly they could be a show for a semi-final or even a final spot. And I wouldn't count out any of the other teams. Obviously Evergreen have looked very good for the most part here this week. They've been challenged on a couple of occasions the last few days, and they've come through with the goods. They'll take a lot of confidence. They've got the absolute class batsman of this tournament in the form of Umar Nawaz, and I can't wait to see how he goes when he starts coming up against some of the better teams next week too.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're another team which, though they've been boosted by Latif coming in the side, I think next week they'll have a Salam back as well. So once again, that's another classy batter that comes to this side. Yeah, it's all looking good for the series. That's what we want to see, isn't it? That's when we go to these different European countries. We want to see the best players that are in the area. I know we're seeing the best here in this Landskrona, the Skåne area. Then, well, in just over a week's time, we'll be there in Stockholm, and we're going to see the same again. It's what makes it exciting, and I think that one thing that we know, you remember it from the week that you were here last year, and I remember it from the second week, that there's some class players there, and we've seen them again, and we've seen them better and perform better. And we've seen players also that we saw that probably weren't at their best, and we've seen them grow and develop as well. That's what this is all about. It's about growing and developing together as a cricketing community.
Yeah, completely. And also growing into this T10 format. It's the third year that these guys have been playing this format out here in this particular part of Sweden. You even saw across the course of the 5 days here that we've had for Group A that most of the teams, probably the Royals accepted, were playing much better T10 cricket in the latter stages than they were at the start of the week. The Stars, probably the best example of that, started very conservatively on Monday. It cost them in the pair of games against the Göteborg Royals, but actually by the end of the week they were playing pretty well. Seaside, same thing. Tough gig playing Evergreen in their first 2 games of the tournament, but they've actually grown into the T10 format as they've gone, and they actually look like a really solid unit now. Yeah,
absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. I think once again I'd like to thank you for a superb day, and not just the chat, but watching great cricket. And thank you everybody once more that have been involved in the chat. We love your comments. Thank you very much for those as well. We know we're very lucky because we have got the best viewers in the world. Thank you all very much wherever you've been looking in and tuning in from. And I think, again, it's just time for us to say thank you to everybody here. Of course, the Blue Army, the European Cricket Network crew, the officials who've been brilliant. The production has been great as well. And also to all the volunteers and everybody from the Federation here for Cricket Sweden. Been absolutely fantastic. It's time for us to say goodbye. But remember, there's going to be some highlights coming up. And we're also starting tomorrow with the Group B. So join us tomorrow for the start of Group B. But for now, it's time for us to say take care, God bless. Esta mañana, un abrazo muy fuerte.